Jane Austen. Pride and Prejudice. Chapter 1. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. If there is such a man in the neighbourhood, this truth is so well fixed in the minds of the surrounding families that he is considered the rightful property of someone or other of their daughters. "My dear Mr. Bennet," said his lady to him one day, "have you heard that Netherfield Park is let at last?" Mr. Bennet replied that he had not. "But it is," returned she, "for Mrs. Long has just been here, and she told me all about it." Mr. Bennet made no answer. "Do you not want to know who has taken it?" cried his wife impatiently. "You want to tell me, and I have no objection to hearing it." This was invitation enough. "Why, my dear, you must know, Mrs. Long says that Netherfield is taken by a young man of large fortune from the north of England, that he came down on Monday to see the place, and was so much delighted with it that he agreed with Mr. Morris immediately, and that some of his servants are to be in the house by the end of next week." "What is his name?" "Bingley." "Is he married or single?" "Oh, single, my dear, to be sure. A single man of large fortune, 4,000 or 5,000 a year, what a fine thing for our girls!" "How so? How can it affect them?" "My dear Mr. Bennet," replied his wife, "how can you be so tiresome? You must know that I'm thinking of his marrying one of them." "Is that his plan in settling here?" "Plan? Nonsense! How can you talk so? But it is very likely that he may fall in love with one of them, and therefore you must visit him as soon as he comes." "I see no reason for that. You and the girls may go, or you may send them by themselves." "But, my dear, you must indeed go and see Mr. Bingley when he comes into the neighbourhood." "It is more than I engage for, I assure you." "But consider your daughters. Only think what it would be for one of them. Sir William and Lady Lucas are determined to go. Indeed you must go, for it will be impossible for us to visit him if you do not." "You are over-scrupulous, surely. I dare say Mr. Bingley will be very glad to see you, and I will send a few lines by you to assure him of my hearty consent to his marrying whichever he chooses of the girls, though I must throw in a good word for my little Lizzie." "I desire you will do no such thing. Lizzie is not a bit better than the others, and I'm sure she is not half so handsome as Jane, nor half so good-humoured as Lydia. But you are always giving her the preference." "They're all silly and ignorant, like other girls, but Lizzie has something more of quickness than her sisters." "Mr. Bennet, how can you abuse your own children in such a way? You take delight in vexing me. You have no compassion for my poor nerves." "You mistake me, my dear. I have high respect for your nerves. They are my old friends. I've heard you mention them these last 20 years at least." "Ah, you do not know what I suffer." "But I hope you will get over it, and live to see 20 young men of 4,000 a year come into the neighbourhood." "It'll be no use to us, since you will not visit them." "Depend on it, my dear, that when there are 20, I will visit them all." Mr. Bennet was so odd a mixture of sarcastic humour, reserve, and caprice, that the experience of 23 years had been insufficient to make his wife understand his character. She was a woman of poor understanding, little information, and uncertain temper. The business of her life was to get her daughters married. Its consolation was visiting and news. Chapter 2. Mr. Bennet had always intended to visit Mr. Bingley, though to the last always assuring his wife that he should not go. Until the evening after the visit was paid, she had no knowledge of it. Observing his second daughter employed in trimming a hat, he suddenly said, "I hope Mr. Bingley will like it, Lizzie." "We're not in a way to know what Mr. Bingley likes," said her mother resentfully, "since we are not to visit." "But you forget, mamma," said Elizabeth, "that we shall meet him at the ball, and that Mrs. Long promised to introduce him." "I do not believe Mrs. Long will do any such thing. She has 2 nieces of her own. I don't like her." "Nor I," said Mr. Bennet. Mrs. Bennet made no reply, but, unable to contain herself, began scolding one of her daughters. "Don't keep coughing so, Kitty, for heaven's sake! Have a little compassion on my nerves. You tear them to pieces." "I do not cough for my own amusement," replied Kitty. "When is your next ball to be, Lizzie?" "To-morrow fortnight." "Ah, so it is," cried her mother. "And Mrs. Long does not come back until the day before, so it will be impossible for her to introduce him, for she will not know him herself." "Then, my dear, you may have the advantage of your friend, and introduce Mr. Bingley to her." "Impossible, Mr. Bennet, impossible, when I'm not acquainted with him myself." "If you refuse, I will do it myself." The girls stared at their father. Mrs. Bennet said only, "Nonsense, nonsense." "Let us return to Mr. Bingley," continued Mr. Bennet. "I'm sick of Mr. Bingley," cried his wife. "I'm sorry to hear that. But why did you not tell me that before? If I had known it this morning, I certainly would not have called on him. It is very unlucky. But as I have actually paid the visit, we cannot escape the acquaintance now." The astonishment of the ladies was just what he wished. When the first tumult of joy was over, Mrs. Bennet began to declare that it was what she had expected all the while. "How good it was in you, my dear Mr. Bennet! But I knew I should persuade you at last. I was sure you loved your girls too much to neglect such an acquaintance. Well, how pleased I am! And it is such a good joke, too, that you should have gone this morning, and never said a word about it until now." "Now, Kitty, you may cough as much as you choose," said Mr. Bennet, and he left the room, tired of his wife. "What an excellent father you have, girls," she said when the door was shut. "At our time of life it is not so pleasant, I can tell you, to be making new acquaintances every day. But for your sakes we would do anything. Lydia, my love, though you are the youngest, I dare say Mr. Bingley will dance with you at the next ball." "Oh," said Lydia, "I'm not afraid, for though I am the youngest, I'm the tallest." The rest of the evening was spent in discussing how soon he would return Mr. Bennet's visit, and determining when they should ask him to dinner. Chapter 3. Not all that Mrs. Bennet, with the assistance of her 5 daughters, could ask on the subject was sufficient to draw from her husband any satisfactory description of Mr. Bingley. They attacked him in various ways, but he eluded the skill of them all, and they were, at last, obliged to accept the second-hand intelligence of their neighbour, Lady Lucas. Her report was highly favourable. He was quite young, wonderfully handsome, and extremely agreeable, and he meant to be at the next ball with a large party. Nothing could be more delightful. "If I can but see one of my daughters happily settled at Netherfield," said Mrs. Bennet to her husband, "and all the others equally well married, I shall have nothing to wish for." In a few days Mr. Bingley returned Mr. Bennet's visit, and sat about 10 minutes with him in his library. He had entertained hopes of being admitted to a sight of the young ladies, of whose beauty he had heard much, but he saw only the father. The ladies were more fortunate, for they had the advantage of seeing from an upper window that he wore a blue coat and rode a black horse. An invitation to dinner was soon afterwards sent, and Mrs. Bennet had already planned the courses when an answer arrived which ruined it all. Mr. Bingley was obliged to be in town the following day, and, consequently, unable to accept the honour of their invitation, etc. Mrs. Bennet was quite disappointed. She could not imagine what business he could have in town so soon after his arrival in Hertfordshire, and she began to fear that he might never settle in Netherfield. But a report soon followed that Mr. Bingley was to bring 12 ladies and 7 gentlemen with him to the ball. And when the party entered the assembly-room, it consisted of only 5 altogether. Mr. Bingley, his 2 sisters, the husband of the eldest, and another young man. Mr. Bingley was good-looking and gentlemanlike. He had a pleasant appearance and easy, unaffected manners. His sisters were fine women, with an air of decided fashion. His brother-in-law, Mr. Hurst, merely looked the gentleman, but his friend Mr. Darcy soon drew the attention of the room by his fine, tall person, handsome features, noble face, and 10,000 a year. The gentleman said he was a fine figure of a man. The ladies declared he was much handsomer than Mr. Bingley, and he was looked at with great admiration for about half the evening, till his manners gave a disgust, for he was discovered to be proud, and not even his large estate in Derbyshire could then save him from having a most forbidding, disagreeable countenance, and being unworthy to be compared with his friend. Mr. Bingley had soon made himself acquainted with all the principal people in the room. He was lively and unreserved, danced every dance, was angry that the ball closed so early, and talked of giving one himself at Netherfield. Such amiable qualities must speak for themselves. What a contrast between him and his friend! Mr. Darcy danced only once with Mrs. Hurst, and once with Miss Bingley, declined being introduced to any other lady, and spent the rest of the evening in walking about the room, speaking occasionally to one of his own party. His character was decided. He was the proudest, most disagreeable man in the world, and everybody hoped that he would never come there again. Amongst the most violent against him was Mrs. Bennet. Elizabeth Bennet had been obliged to sit down for 2 dances, and during part of that time Mr. Darcy had been standing near enough for her to hear a conversation between him and Mr. Bingley, who came from the dance for a few minutes to press his friend to join it. "Come, Darcy," said he, "I must have you dance. I hate to see you standing about by yourself in this stupid manner." "I certainly shall not. You know how I detest it, unless I'm particularly acquainted with my partner. Your sisters are engaged, and there is not another woman in the room whom it would not be a punishment to me to stand up with." "I would not be so sure as you are," cried Mr. Bingley. "Upon my honour, I've never met with so many pleasant girls in my life as I have this evening, and there are several of them you see uncommonly pretty." "You are dancing with the only handsome girl in the room," said Mr. Darcy, looking at the eldest Miss Bennet. "Oh, she is the most beautiful creature I ever saw, but there is one of her sisters sitting down just behind you, who is very pretty, and I dare say very agreeable. Do let me ask my partner to introduce you." "Which do you mean?" And turning round, he looked for a moment at Elizabeth, till, catching her eye, he withdrew his own and coldly said, "She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. You had better return to your partner and enjoy her smiles, for you are wasting your time with me." Mr. Bingley followed his advice. Mr. Darcy walked off, and Elizabeth remained with no very cordial feelings toward him. She told the story, however, with great spirit among her friends, for she had a lively, playful disposition, which delighted in anything ridiculous. The evening altogether passed off pleasantly to the whole family. Mrs. Bennet had seen her eldest daughter much admired by the Netherfield party. Mr. Bingley had danced with her twice, and she had been distinguished by his sisters. Jane was as much pleased with this as her mother could be, though in a quieter way. Elizabeth felt Jane's pleasure. The whole family returned in good spirits to Longbourn, the village where they lived. They found Mr. Bennet still up. With a book he was regardless of time, and he had a good deal of curiosity as to the events of an evening. He had rather hoped that his wife's views on the stranger would be disappointed, but he soon found out that he had a different story to hear. "Oh, my dear Mr. Bennet," as she entered the room, "we have had a most delightful evening, a most excellent ball. I wish you had been there. Jane was so admired. Nothing could be like it. Everybody said how well she looked, and Mr. Bingley thought her quite beautiful, and danced with her twice. Only think of that! She was the only creature in the room that he asked a second time. He seemed quite struck with Jane as she was going down the dance, so he inquired who she was, and got introduced, and asked her for the two next. I'm quite delighted with him. He's so handsome, and his sisters are charming women. I never in my life saw anything more elegant than their dresses." Here she was interrupted. Mr. Bennet protested against any description of dresses. She was obliged to seek another subject, and related, with much bitterness of spirit and some exaggeration, the shocking rudeness of Mr. Darcy. "But I can assure you," she added, "that Lizzie does not lose much by not suiting his fancy, for he is a most disagreeable, horrid man, so high and so conceited that there was no enduring him. He walked here, and he walked there, fancying himself so very great. I quite detest the man." Chapter 4. When Jane and Elizabeth were alone, the former expressed to her sister just how very much she admired Mr. Bingley. "He's just what a young man ought to be," said she, "sensible, good-humoured, lively, and I never saw such manners, so much ease, with such perfect good breeding." "He's also handsome," replied Elizabeth, "which a young man ought likewise to be, if he possibly can. His character is thereby complete. I was very much flattered by his asking me to dance a second time. I did not expect such a compliment." "Did you not? I did for you. But that is one great difference between us. Compliments always take you by surprise, and me never. He could not help seeing that you were about 5 times as pretty as every other woman in the room. Well, he certainly is very agreeable, and I give you leave to like him. You have liked many stupider persons." "Dear Lizzie." "Oh, you are a great deal too apt, you know, to like people in general. You never see a fault in anybody. All the world are good and agreeable in your eyes. I never heard you speak ill of a human being in your life." "I would not wish to be hasty in censuring anyone, but I always speak what I think." "I know you do, and it is that which surprises me, with your good sense, to be so blind to the follies and nonsense of others. You take the good of everybody's character and make it still better, and say nothing of the bad. And so you like this man's sisters too, do you? Their manners are not equal to his." "Certainly not, at first, but they are very pleasing women when you speak with them. Miss Bingley is to live with her brother, and keep his house, and I think we shall find a very charming neighbour in her." Elizabeth listened in silence, but was not convinced. With her quickness of observation, she was very little disposed to approve of them. They were, in fact, very fine ladies, in good humour when they were pleased, agreeable when they chose it, but proud and conceited. They were rather handsome, had been educated in one of those first private schools in town, had a fortune of £20,000. They were in the habit of spending more than they ought, and of associating with people of rank, thinking well of themselves — they were of a respectable family in the north of England — and meanly of others. Mr. Bingley inherited property of nearly £100,000 from his father, who had intended to purchase an estate, but did not live to do it. It was doubtful to many of those who knew the easiness of Mr. Bingley's temper whether he might not spend the remainder of his days at Netherfield and leave the next generation to purchase. His sisters were anxious for his having an estate of his own, but Mr. Bingley was now established as a tenant. He was pleased with the situation and the principal rooms, satisfied with what the owner said, and took Netherfield immediately. Between him and Darcy there was a very steady friendship, in spite of the great difference of character. Bingley was dear to Darcy by the easiness and openness which offered a great contrast to his own temper, though with his own he never appeared dissatisfied. On the strength of Darcy's regard, Bingley had the firmest reliance, and of his judgment the highest opinion. In understanding, Darcy was the superior. Bingley was by no means deficient, but Darcy was clever. He was at the same time haughty and reserved, and his manners were not inviting. Bingley was liked wherever he appeared. Darcy was continually giving offence. The manner in which they spoke of the ball was characteristic. Bingley had never met with more pleasant people or prettier girls in his life. Everybody had been most kind and attentive to him. There had been no formality, no stiffness. He had soon felt acquainted with all the room, and, as to Miss Bennet, he could not imagine an angel more beautiful. Darcy, on the contrary, had seen a collection of people in whom there was little beauty and no fashion. Miss Bennet he acknowledged to be pretty, but she smiled too much. Mrs. Hurst and her sister pronounced her to be a sweet girl, and one whom they would not object to know better. Chapter 5. Within a short walk of Longbourn lived a family with whom the Bennets were particularly friendly. Sir William Lucas had been formerly in trade in Meryton, where he had made a tolerable fortune, and risen to the honour of knighthood. He had removed with his family to a house about a mile from Meryton, named from that period Lucas Lodge, where he could think with pleasure of his own importance. By nature inoffensive, friendly, and obliging, he was all attention to everybody. Lady Lucas was a very good kind of woman. They had several children. The eldest of them, a sensible, intelligent young woman, about 27, was Elizabeth's intimate friend. The morning after the assembly brought the Lucases to Longbourn to hear and to communicate. "You began the evening well, Charlotte," said Mrs. Bennet to Miss Lucas. "You were Mr. Bingley's first choice." "Yes, but he seemed to like his second better." "Oh, you mean Jane? I suppose because he danced with her twice. To be sure, that did seem as if he admired her. Indeed, I rather believe he did. I heard something about it. I overheard something between him and Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson's asking him how he liked our Meryton balls, and whether he did not think there were a great many pretty women in the room, and which he thought the prettiest, and his answering immediately to the last question, 'Oh, the eldest Miss Bennet. There cannot be two opinions on that point.' Mr. Darcy is not so well worth listening to as his friend, is he? Poor Eliza, to be only just tolerable, said Charlotte. "I beg you would not put it into Lizzie's head to be vexed by his ill-treatment, for he is such a disagreeable man that it would be quite a misfortune to be liked by him. Mrs. Long told me last night that he sat close to her for half an hour without once opening his lips," said Mrs. Lucas. "Is not there a little mistake?" said Jane. "I certainly saw Mr. Darcy speaking to her." "Because she asked him at last how he liked Netherfield, and he could not help answering her. But she said he seemed quite angry at being spoken to." "Miss Bingley told me," said Jane, "that he never speaks much, unless among his intimate acquaintances. With them he is remarkably agreeable." "I do not believe a word of it, my dear." "I wish he had danced with Eliza," said Miss Lucas. "Another time, Lizzie," said her mother. "I would not dance with him if I were you." "I believe, ma'am, I may safely promise you never to dance with him." "His pride," said Miss Lucas, "does not offend me so much, because there is an excuse for it. One cannot wonder that so very fine a young man, with family, fortune, everything in his favour, should think highly of himself. If I may express it, he has a right to be proud." "That's very true," replied Elizabeth, "and I could easily forgive his pride if he had not mortified mine." "Pride," observed Mary, one of Bennet's sisters, who spent all her time reading books, "is a very common thing, I believe. By all that I have ever read, the human nature is particularly prone to it. Vanity and pride are different things, though the words are often used synonymously. A person may be proud without being vain. Pride relates more to our opinion of ourselves, vanity to what we would have others think of us." "If I were as rich as Mr. Darcy," cried a young Lucas who came with his sisters, "I should not care how proud I was. I would keep a pack of foxhounds and drink a bottle of wine a day." "Then you would drink a great deal more than you ought," said Mrs. Bennet, "and if I were to see you at it, I should take away your bottle directly." The boy protested that she should not. She continued to declare that she would, and the argument ended only with the visit. Chapter 6. The ladies of Longbourn soon visited Netherfield. The visit was soon returned in due form. Miss Bennet's pleasing manners impressed Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley, and though the mother was found to be intolerable, and the younger sisters not worth speaking to, a wish of being better acquainted with them was expressed towards the two eldest. By Jane this attention was received with the greatest pleasure, but Elizabeth still saw superciliousness in their treatment of everybody, hardly excepting even her sister, and could not like them. It was generally evident, whenever they met, that Mr. Bingley did admire Jane, and to her it was equally evident that Jane was in a way very much in love. But she considered with pleasure that it was not likely to be discovered by the world, since Jane united, with great strength of feeling, a composure of temper and a uniform cheerfulness of manner. She mentioned this to her friend Miss Lucas. "It may perhaps be pleasant," replied Charlotte, "to be able to impose on the public in such a case, but it is sometimes a disadvantage to be so very reserved. If a woman conceals her affection with the same skill from the object of it, she may lose the opportunity of fixing him, and it will then be but poor consolation to believe the world equally in the dark. We can all begin freely, but there are very few of us who have heart enough to be really in love without encouragement. In 9 cases out of 10, a woman had better show more affection than she feels. Bingley likes your sister undoubtedly, but he may never do more than like her, if she does not help him on." "But she does help him on, as much as her nature will allow. If I can perceive her regard for him, He must be a simpleton not to discover it too. Remember, Eliza, that he does not know Jane's character as you do. But if a woman likes a man, he must find it out. Perhaps he must, if he sees enough of her. But though Bingley and Jane meet rather often, it is never for many hours together. They always see each other in large mixed parties. Jane should, therefore, make the most of every half-hour in which she can excite his attention. "Your plan is a good one," replied Elizabeth. "If nothing is in question but the desire of being well married, and if I were determined to get a rich husband, or any husband, I dare say I should adopt it. But these are not Jane's feelings. She is not acting by design. As yet, she cannot even be certain of the degree of her own feelings. She has known him only a fortnight. She danced 4 dances with him at Meryton. She saw him one morning at his own house, and has since dined with him in company 4 times. This is not quite enough to make her understand his character. Not as you represent it. Had she merely dined with him, she might only have discovered whether he had a good appetite. But you must remember that 4 evenings have also been spent together, and 4 evenings may do a great deal. I wish Jane success with all my heart, and if she were married to him tomorrow, I should think she had as good a chance of happiness as if she were to be studying his character for 12 months. Happiness in marriage is entirely a matter of chance. People always continue to grow sufficiently unlike afterwards to have their share of vexation, and it is better to know as little as possible of the defects of a person with whom you are to pass your life. You make me laugh, Charlotte, but it is not sound. You know it is not sound, and that you would never act in this way yourself. Occupied in observing Mr. Bingley's attention to her sister, Elizabeth was far from suspecting that she was herself becoming an object of some interest in the eyes of his friend Mr. Darcy. He had looked at her without admiration at the ball, and when they next met, he looked at her only to criticize. Later, he began to find her face uncommonly intelligent, and mentioned the beautiful expression of her dark eyes. He was forced to acknowledge her figure to be light and pleasing, and in spite of his asserting that her manners were not those of a fashionable world, he was caught by their easy playfulness. Of this she was perfectly unaware. To her, he was only the man who made himself agreeable nowhere, and who had not thought her handsome enough to dance with. He began to wish to know more of her, and, as a step towards conversing with her himself, attended to her conversation with others. His doing so drew her notice. "What does Mr. Darcy mean," she said to Charlotte, "by listening to my conversation with Colonel Forster?" "That is a question which Mr. Darcy only can answer. He has a very satirical eye, and if I do not begin by being impertinent myself, I shall soon grow afraid of him." On his approaching them soon afterwards, though without seeming to have any intention of speaking, Elizabeth turned to him and said, "Do you not think, Mr. Darcy, that I expressed myself uncommonly well just now, when I was teasing Colonel Forster to give us a ball at Meryton?" "With great energy, but it is always a subject which makes a lady energetic." "You are severe on us." "I am going to open the instrument, Eliza, and you know what follows," said Miss Lucas. "You are a very strange creature by way of a friend, always wanting me to play and sing before anyone and everybody. I would really rather not sit down before those who must be in the habit of hearing the very best performance," she added. "Very well. If it must be so, it must." And gravely glancing at Mr. Darcy, "There is a fine old saying which everybody here is of course familiar with. Keep your breath to cool your porridge, and I shall keep mine to swell my song." Her performance was pleasing. After a song or two, she was eagerly succeeded at the instrument by her sister Mary, who, being the only plain one in the family, worked hard for knowledge, and was always impatient for display. Mary had neither talent nor taste. Vanity had given her a pedantic air and conceited manner. Elizabeth, easy and unaffected, had been listened to with much more pleasure, though not playing half so well. Mr. Darcy stood near them in silent indignation at such a mode of passing the evening, and was too much engrossed by his thoughts to perceive that Sir William Lucas was his neighbour, till Sir William thus began, "Your friend performs delightfully," he said, on seeing Bingley join the group, "and I doubt not that you are good at it yourself, Mr. Darcy." "You saw me dance at Meryton, I believe, sir." "Do you often dance at St. James's?" "Never, sir." "Do you not think it would be proper compliment to the place?" "It's a compliment which I never pay to any place if I can avoid it." "Do you have a house in town, I conclude?" Mr. Darcy bowed. "I had once had some thought of fixing in town myself, for I am fond of superior society, but I did not feel quite certain that the air of London would agree with Lady Lucas." He paused in hopes of an answer, but his companion was not disposed to make any. At that instant he saw Elizabeth moving towards them, and called out to her, "My dear Miss Eliza, why are you not dancing? Mr. Darcy, you must allow me to present this young lady to you as a very desirable partner. You cannot refuse to dance, I'm sure, when so much beauty is before you." And, taking her hand, he would have given it to Mr. Darcy, who, though extremely surprised, was not unwilling to receive it, when she instantly drew back and said, "Indeed, sir, I have not the least intention of dancing. I entreat you not to suppose that I moved this way in order to beg for a partner." Mr. Darcy, with grave propriety, requested to be allowed the honour of her hand, but in vain. Elizabeth was determined. "You excel so much in the dance, Miss Eliza, that it is cruel to deny me the happiness of seeing you, and though this gentleman dislikes the amusement in general, he can have no objection, I am sure, to oblige us for 1/2 hour," said Sir William. "Mr. Darcy is all politeness," said Elizabeth, smiling. "He is indeed." Elizabeth turned away. Her resistance had not injured her with the gentleman, and he was thinking of her with some complacency when he was addressed by Miss Bingley. "I can guess the subject of your reverie." "I should imagine not." "You're considering how tiresome it would be to pass many evenings in this manner, in such society, and, indeed, I am quite of your opinion. I was never more annoyed." "Your idea is totally wrong, I assure you. My mind was more agreeably engaged. I have been meditating on the very great pleasure which a pair of fine eyes in the face of a pretty young woman can give." Miss Bingley immediately fixed her eyes on his face, and asked what lady had inspired such reflections. Mr. Darcy replied, "Miss Elizabeth Bennet." "Miss Elizabeth Bennet?" repeated Miss Bingley. "I am all astonishment. How long has she been such a favourite, and when am I to wish you joy?" "That is exactly the question which I expected you to ask. A lady's imagination is very rapid. It jumps from admiration to love, from love to marriage, in a moment. I knew you would be wishing me joy." "If you're serious about it, I shall consider the matter settled. You will be having a charming mother-in-law indeed." He listened to her with perfect indifference while she chose to entertain herself in this manner, and his composure convinced her that all was safe. Chapter 7. Mr. Bennet's property consisted almost entirely in an estate of 2,000 a year, which, unfortunately for his daughters, was entailed on a distant relation and their mother's fortune, though ample for her situation in life, could hardly supply the deficiency of his. Her father had been an attorney in Meryton, and had left her £4,000. She had a sister married to a Mr. Phillips, who had been a clerk to their father and succeeded him in the business, and a brother settled in London in a respectable line of trade. The village of Longbourn was only 1 mile from Meryton, a most convenient distance for the young ladies, who usually went there 3 or 4 times a week, to pay their duty to their aunt and to a milliner's shop just over the way. The 2 youngest of the family, Catherine and Lydia, went particularly frequently. Their minds were more vacant than their sisters'. At present, indeed, they were well supplied both with news and happiness by the recent arrival of a militia regiment in the neighbourhood. It was to remain the whole winter, and Meryton was the headquarters. Every day added something to their knowledge of the officers' names and connections. They could talk of nothing but officers, and Mr. Bingley's large fortune was worthless in their eyes. One morning Mr. Bennet coolly observed, "From all that I can collect by your manner of talking, you must be 2 of the silliest girls in the country. I've suspected it some time, but now I'm convinced." Catherine was disconcerted and made no answer, but Lydia, with perfect indifference, continued to express her admiration of Captain Carter and her hope of seeing him in the course of the day. "I'm astonished, my dear," said Mrs. Bennet to her husband, "that you should be so ready to think of your own children silly." "If my children are silly, I must hope to be always sensible of it." "Yes, but as it happens, they are all of them very clever." "This is the only point on which we do not agree. I think our 2 youngest daughters uncommonly foolish." "My dear Mr. Bennet, you must not expect such girls to have the sense of their father and mother. When they get to our age, I dare say they will not think about officers any more than we do." The conversation was interrupted by the entrance of the footman with a note for Miss Bennet. It came from Netherfield, and the servant waited for an answer. Mrs. Bennet's eyes sparkled with pleasure. "Well, Jane, who is it from? What is it about? What does he say? Well, Jane, make haste and tell us. Make haste, my love." "It is from Miss Bingley," said Jane, and then read it aloud. "My dear friend, if you are not so compassionate as to dine to-day with Louisa and me, we shall be in danger of hating each other for the rest of our lives. For a whole day's tete-a-tete between 2 women can never end without a quarrel. Come as soon as you can on receipt of this. My brother and the gentleman are to dine with the officers. Yours ever, Caroline Bingley." "With the officers!" cried Lydia. "I wonder my aunt did not tell us of that." "Dining out," said Mrs. Bennet. "That is very unlucky." "Can I have the carriage?" said Jane. "No, my dear, you had better go on horseback, because it seems likely to rain, and then you must stay all night." "That would be a good scheme," said Elizabeth, "if you were sure that they would not offer to send her home." "Oh, but the gentleman will have Mr. Bingley's chaise to go to Meryton, and the Hursts have no horses to theirs. I had much rather go in the coach. But, my dear, your father cannot spare the horses, I am sure. They are wanted in the farm, Mr. Bennet, are they not?" "They are wanted in the farm much oftener than I can get them." "But if you've got them to-day," said Elizabeth, "my mother's purpose will be answered." She did at last extort from her father an acknowledgment that the horses were engaged. Jane was therefore obliged to go on horseback, and her mother attended her to the door. Jane had not been gone long before it rained hard. Her sisters were uneasy for her, but her mother was delighted. The rain continued the whole evening. Jane certainly could not come back. "This was a lucky idea of mine indeed," said Mrs. Bennet more than once. Breakfast was scarcely over when a servant from Netherfield brought the following note for Elizabeth. "My dearest Lizzie, I find myself very unwell this morning, which, I suppose, is due to my getting wet through yesterday. My kind friends will not hear of my returning till I am better. They insist also on my seeing Mr. Jones. Therefore do not be alarmed if you should hear of his having been to me, and, excepting a sore throat and headache, there is not much the matter with me. Yours, etc." "Well, my dear," said Mr. Bennet, when Elizabeth had read the note aloud, "if your daughter should have a dangerous fit of illness, if she should die, it would be a comfort to know that it was all in pursuit of Mr. Bingley, and under your orders." "Oh, I'm not afraid of her dying. People do not die of little trifling colds. She will be taken good care of. As long as she stays there, it is all very well." Elizabeth, feeling really anxious, was determined to go to her. She declared her resolution. "How can you be so silly," cried her mother, "as to think of such a thing, in all this dirt? You will not be fit to be seen when you get there." "I shall be very fit to see Jane, which is all I want. The distance is nothing when one has a motive, only 3 miles. I shall be back by dinner." "We will go as far as Meryton with you," said Catherine and Lydia. Elizabeth accepted their company, and the 3 young ladies set off together. In Meryton they parted. The 2 youngest went to the lodgings of one of the officers' wives, and Elizabeth continued her walk alone, crossing field after field at a quick pace, and finding herself at last within view of the house. With weary ankles, dirty stockings, and a face glowing with the warmth of exercise, she was shown into the breakfast parlour, where all but Jane were sitting, and where her appearance created a great deal of surprise. That she should have walked 3 miles so early in the day, in such dirty weather, and by herself, was almost incredible to Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley, and Elizabeth was convinced that they felt contempt for it. She was received, however, very politely by them, and in their brother's manners there was something better than politeness. There was good humour and kindness. Mr. Darcy said very little, and Mr. Hurst nothing at all. The former was divided between admiration of the brilliancy which exercise had given to her complexion, and doubt as to the necessity of coming so far alone. Her inquiries after her sister were not very favourably answered. Miss Bennet had slept ill, and was very feverish, and not well enough to leave her room. Elizabeth was glad to be taken to her immediately, and Jane was delighted at her entrance. She was not fit to much conversation, and Elizabeth silently attended her. When breakfast was over, they were joined by the sisters, and Elizabeth began to like them herself when she saw how much affection they showed for Jane. The doctor came, and having examined his patient, said that she had caught a violent cold, advised her to return to bed, and promised her some draughts. The advice was followed readily, for the feverish symptoms increased, and her head ached acutely. Elizabeth did not leave her room for a moment, nor were the other ladies often absent. The gentlemen being out, they had, in fact, nothing to do elsewhere. When the clock struck 3, Elizabeth felt that she must go, and very unwillingly said so. When Jane expressed such concern in parting with her, Miss Bingley was obliged to offer an invitation to remain at Netherfield for the present. Elizabeth most thankfully consented, A servant was sent to Longbourn to bring back a supply of clothes. Chapter 8. At 5 o'clock the two ladies retired to dress, and at 6:30 Elizabeth was summoned to dinner. Jane was by no means better. The sisters, on hearing this, repeated 3 or 4 times how much they were grieved, how shocking it was to have a bad cold, and how they disliked being ill themselves, and then thought no more of the matter. Their indifference towards Jane restored Elizabeth to the enjoyment of all her former dislike. Their brother, indeed, was the only one of the party whom she could regard with any complacency. His anxiety for Jane was evident, and his attentions to herself most pleasing. She had very little notice from any but him. When dinner was over, she returned directly to Jane, and Miss Bingley began abusing her as soon as she was out of the room. Her manners, she said, were very bad indeed, a mixture of pride and impertinence. She had no conversation, no style, no beauty. Mrs. Hurst thought the same, and added, "She has nothing, in short, to recommend her, but being an excellent walker. I shall never forget her appearance this morning. She really looked almost wild." "She did indeed, Louisa, very nonsensical to come at all. Only because her sister had a cold, and her hair so untidy." "Yes, and her petticoat. I hope you saw her petticoat 6 inches deep in mud, and the gown didn't hide it at all."
"Your picture may be very exact, Louisa," said Bingley, "but this was all lost upon me. I thought Miss Elizabeth Bennet looked remarkably well when she came into the room this morning. Her dirty petticoat quite escaped my notice."
"You observed it, Mr. Darcy, I'm sure," said Miss Bingley, "and I'm inclined to think that you would not wish to see your sister make such an exhibition."
"Certainly not."
"To walk 3 miles, or 4 miles, or 5 miles, or whatever it is, above her ankles in dirt, and alone, quite alone. What could she mean by it? It seems to me to show a sort of conceited independence and complete indifference to decorum."
"It shows an affection for her sister that is very pleasing," said Bingley.
"I'm afraid, Mr. Darcy," observed Miss Bingley in a half-whisper, "that this adventure has rather affected your admiration of her fine eyes."
"Not at all," he replied. "They were brightened by the exercise."
A short pause followed. Then Mrs. Hurst began again. "I have an excessive regard for Miss Jane Bennet. She is really a very sweet girl, and I wish with all my heart she were well settled. But with such a father and mother, and such low connections, I'm afraid there is no chance of it. I think I have heard you say that their uncle is an attorney on Meryton." "Yes, and they have another who lives somewhere near Cheapside."
"But it must lessen their chance of marrying men of any consideration in the world," replied Darcy.
To this speech Bingley made no answer. With a renewal of tenderness they returned to Jane's room, and sat with her till summoned to coffee. She was still very poorly, and Elizabeth did not leave her till late in the evening, when she had the comfort of seeing her asleep. On entering the drawing-room, she found the whole party at loo, and was immediately invited to join them, but she declined it, and said she would amuse herself for the short time she could stay below with a book. Mr. Hurst looked at her with astonishment.
"Do you prefer reading to cards?" said he. "That is rather singular."
"Miss Eliza Bennet," said Miss Bingley, "despises cards. She's a great reader, and has no pleasure in anything else."
"I deserve neither such praise nor such censure," cried Elizabeth. "I am not a great reader, and I have pleasure in many things."
"In nursing your sister, I'm sure you have pleasure," said Bingley, "and I hope it will soon be increased by seeing her quite well." Elizabeth thanked him from her heart, and then walked towards the table, where a few books were lying. He immediately offered to fetch her others, all that his library afforded. "And I wish my collection were larger for your benefit and my own credit, but I am an idle fellow, and though I don't have many, I have more than I ever looked into." Elizabeth assured him that she could suit herself perfectly with those in the room. "I'm astonished," said Miss Bingley, "that my father should have left so small a collection of books. What a delightful library you have at Pemberley, Mr. Darcy."
"It ought to be good," he replied. "It has been the work of many generations."
"And then you have added so much to it yourself. You're always buying books."
"I cannot comprehend the neglect of a family library in such days as these."
Elizabeth was so much caught with what passed as to leave her very little attention for her book, and soon, laying it wholly aside, she drew near the card-table and stationed herself between Mr. Bingley and his eldest sister to observe the game. "Is Miss Darcy much grown since the spring?" said Miss Bingley. "Will she be as tall as I am?"
"I think she will. She is now about Miss Elizabeth Bennet's height, or rather taller."
"How I long to see her again! I've never met anybody who delighted me so much. Such a countenance, such manners, and so extremely accomplished for her age."
"It is amazing to me," said Bingley, "how young ladies can have patience to be so very accomplished as they all are."
"All young ladies accomplished?"
"My dear Charles, what do you mean?" "Yes, all of them, I think. They all paint tables, cover screens, and net purses. I scarcely know anyone who cannot do all this, and I'm sure I never heard a young lady spoken of for the first time without being informed that she was very accomplished." "Your list of the common extent of accomplishments," said Darcy, "has too much truth. The word is applied to many women who deserve it. But I am very far from agreeing with you in your estimation of ladies in general. I cannot boast of knowing more than half a dozen in the whole range of my acquaintance that are really accomplished."
"Nor I am sure," said Miss Bingley. "Then," observed Elizabeth, "you must comprehend a great deal in your idea of an accomplished woman." "Yes, I do comprehend a great deal in it." "Oh, certainly," cried his faithful assistant, "a woman must have a thorough knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, and the modern languages to deserve the word, and besides all this she must possess a certain something in her air and manner of walking, the tone of her voice, her address and expressions, or the word would be but half deserved."
"All this she must possess," added Darcy, "and to all this she must yet add something more substantial, in the improvement of her mind by extensive reading."
"I am no longer surprised at your knowing only 6 accomplished women. I rather wonder now at your knowing any."
"Are you so severe upon your own sex as to doubt the possibility of all this?"
"I never saw such a woman. I never saw such capacity and taste and elegance as you described united." Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley both cried out against the injustice of her doubt, and were both protesting that they knew many women who answered this description. The conversation was soon at an end, and Elizabeth left the room. "Elizabeth Bennet," said Miss Bingley when the door was closed on her, "is one of those young ladies who seek to recommend themselves to the other sex by undervaluing their own, and with many men, I dare say, it succeeds. But, in my opinion, it is a very mean art."
"Undoubtedly," replied Darcy, to whom this remark was chiefly addressed. "There is some meanness in all the arts which ladies sometimes use to attract men's attention."
Miss Bingley was not so entirely satisfied with this reply as to continue the subject. Elizabeth joined them again, only to say that her sister was worse, and that she could not leave her. Bingley insisted that Mr. Jones should be sent for immediately, while his sisters, convinced that no country advice could be of any service, recommended an express to town for one of the best physicians. It was settled that Mr. Jones should be sent for early in the morning, if Miss Bennet were not decidedly better. Bingley was quite uncomfortable and gave his housekeeper directions that every attention might be paid to the sick lady and her sister. Chapter 9. Elizabeth passed the chief of the night in her sister's room, and in the morning had the pleasure of being able to send a tolerable answer to the inquiries which she very early received from Mr. Bingley by a housemaid. However, she requested to have a note sent to Longbourn, desiring her mother to visit Jane, and form her own judgment of her situation. The note was immediately dispatched, and Mrs. Bennet, accompanied by her 2 youngest girls, reached Netherfield soon after the family breakfast. Had she found Jane in any apparent danger, Mrs. Bennet would have been very miserable, but seeing that her illness was not alarming, she had no wish of her recovering immediately. She would not listen, therefore, to her daughter's proposal of being carried home. The doctor, who arrived about the same time, also thought it not advisable. After sitting a little while with Jane, on Miss Bingley's invitation, the mother and 3 daughters all attended her into the breakfast parlour. Mrs. Bennet was profuse in her acknowledgments. "I'm sure," she said, "if it was not for such good friends, I don't know what would become of her, for she is very ill indeed, and suffers a great deal, though with the greatest patience in the world, which is always the way with her, for she has without exception the sweetest temper I have ever met with. I often tell my other girls they are nothing to her. You have a sweet room here. I do not know a place in the country that is equal to Netherfield. You will not think of leaving it in a hurry, I hope."
"Whatever I do is done in a hurry," replied Bingley, "and therefore, if I should resolve to leave Netherfield, I should probably be off in 5 minutes. At present, however, I consider myself as quite fixed here."
"That is exactly what I should have supposed of you," said Elizabeth.
"You begin to comprehend me, do you?" cried he, turning towards her.
"Oh, yes, I understand you perfectly."
"I wish I might take this for a compliment, but to be so easily seen through, I am afraid is pitiful."
"That is as it happens. It does not follow that a deep, intricate character is more or less estimable than such a one as yours."
"Lizzie," cried her mother, "remember where you are, and do not run on in the wild manner that you do at home." "I did not know before," continued Bingley immediately, "that you were a studier of character. It must be an amusing study."
"Yes, but intricate characters are the most amusing. They have at least that advantage."
"The country," said Darcy, "can in general supply but a few subjects for such a study. In a country neighbourhood you move in a very confined and unvarying society."
"But people themselves alter so much that there is something new to be observed in them for ever."
"Yes, indeed," cried Mrs. Bennet, offended by this manner of mentioning a country neighbourhood. "I assure you there is quite as much of that going on in the country as in the town."
Everybody was surprised, and Darcy, after looking at her for a moment, turned silently away. Mrs. Bennet, who fancied she had gained a complete victory over him, continued her triumph. I cannot see that London has any great advantage over the country, for my part, except the shops and public places. The country is a vast deal pleasanter, is it not, Mr. Bingley?"
"When I'm in the country," he replied, "I never wish to leave it, and when I'm in town, it is pretty much the same. They have each their advantages, and I can be equally happy in either."
"Ay, that is because you have the right disposition, but that gentleman," looking at Darcy, "seemed to think the country was nothing at all." Nothing but concern for Elizabeth could enable Bingley to keep his countenance. His sister was less delicate, and directed her eyes towards Mr. Darcy with a very expressive smile. Elizabeth, for the sake of saying something that might turn her mother's thoughts, now asked her if Charlotte Lucas had been at Longbourn since her coming away. "Yes, she called yesterday with her father. What an agreeable man Sir William is, Mr. Bingley, is not he? So genteel and easy. He had always something to say to everybody. That is my idea of good breeding. And those persons who fancy themselves very important and never open their mouths quite mistake the matter."
"Did Charlotte dine with you?"
"No, she would go home. I fancy she was wanted about the mince pies. For my part, Mr. Bingley, I always keep servants that can do their own work. My daughters are brought up very differently. The Lucases are very good sort of girls, I assure you. It is a pity they are not handsome. Charlotte is our particular friend." "She seems a very pleasant young woman." "Oh, dear, yes, but you must own she's very plain. Lady Lucas herself has often said so, and envied me Jane's beauty. I do not like to boast of my own child, but to be sure, Jane, one does not often see anybody better looking. It is what everybody says." The pause that followed made Elizabeth tremble lest her mother should be exposing herself again. She longed to speak, but could think of nothing to say, and after a short silence Mrs. Bennet began repeating her thanks to Mr. Bingley for his kindness to Jane, with an apology for troubling him also with Lizzie. Mr. Bingley was unaffectedly civil in his answer, and forced his younger sister to be civil also, and say what the occasion required. Mrs. Bennet was satisfied, and soon afterwards ordered her carriage. Upon this signal, the youngest of her daughters put herself forward. Lydia was a stout, well-grown girl of 15, with a fine complexion and good-humoured countenance, a favourite with her mother, whose affection had brought her into public at an early age. She had high animal spirits, and a sort of natural self-consequence which had increased into assurance. She was very equal, therefore, to address Mr. Bingley on the subject of the ball, and abruptly reminded him of his promise. "I'm perfectly ready, I assure you, to keep my engagement, and when your sister is recovered, you shall, if you please, name the very day of the ball. But you would not wish to be dancing when she's ill." Lydia declared herself satisfied. Mrs. Bennet and her daughters then departed, and Elizabeth returned instantly to Jane, leaving her own and her relations' behaviour to the remarks of the two ladies and Mr. Darcy. Chapter 10. The day passed much as the day before had done. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley had spent some hours of the morning with the invalid, who continued, though slowly, to recover, and in the evening Elizabeth joined their party in the drawing-room. Elizabeth took up some needlework, and was sufficiently amused in attending to what passed between Darcy, who was writing a letter, and Miss Bingley. "How delighted Miss Darcy will be to receive such a letter!" He made no answer. "You write uncommonly fast."
"You are mistaken. I write rather slowly."
"How many letters you must have occasion to write in the course of a year! Letters of business, too! How odious I should think them!"
"It is fortunate, then, that they fall to my lot instead of yours."
"Pray tell your sister that I long to see her."
"I have already told her so once by your desire."
I'm afraid you do not like your pen. Let me mend it for you. I mend pens remarkably well."
"Thank you, but I always mend my own."
"How can you write so even?" He was silent. "Tell your sister I am delighted to hear of her improvement on the harp, and pray let her know that I admire her beautiful little design for a table. But do you always write such charming long letters to her, Mr. Darcy?"
"They are generally long, but whether always charming, it is not for me to determine."
"Oh," cried Miss Bingley, "Charles writes in the most careless way imaginable. He leaves out half his words and blots the rest."
"My ideas flow so rapidly that I have no time to express them, by which means my letters sometimes convey no ideas at all to my correspondents," replied Bingley.
"Your humility, Mr. Bingley," said Elizabeth, "must disarm reproof."
"Nothing is more deceitful," said Darcy, "than the appearance of humility."
"And which of the two do you call my little recent piece of modesty?"
"The indirect boast, for you are really proud of your defects in writing because you consider them as proceeding from a rapidity of thought. When you told Mrs. Bennet this morning that if you ever resolved upon leaving Netherfield you should be gone in 5 minutes, you meant it to be a sort of compliment to yourself."
"Nay," cried Bingley, "this is too much, to remember at night all the foolish things that were said in the morning. And yet, upon my honour, I believe what I said of myself to be true, and I believe it at this moment."
"I dare say you believed it, but I am by no means convinced that you would be gone with such celerity. Your conduct would be quite as dependent on chance as that of any man I know, and if, as you were mounting your horse, a friend were to say, 'Bingley, you had better stay till next week,' you would probably do it."
"You have only proved by this that Mr. Bingley did not do justice to his own disposition. You have shown him off now much more than he did himself."
"I'm exceedingly gratified," said Bingley, "by your converting what my friend says into a compliment on the sweetness of my temper. But I'm afraid you are giving it a turn which that gentleman did not intend. Under such a circumstance I were to give a flat denial and ride off as fast as I could."
"To yield readily, easily, to the persuasion of a friend is no merit with you," said Elizabeth to Darcy.
"To yield without conviction is no compliment to the understanding of either."
"You appear to me, Mr. Darcy, to allow nothing for the influence of friendship and affection. A regard for the person would often make one readily yield to his or her request, without waiting for arguments to reason one into it. Between friend and friend, where one of them is desired by the other to change a resolution of no very great moment, should you think ill of that person for complying with the desire?"
"Will it not be advisable, before we proceed on this subject, to arrange with rather more precision the degree of importance of the request, as well as the degree of intimacy between the friends?"
"By all means," cried Bingley. "Let us hear all the particulars, not forgetting their comparative height and size, for that will have more weight in the argument, Miss Bennet, than you may be aware of. I assure you that if Darcy were not such a great tall fellow in comparison with myself, I should not pay him half so much deference."
I declare I do not know a more awful object than Darcy on particular occasions, and in particular places, at his own house especially, and of a Sunday evening when he has nothing to do." Mr. Darcy smiled, but Elizabeth thought she could perceive that he was rather offended. "I see your design, Bingley," said his friend. "You dislike an argument and want to silence this." "Perhaps I do. Arguments are too much like disputes. If you and Miss Bennet will defer yours till I'm out of the room, I shall be very thankful, and then you may say whatever you like of me." "What you ask," said Elizabeth, "is no sacrifice on my side, and Mr. Darcy had much better finish his letter." Mr. Darcy took her advice and did finish his letter. When that business was over, he applied to Miss Bingley and Elizabeth for some music. Elizabeth could not help observing, as she turned over some music books that lay on the instrument, how frequently Mr. Darcy's eyes were fixed on her. She hardly knew how to suppose that she could be an object of admiration to so great a man, and yet that he should look at her because he disliked her was still more strange. She could only imagine, however, at last that she drew his notice because there was something more wrong and reprehensible, according to his ideas of right, than in any other person present. The supposition did not pain her. She liked him too little to care. Mr. Darcy, drawing near Elizabeth, said to her, "Do you not feel a great inclination, Miss Bennet, to dance a reel?" She smiled, but made no answer. He repeated the question with some surprise at her silence. "Oh," she said, "I heard you before, but I could not immediately determine what to say in reply. You wanted me, I know, to say yes, that you might have the pleasure of despising my taste. I have, therefore, made up my mind to tell you that I do not want to dance a reel at all, and now despise me if you dare." "Indeed, I do not dare." Elizabeth, having rather expected to affront him, was amazed at his gallantry. But there was a mixture of sweetness and archness in her manner which made it difficult for her to affront anybody, and Darcy had never been so attracted by any woman as he was by her. Miss Bingley saw, or suspected, enough to be jealous. She often tried to provoke Darcy into disliking her guest, by talking of their supposed marriage and planning his happiness in such an alliance. "I hope," said she, as they were walking together in the shrubbery the next day, "you will give your mother-in-law a few hints, when this desirable event takes place, of holding her tongue, and try to prevent the younger girls from running after officers. Do you have anything else to propose for my domestic life? Oh, yes! Do let the portraits of your uncle and Aunt Phillips be placed in the gallery at Pemberley. Put them next to your great-uncle, the judge. They are in the same profession, you know, only in different lines. As for your Elizabeth's picture, you must not have it taken, for what painter could do justice to those beautiful eyes? It would not be easy indeed to catch their expression, but their colour and shape, and the eyelashes, so remarkably fine, might be copied." At that moment they were met from another walk by Mrs. Hurst and Elizabeth herself. "I did not know that you intended to walk," said Miss Bingley, in some confusion, lest they had been overheard. Then Mrs. Hurst took the disengaged arm of Mr. Darcy, and she left Elizabeth to walk by herself. The path just admitted 3. Mr. Darcy felt their rudeness, and immediately said, "This walk is not wide enough for our party. We had better go into the avenue." But Elizabeth,
who had not the least inclination to remain with them, laughingly answered, "No, no, stay where you are. You're charmingly grouped, and the picture would be spoilt by admitting a fourth. Good-bye." She then ran gaily off, rejoicing in the hope of being at home again in a day or two. Jane was already so much recovered as to intend leaving her room for a couple of hours that evening. Chapter 11. After dinner, Elizabeth ran up to her sister and attended her into the drawing-room, where she was welcomed by her two friends with many professions of pleasure, and Elizabeth had never seen them so agreeable as they were during the hour which passed before the gentleman appeared. Their powers of conversation were considerable. They could describe an entertainment with accuracy, relate an anecdote with humour, and laugh at their acquaintance with spirit. But when the gentleman entered, Jane was no longer the first object. Miss Bingley's eyes were instantly turned toward Darcy, and she had something to say to him before he had advanced many steps. He addressed himself to Miss Bennet with a polite congratulation. Bingley was full of joy and attention. He sat down by her, and talked scarcely to any one else. Elizabeth, at work in the opposite corner, saw it all with great delight. When tea was over, Darcy took up a book. Miss Bingley did the same, and Mrs. Hurst, principally occupied in playing with her bracelets and rings, joined now and then in her brother's conversation with Miss Bennet. Miss Bingley's attention was quite as much engaged in watching Mr. Darcy's progress through his book as in reading her own. She could not win him, however, to any conversation. He merely answered her question and read on. At length, quite exhausted by the attempt to be amused with her own book, which she had only chosen because it was the second volume of his, she gave a great yawn and said, "How pleasant it is to spend an evening in this way! I declare, after all, there is no enjoyment like reading." No one made any reply. She then yawned again, threw aside her book, and cast her eyes round the room in quest for some amusement, when, hearing her brother mentioning a ball to Miss Bennet, she turned suddenly towards him and said, "By the by, Charles, are you really serious about the ball at Netherfield? I would advise you to consult the wishes of the present party. There are some among us to whom a ball would be rather a punishment than a pleasure." "If you mean Darcy," cried her brother, "he may go to bed before it begins, but as for the ball, it's quite a settled thing." Miss Bingley made no answer, and soon afterwards she got up and walked about the room. Her figure was elegant, and she walked well, but Darcy, at whom it was all aimed, was still deep in his book. In the desperation of her feelings, she resolved on one effort more, and, turning to Elizabeth, said, "Miss Eliza Bennet, let me persuade you to follow my example and take a turn about the room. I assure you it is very refreshing after sitting so long in one attitude." Elizabeth was surprised, but agreed to it immediately. Miss Bingley succeeded in her design. Mr. Darcy looked up. He was as much awake to the novelty of attention in that quarter as Elizabeth herself could be, and unconsciously closed his book. He was directly invited to join their party, but he refused. Miss Bingley required an explanation of his motive. "I have not the smallest objection to explaining," said he, as soon as she allowed him to speak. "You choose this method of passing the evening because you are conscious that your figures appear to be the greatest advantage in walking. I can admire you much better as I sit by the fire." "Oh, shocking!" cried Miss Bingley. "I never heard anything so abominable. How shall we punish him for such a speech?" "Nothing so easy," said Elizabeth. "Tease him, laugh at him. Intimate as you are, you must know how it is to be done." "But upon my honour, I do not. I do assure you that my intimacy has not yet taught me that. Tease calmness of manner and presence of mind. No, no, feel he may defy us there. And as to laughter, we will not expose ourselves by attempting to laugh without a subject." "Mr. Darcy is not to be laughed at," cried Elizabeth. "That is an uncommon advantage. I dearly love a laugh." "Miss Bingley," said he, "has given me more credit than can be. The wisest and best of men, nay, the wisest and best of their actions, may be made ridiculous by a person whose first object in life is a joke." "Certainly," replied Elizabeth, "there are such people, but I hope I am not one of them. I hope I never ridicule what is wise and good. Follies and nonsense and whims, I laugh at them whenever I can. But these, I suppose, are precisely what you are without." "Perhaps that is not possible for anyone, but it has been the study of my life to avoid those weaknesses which often expose a strong understanding to ridicule." "Such as vanity and pride?" "Yes, vanity is a weakness indeed, but pride, where there is a real superiority of mind, pride will always be under good regulation." Elizabeth turned away to hide a smile. "Your examination of Mr. Darcy is over, I think," said Miss Bingley. "And what is the result?" "I'm perfectly convinced by it that Mr. Darcy has no defect." "No," said Darcy, "I have made no such pretension. I have faults enough, but they are not, I hope, of understanding. My temper I dare not vouch for. It is, I believe, too little yielding, certainly too little for the convenience of the world. I cannot forget the follies and vices of others so soon as I ought, nor their offences against myself. My temper would perhaps be called resentful. My good opinion, once lost, is lost for ever." "Resentment is a shade in a character," cried Elizabeth. "But you have chosen your fault well. I really cannot laugh at it. You are safe from me." "There is, I believe, in every disposition a tendency to some particular evil, a natural defect, which not even the best education can overcome. And your defect is to hate everybody." "And yours," he replied with a smile, "is wilfully to misunderstand them." "Do let us have a little music," cried Miss Bingley, tired of a conversation in which she had no share. Chapter 12. Elizabeth wrote the next morning to their mother to beg that the carriage might be sent for them in the course of the day. But Mrs. Bennet, who had calculated on her daughter's remaining at Netherfield till the following Tuesday, could not bring herself to receive them with pleasure before. Her answer was not satisfactory, at least to Elizabeth's wishes, for she was impatient to get home. Mrs. Bennet sent them word that they could not possibly have the carriage before Tuesday. Elizabeth was determined to leave Netherfield as soon as possible, and urged Jane to borrow Mr. Bingley's carriage immediately, and at length it was settled. Much was said of wishing them to stay at least till the following day. It was settled that they would go on Sunday. Miss Bingley was sorry that their going was deferred, for her jealousy and dislike of one sister much exceeded her affection for the other. The master of the house heard with real sorrow that they were to go so soon, and repeatedly tried to persuade Miss Bennet that it would not be safe for her, that she was not enough recovered. But Jane was firm where she felt herself to be right. To Mr. Darcy it was welcome intelligence. Elizabeth had been at Netherfield long enough. She attracted him more than he liked, and Miss Bingley was uncivil to her, and more teasing than usual to himself. He wisely resolved to be particularly careful that no sign of admiration should now escape him. He scarcely spoke 10 words to her through the whole of Saturday, and though they were at one time left by themselves for half an hour, he would not even look at her. On Sunday, after morning service, the separation, so agreeable to almost all, took place. Elizabeth took leave of the whole party in the liveliest of spirits. They were not welcome home very cordially by their mother. Mrs. Bennet wondered at their coming, but their father was really glad to see them. He had felt their importance in the family circle. The evening conversation, when they were all assembled, had lost much of its animation, and almost all its sense by the absence of Jane and Elizabeth. They found Mary, as usual, deep in the study of human nature, and had some extracts of threadbare morality to listen to. Catherine and Lydia had information of a different sort. Much had been done, and much had been said in the regiment. Several of the officers had dined lately with their uncle, and it had actually been hinted at Colonel Forster was going to be married. Chapter 13.
"I hope, my dear," said Mr. Bennet to his wife, as they were at breakfast next morning, "that you've ordered a good dinner to-day, because I've reason to expect an addition to our family party."
"What do you mean, my dear? I know of nobody that is coming unless Charlotte Lucas should happen to call in, and my dinners are good enough for her."
"The person of whom I speak is a gentleman, and a stranger."
Mrs. Bennet's eyes sparkled. "A gentleman and a stranger? Is it Mr. Bingley? I am sure I shall be extremely glad to see Mr. Bingley."
"It is not Mr. Bingley," said her husband. "It is a person whom I never saw in the whole course of my life."
This roused a general astonishment, and he was eagerly questioned by his wife and 5 daughters at once. After amusing himself some time with their curiosity, he thus explained, "About a month ago I received this letter, and about a fortnight ago I answered it, for I thought it a case of some delicacy, and requiring early attention. It is from my cousin, Mr. Collins, who, when I am dead, may turn you all out of this house as soon as he pleases." "Oh, my dear," cried his wife, "I cannot bear to hear that mentioned. Pray do not talk of that odious man. I do not think it is the hardest thing in the world that your estate should be entailed away from your own children, and I am sure, if I had been you, I should have tried long ago to do something or other about it." Jane and Elizabeth tried to explain to her the nature of an entail. They had often attempted to do it before, but Mrs. Bennet continued to speak bitterly against the cruelty of settling an estate away from a family of 5 daughters, in favour of a man whom nobody cared anything about.
"Nothing can clear Mr. Collins from the guilt of inheriting Longbourn," said Mr. Bennet, "but if you will listen to his letter, you may perhaps be a little softened by his manner of expressing himself."
"No, that I am sure I shall not, and I think it is very impertinent of him to write to you at all, and very hypocritical. I hate such false friends."
Hunsford, near Westerham, Kent, 15th October.
Dear Sir, the disagreement existing between yourself and my late honoured father always gave me much uneasiness, and, since I have had the misfortune to lose him, I have frequently wished to heal the breach, but for some time I was kept back by my own doubts. fearing lest it might seem disrespectful to his memory for me to be on good terms with anyone with whom it had always pleased him to be at variance. My mind, however, is now made up on the subject, for having received ordination at Easter, I have been so fortunate as to be distinguished by the patronage of the Right Honourable Lady Catherine de Bourgh, widow of Sir Louis de Bourgh, whose bounty and beneficence has preferred me to the valuable rectory of this parish, where it shall be my earnest endeavour to demean myself with grateful respect towards her ladyship, and be ever ready to perform those rites and ceremonies which are instituted by the Church of England. As a clergyman, moreover, I feel it my duty to promote and establish the blessing of peace in all families within the reach of my influence, and, on those grounds, I flatter myself that the circumstance of my being next in the entail of Longbourn estate will be kindly overlooked on your side, and not lead you to reject the offered olive branch. If you should have no objection to receive me into your house, I propose myself the satisfaction of visiting you and your family Monday, November 18th, by 4 o'clock, and shall probably enjoy your hospitality till Saturday, as Lady Catherine is far from objecting to my occasional absence on a Sunday, provided that some other clergyman is engaged to do the duty of the day. I remain, dear sir, with respectful compliments to your lady and daughters, your well-wisher and friend, William Collins.
"At 4 o'clock, therefore, we may expect this peace-making gentleman," said Mr. Bennet, as he folded up the letter. "He seems to be a most conscientious and polite young man, upon my word, and I doubt not will prove a valuable acquaintance, especially if Lady Catherine should be so indulgent as to let him come to us again."
"There is some sense in what he says. I shall not be the person to discourage him." Elizabeth was chiefly struck by his extraordinary deference for Lady Catherine, and his kind intention of christening, marrying, and burying his parishioners whenever it were required. "He must be an oddity, I think," said she. "I cannot make him out. There is something very pompous in his style. Could he be a sensible man, sir?"
"No, my dear, I think not. I have great hopes of finding him quite the opposite. There is a mixture of servility and self-importance in his letter, which promises well. I am impatient to see him."
"In point of composition," said Mary, "the letter does not seem defective. The idea of the olive branch perhaps is not wholly new, yet I think it is well expressed." To Catherine and Lydia, neither the letter nor its writer were in any degree interesting. As for their mother, Mr. Collins' letter had done away much of her ill will, and she was preparing to see him with a degree of composure which astonished her husband and daughters. Mr. Collins was punctual to his time, and was received with great politeness by the whole family. Mr. Bennet, indeed, said little, but the ladies were ready enough to talk, and Mr. Collins seemed neither in need of encouragement nor inclined to be silent himself. He was a tall, heavy-looking young man of 25. His air was grave and stately, and his manners were very formal. He had not been long seated before he complimented Mrs. Bennet on having so fine a family of daughters, said he had heard much of their beauty, and added that he did not doubt her seeing them all in due time comfortably married. This was not much to the taste of some of his hearers, but Mrs. Bennet, who quarrelled with no compliments, answered most readily, "You are very kind, I'm sure, and I wish with all my heart it may prove so. Things are settled so oddly." You allude, perhaps, to the entail of this estate?
Ah, sir, I do indeed. It is a grievous affair to my poor girls. Not that I mean to find fault with you, for such things are all chance in this world. There is no knowing how estates will go once they come to be entailed.
I am very sensible, madam, of the hardship to my fair cousins, and could say much on the subject, but that I am cautious of appearing forward. But I can assure the young ladies that I come prepared to admire them. At present I will not say more, but perhaps when we are better acquainted." He was interrupted by a summons to dinner, and the girls smiled on each other. They were not the only objects of Mr. Collins's admiration. The hall, the dining-room, and all its furniture were examined and praised. The dinner, too, in its turn, was highly admired, and he begged to know to which of his fair cousins the excellency of its cooking was owing. But Mrs. Bennet assured him that they were very well able to keep a good cook, and that her daughters had nothing to do in the kitchen. He begged pardon for having displeased her. In a softened tone she declared herself not at all offended, but he continued to apologize for about a quarter of an hour. Chapter 14. During dinner, Mr. Bennet scarcely spoke at all, but when the servants were withdrawn, he thought it time to have some conversation with his guest by observing that he seemed very fortunate in his patroness. Lady Catherine de Bourgh's attention to his wishes and consideration for his comfort appeared very remarkable. Mr. Bennet could not have chosen better. Mr. Collins was eloquent in her praise. She had asked him twice to dine at Rosings. Lady Catherine was considered proud by many people, he knew, but she had always spoken to him as she would to any other gentleman. She had even condescended to advise him to marry as soon as he could.
"That is all very proper and civil, I am sure," said Mrs. Bennet, "and I dare say she was a very agreeable woman. It is a pity that great ladies in general are not more like her. Does she live near you, sir?"
"The garden in which stands my humble dwelling is separated only by a lane from her ladyship's residence."
"I think you said she was a widow, sir? Does she have any family?"
"She has only one daughter, the heiress of Rosings, and a very extensive property."
"Ah," said Mrs. Bennet, shaking her head, "then she's better off than many girls. And what sort of young lady is she? Is she handsome?"
"She is a most charming young lady indeed. Lady Catherine herself says that, in point of true beauty, Miss de Bourgh is far superior to the handsomest of her sex, because there is that in her features which marks the young lady of distinguished birth. She is unfortunately of a sickly constitution, which has prevented her from making that progress in many accomplishments. But she is perfectly amiable, and often condescends to drive by my humble dwelling in her little phaeton and ponies."
"Has she been presented? I do not remember her name among the ladies at court."
"Her state of health unhappily prevents her being in town. I have more than once observed to Lady Catherine that her charming daughter seemed born to be a duchess. These are the kind of little things which please her ladyship, and it is a sort of attention which I conceive myself bound to pay."
"You judge very properly," said Mr. Bennet, "and it is happy for you that you possess the talent of flattering with delicacy. May I ask whether these pleasing attentions proceed from the impulse of the moment, or are the result of previous study?"
"They arise chiefly from what is passing at the time, and, though I sometimes amuse myself with suggesting and arranging such little elegant compliments as may be adapted to ordinary occasions, I always wish to give them as unstudied an air as possible." Mr. Bennet's expectations were fully answered. His cousin was as absurd as he had hoped, and he listened to him with the keenest enjoyment, maintaining at the same time the most resolute composure of countenance. By tea-time, however, the dose had been enough, and Mr. Bennet was glad to take his guest into the drawing-room again, and, when tea was over, glad to invite him to read aloud to the ladies. Mr. Collins readily assented. Chapter 15. Mr. Collins was not a sensible man. The greatest part of his life was spent under the guidance of an illiterate father, and though he belonged to one of the universities, he had merely kept the necessary terms, without forming at it any useful acquaintance. The way father had brought him up had given him originally great humility of manner, but it was now counteracted by the self-conceit of a weak head, living in retirement, and the feelings of early and unexpected prosperity. A fortunate chance had recommended him to Lady Catherine de Bourgh, and the respect which he felt for her high rank, a very good opinion of himself, of his authority as a clergyman, made him a mixture of pride, self-importance, and humility. Having now a good house and a very sufficient income, he intended to marry, and visiting the Longbourn family, he had a wife in view, as he meant to choose one of the daughters, if he found them as handsome and amiable as they were represented by common report. He thought it an excellent plan, and excessively generous on his own part. Jane's lovely face confirmed his views, and for the first evening she was his settled choice. The next morning, however, made an alteration. Mrs. Bennet said that as to her younger daughters, she could not take upon her to say, but the eldest daughter was likely to be very soon engaged. Mr. Collins had only to change from Jane to Elizabeth, and it was soon done. Elizabeth, equally next to Jane in birth and beauty, succeeded her, of course. Mrs. Bennet hoped that she might soon have 2 daughters married, and the man whom she could not bear to speak of the day before was now high in her good graces. Lydia expressed intention of walking to Meryton. Every sister except Mary agreed to go with her, and Mr. Collins was to attend them at the request of Mr. Bennet, who was most anxious to get rid of him and have his library to himself. When they came to Meryton, the attention of every lady was caught by a young man, whom they had never seen before, of most gentlemanlike appearance, walking with another officer, Mr. Denny. All were struck with the stranger's air. All wondered who he could be. Kitty and Lydia, determined to find out, led the way across the street. Mr. Denny addressed them directly, and entreated permission to introduce his friend, Mr. Wickham, who had returned with him the day before from town. His appearance was greatly in his favour. He had all the beauty, a fine countenance, a good figure, and very pleasing address. The whole party was still standing and talking together very agreeably, when Darcy and Bingley were seen riding down the street. The 2 gentlemen came directly towards them, and began the usual civilities. Bingley was the principal spokesman, and Miss Bennet the principal object. He was then, he said, on his way to Longbourn on purpose to inquire after her. Mr. Darcy confirmed it with a bow, and was beginning to determine not to fix his eyes on Elizabeth, when they were suddenly arrested by the sight of the stranger, and Elizabeth, having seen the faces of both as they looked at each other, was astonished at the effect of the meeting. Both changed colour. One looked white, the other red. Mr. Wickham, after a few moments, touched his hat. Mr. Darcy just deigned to return the greeting. What could be the meaning of it? It was impossible to imagine. In another minute Mr. Bingley took leave and rode on with his friend. Mr. Denny and Mr. Wickham walked with the young ladies to the door of Mr. Phillips's house, and then made their bows, in spite of Miss Lydia's entreaties that they should come in. Mrs. Phillips was always glad to see her nieces, and the two eldest, from their recent absence, were particularly welcome, and she was eagerly expressing her surprise at their sudden return home. She received Mr. Collins with her very best politeness, which he returned with as much more, apologizing for his intrusion without any previous acquaintance with her. Mrs. Phillips was quite awed by such good breeding. She could only tell her nieces, what they already knew, that Mr. Denny had brought Mr. Wickham from London, and that he was to have a lieutenant's commission. Some of the officers were to dine with the Phillipses the next day, and their aunt promised to make her husband call on Mr. Wickham, and give him an invitation also, if the family from Longbourn would come in the evening. This was agreed to. The prospect of such delights was very cheering, and they parted in mutual good spirits. Mr. Collins repeated his apologies, and was assured that they were perfectly needless. As they walked home, Elizabeth related to Jane what she had seen pass between the two gentlemen. Jane could no more explain such behaviour than her sister. Mr. Collins, on his return, highly gratified Mrs. Bennet by admiring Mrs. Phillips's manner and politeness. He said that, except Lady Catherine and her daughter, he had never seen a more elegant woman, and had never met with so much attention in the whole course of his life. Chapter 16. The coach brought Mr. Collins and his 5 cousins at a suitable hour to Meryton, and the girls had the pleasure of hearing, as they entered the drawing-room, that Mr. Wickham had accepted their uncle's invitation, and was then in the house. When this information was given, and they had all taken their seats, Mr. Collins was at leisure to look around him and admire, and he was very much struck with the size and furniture of the apartment. When Mrs. Phillips understood from him what Rosings was, and who was its proprietor, when she had listened to the description of only one of Lady Catherine's drawing-rooms, she felt all the force of the compliment. In describing to her all the grandeur of Lady Catherine and her mansion, he was happily employed until the gentlemen joined them, and he found in Mrs. Phillips a very attentive listener. To the girls, who could not listen to their cousin, and who had nothing to do but wish for an instrument, the interval of waiting appeared very long. It was over at last, however. The gentleman did approach, and when Mr. Wickham walked into the room, Elizabeth felt that she had neither been seeing him before, nor thinking of him since, with the smallest degree of unreasonable admiration. Mr. Wickham was as far beyond the officers in person, countenance, air, and walk. Mr. Wickham was the happy man towards whom almost every female eye was turned, and Elizabeth was the happy woman by whom he finally seated himself, and the agreeable manner in which he immediately fell into conversation made her feel that the dullest topic might become interesting by the skill of the speaker. With such rivals as Mr. Wickham and the officers, Mr. Collins seemed to sink into insignificance. To the young ladies he certainly was nothing. Mr. Wickham was with ready delight received at the table between Elizabeth and Lydia. Mr. Wickham was at leisure to talk to Elizabeth, and she was very willing to hear him, though what she chiefly wished to hear she could not hope to be told: the history of his acquaintance with Mr. Darcy. She dared not even mention that gentleman. But Mr. Wickham began the subject himself. He inquired how far Netherfield was from Meryton, and, after receiving her answer, asked in a hesitating manner how long Mr. Darcy had been staying there. "About a month," said Elizabeth, and then added, "He is a man of very large property in Derbyshire, I understand."
"Yes," replied Mr. Wickham,
"his estate there is a noble one, a clear 10,000 a year. I've been connected with his family in a particular manner from my infancy." Elizabeth could not but look surprised. "You may well be surprised, Miss Bennet, at my words, after seeing the very cold manner of our meeting yesterday. Are you much acquainted with Mr. Darcy?" "As much as I ever wish to be," cried Elizabeth very warmly. "I have spent 4 days in the same house with him, and I think him very disagreeable." "I have no right to give my opinion," said Wickham, "as to his being agreeable or otherwise. I'm not qualified to form one. I have known him too long and too well to be a fair judge. It is impossible for me to be unprejudiced. He's not at all liked in Hertfordshire. Everybody is disgusted with his pride." After a short interruption, Wickham said, "The world is blinded by his fortune and consequence, or frightened by his high and imposing manners, and sees him only as he chooses to be seen. I should take him, even on my slight acquaintance, to be an ill-tempered man." Wickham only shook his head. "I wonder," said he, at the next opportunity of speaking, "whether he is likely to be in this country much longer." "I do not at all know, but I heard nothing of his going away when I was at Netherfield. I hope your plans in favour of the shire will not be affected by his presence." "Oh, no, it is not for me to be driven away by Mr. Darcy. If he wishes to avoid seeing me, he must go. We are not on friendly terms, and it always gives me pain to meet him, but I have no reason for avoiding him. His father, Miss Bennet, the late Mr. Darcy, was one of the best men that ever lived, and the truest friend I ever had, and I can never be in company with this Mr. Darcy without being grieved to the soul by 1,000 tender recollections." Elizabeth found the interest of the subject increase, and listened with all her heart. Mr. Wickham began to speak on more general topics: Meryton, the neighbourhood, the society. "It was the prospect of constant society and good society," he added, "which was my chief reason of entering the shire. I knew it to be a most respectable, agreeable corps, and my friend Denny tempted me further by his account of their present quarters. I have been a disappointed man, and my spirits will not bear loneliness. I must have employment and society. A military life is not what I was intended for. The church ought to have been my profession. I was brought up for the church, and, but for Darcy, I should at this time have been in possession of a most valuable living." "Indeed?" "Yes, the late Mr. Darcy was my godfather, and excessively attached to me. I cannot do justice to his kindness. He meant to provide for me amply, and thought he had done it. But it was given elsewhere." "Good heavens!" cried Elizabeth. "But how could his will be disregarded? Why did you not seek legal procedure?" "There was just such an informality in the terms of the will as to give me no hope from law. A man of honour could not have doubted the intention, but Mr. Darcy chose to doubt it, and to treat it as a merely conditional recommendation. The parish became vacant 2 years ago, and it was given to another man, and I cannot accuse myself of having really done anything to deserve to lose it. I may have spoken my opinion of him, and to him, too freely. I can recall nothing worse, but the fact is that we're very different sort of men, and he hates me.
This is quite shocking. He deserves to be publicly disgraced.
Some time or other he will be, but not by me. Till I can forget his father, I can never defy or expose him. Elizabeth honoured him for such feelings, and thought him handsomer than ever as he expressed them. "But what," she said after a pause, "can have been his motive? What can have induced him to behave so cruelly?" "Oh, a thorough determined dislike of me, dislike and jealousy. Had the late Mr. Darcy liked me less, his son might have borne with me better, but his father's uncommon attachment to me irritated him, I believe, very early in life." "I had not thought Mr. Darcy so bad as this. Though I have never liked him, I had not thought so very ill of him. I had supposed him to be despising his fellow creatures in general, but did not suspect him of such injustice, such inhumanity as this." After a few minutes' reflection, however, she continued, "I do remember his boasting one day of having an unforgiving temper. His disposition must be dreadful." "I will not trust myself on the subject," replied Wickham. "I can hardly be just to him." Elizabeth was again deep in thought, and after a time exclaimed, "To treat in such a manner the godson, the friend, the favourite of his father," she could have added, "a young man, too, like you," but she contented herself with, "and one, too, who had probably been his companion from childhood." "We were born in the same parish. Within the same park the greatest part of our youth was passed together. My father began life in the profession of your uncle, Mr. Phillips, but he gave up everything to be of use to the late Mr. Darcy, and devoted all his time to the care of the Pemberley property. He was most highly esteemed by Mr. Darcy, a most intimate, confidential friend. Mr. Darcy often acknowledged himself to be under the greatest obligations to my father's active help, and immediately before my father's death Mr. Darcy gave him a promise of providing for me." "How strange!" cried Elizabeth. "How abominable! I wonder that the very pride of this Mr. Darcy has not made him just to you." "Almost all his actions may be traced to pride, and pride had often been his best friend," replied Wickham. "Can such abominable pride have ever done him good?" "Yes, it has often led him to be liberal and generous, to give his money freely, to display hospitality, to assist his tenants, and relieve the poor. Family pride, for he is very proud of what his father was, have done this. He has also brotherly pride, which makes him a very kind and careful guardian of his sister." "What sort of girl is Miss Darcy?" He shook his head. "I wish I could call her amiable. It gives me pain to speak ill of a Darcy, but she is too much like her brother, very, very proud. As a child she was affectionate and pleasing, and extremely fond of me, and I have devoted hours and hours to her amusement. But she is nothing to me now. She's a handsome girl, about 15 or 16. Since her father's death, her home has been London." "I'm astonished at his intimacy with Mr. Bingley," said Elizabeth. How can Mr. Bingley, who seems good humour itself, and is, I really believe, truly amiable, be in friendship with such a man? How can they suit each other? Do you know, Mr. Bingley?"
"Not at all."
"He's a sweet-tempered, amiable, charming man. He cannot know what Mr. Darcy is."
"Probably not. But Mr. Darcy can please where he chooses. He can be a pleasant companion if he thinks it worth his while. Among those who are his equals, he is a very different man from what he is to the less prosperous. His pride never deserts him."
The whist party soon afterwards breaking up, the players gathered round the other table, and Mr. Collins took his station between his cousin Elizabeth and Mrs. Phillips. When he mentioned the name of Lady Catherine de Bourgh, Mr. Wickham's attention was caught, and after observing Mr. Collins for a few moments, he asked Elizabeth in a low voice whether her relation was very intimately acquainted with the family of de Bourgh. "Lady Catherine de Bourgh," she replied, "has very lately given him a living. I hardly know how Mr. Collins was first introduced to her notice, but he certainly has not known her long."
"You know, of course, that Lady Catherine de Bourgh and Lady Anne Darcy were sisters, consequently that she is aunt to the present Mr. Darcy."
"No, indeed, I did not. I knew nothing at all of Lady Catherine's connections. I never heard of her existence till the day before yesterday."
"Her daughter, Miss de Bourgh, will have a very large fortune, and it is believed that she and her cousin will unite the two estates."
This information made Elizabeth smile, as she thought of poor Miss Bingley. Vain indeed must be all her attentions, vain and useless her affection for her sister, and her praise of himself. "Mr. Collins," she said, "speaks highly both of Lady Catherine and her daughter, but from some particulars that he has related of her ladyship, I suspect his gratitude misleads him, and she is an arrogant, conceited woman."
"I believe her to be both in a great degree," replied Wickham. "I have not seen her for many years, but I very well remember that I never liked her, and that her manners were dictatorial and insolent. She has the reputation of being remarkably sensible and clever, but I believe she derives part of her abilities from her rank and fortune, part from her authoritative manner, and the rest from the pride for her nephew." Elizabeth thought that he had given a very rational account of it, and they continued talking together with mutual satisfaction till supper put an end to cards, and gave the rest of the ladies their share of Mr. Wickham's attentions. There could be no conversation in the noise of Mrs. Phillips's supper party, but his manners recommended him to everybody. Whatever he said was said well, and whatever he did, done gracefully. Elizabeth went away with her head full of him. She could think of nothing but of Mr. Wickham, and of what he had told her all the way home. Chapter 17. Elizabeth related to Jane the next day what had passed between Mr. Wickham and herself. Jane listened with astonishment and concern. She could hardly believe that Mr. Darcy could be so unworthy of Mr. Bingley's regard. "They have both," said she, "been deceived in some way or other of which we can form no idea. Interested people have perhaps misrepresented each to the other. It is impossible for us to know the circumstances which may have alienated them, and blame either of them." "Very true indeed, my dear Jane. I can much more easily believe Mr. Bingley's being imposed on than that Mr. Wickham should invent such a history of himself as he gave me last night. Names, facts, everything mentioned without ceremony. Besides, there was truth in his looks.
It is difficult indeed. It is distressing. One does not know what to think." "I beg your pardon. One knows exactly what to think." The two young ladies were summoned from the shrubbery, where this conversation passed, by the arrival of Mr. Bingley and his sisters, who came to give their personal invitation for the long-expected ball at Netherfield, which was fixed for the following Tuesday. The two ladies were delighted to see their dear friend again, and repeatedly asked what she had been doing with herself since their separation. To the rest of the family they paid little attention, avoiding Mrs. Bennet as much as possible, saying not much to Elizabeth, and nothing at all to the others. The prospect of the Netherfield ball was extremely agreeable to every female of the family. Mrs. Bennet chose to consider it as given in compliment to her eldest daughter, and was particularly flattered by receiving the invitation from Mr. Bingley himself. Jane pictured to herself a happy evening in the society of her two friends, and the attentions of their brother, and Elizabeth thought with pleasure of dancing a great deal with Mr. Wickham, and of seeing a confirmation of everything in Mr. Darcy's look and behaviour. Elizabeth's spirits were so high on this occasion that, though she did not often speak unnecessarily to Mr. Collins, she could not help asking him whether he intended to accept Mr. Bingley's invitation. "I'm by no means of the opinion, I assure you," said he, "that a ball of this kind, given by a young man of character to respectable people, can have any evil tendency, and I am so far from objecting to dancing myself, and I take this opportunity of inviting you, Miss Elizabeth." Elizabeth felt herself completely taken in. She had fully proposed being engaged by Mr. Wickham for those very dances, and to have Mr. Collins instead. There was no help for it, however, and Mr. Collins's proposal was accepted with as good a grace as she could. It now first struck her that she was selected from among her sisters as worthy of being mistress of Hunsford Parsonage. The idea soon reached to conviction, as she observed his increasing politeness toward herself, and heard his frequent attempt at a compliment on her wit and vivacity. It was not long before her mother gave her to understand that the probability of their marriage was extremely agreeable to her. Elizabeth, however, did not choose to take the hint. Mr. Collins might never make the offer, and, till he did, it was useless to quarrel about him. From the day of the invitation to the day of the ball, there was a succession of rain, and Elizabeth found some trial of her patience in weather which totally suspended the improvement of her acquaintanceship with Mr. Wickham. Chapter 18. Till Elizabeth entered the drawing-room at Netherfield and looked in vain for Mr. Wickham, a doubt of his being present had never occurred to her. She had dressed with more than usual care, and prepared in the highest spirits for the conquest of his heart. But in an instant arose the dreadful suspicion of his being purposely omitted for Mr. Darcy's pleasure in the Bingleys' invitation to the officers. And though this was not exactly the case, the absolute fact of his absence was pronounced by his friend Denny, who told them that Wickham had gone to town on business the day before, adding, with a significant smile, "I do not imagine his business would have called him away just now if he had not wanted to avoid a certain gentleman here." Her feeling of displeasure against Mr. Darcy was so sharpened by immediate disappointment that she could hardly reply with tolerable civility to the polite inquiries which he approached to make. Attendance, forbearance, patience with Darcy was injury to Wickham. She was resolved against any sort of conversation with him,
and turned away with a degree of ill-humour. But Elizabeth was not formed for ill-humour, and though every prospect of her own was destroyed for the evening, it could not influence her spirits long. The first 2 dances, however, brought a return of distress. They were dances of mortification. Mr. Collins, awkward and solemn, apologizing instead of attending, and often moving wrong without being aware of it, gave her all the shame and misery which a disagreeable partner for a couple of dances can give. The moment of her release from him was ecstasy. She danced next with an officer, and had the refreshment of talking of Wickham, and of hearing that he was universally liked. When those dances were over, she returned to her friend, Charlotte Lucas, and was in conversation with her, when she found herself suddenly addressed by Mr. Darcy, who took her so much by surprise in his application for her hand that, without knowing what she did, she accepted him. He walked away again immediately. Charlotte tried to console her. "I dare say you will find him very agreeable." "Heaven forbid! That would be the greatest misfortune of all, to find a man agreeable whom one is determined to hate." When the dancing began again, and Darcy approached to claim her hand, Charlotte could not help cautioning her in a whisper not to be a simpleton, and allow her fancy for Wickham to make her appear unpleasant in the eyes of a man 10 times his consequence. Elizabeth made no answer, and took her place in the set, amazed at the dignity to which she was arrived in, being allowed to stand opposite Mr. Darcy, and reading in her neighbours' looks their equal amazement. They stood for some time without speaking a word, and she began to imagine that their silence was to last through the 2 dances, and at first was resolved not to break it, till suddenly, fancying that it would be the greater punishment to her partner to oblige him to talk, she made some slight observation on the dance. He replied, and was again silent. After a pause of some minutes, she addressed him a second time with, "It is your turn to say something now, Mr. Darcy. I talked about the dance, and you ought to make some sort of remark on the size of the room, or the number of couples." He smiled, and assured her that whatever she wished him to say should be said. "Very well. That reply will do for the present. Perhaps by and by I may observe that private balls are much pleasanter than public ones. But now we may be silent." "Do you talk by rule, then, while you are dancing?" "Sometimes. One must speak a little, you know. It would look odd to be entirely silent for half an hour together, and yet the conversation ought to be so arranged as that they might have the trouble of saying as little as possible." "Are you consulting your own feelings in the present case, or do you imagine that you are gratifying mine?" "Both," replied Elizabeth, "for I have always seen a great similarity in the turn of our minds. We are each of an unsocial, taciturn disposition, unwilling to speak, unless we expect to say something that will amaze the whole room." "This is not very striking resemblance of your own character, I'm sure," said he. "How near it may be to mine, I cannot pretend to say. You think it a faithful portrait, undoubtedly." "I must not decide on my own performance." He made no answer, and they were again silent. Then he asked her if she and her sisters did not very often walk to Meryton. She answered in the affirmative, and added, "When you met us there the other day, we had just been forming a new acquaintance." The effect was immediate. A deeper shade of hauteur overspread his features, but he said not a word, and Elizabeth, though blaming herself for her own weakness, could not go on. At length Darcy spoke, and in a constrained manner said, "Mr. Wickham is blessed with such happy manners as may ensure his making friends. Whether he may be equally capable of retaining them is less certain." "He has been so unlucky as to lose your friendship," replied Elizabeth with emphasis, "and in a manner which he is likely to suffer from all his life." Darcy made no answer, and seemed eager of changing the subject. Recovering himself, however, shortly, he turned to his partner and said, "The pause has made me forget what we were talking of." "I do not think we were speaking at all. We have tried 2 or 3 subjects already without success, and what are we to talk of next I cannot imagine." "What do you think of books?" said he, smiling. "Books? Oh, no! I'm sure we never read the same, or not with the same feelings." "I'm sorry you think so. But if that be the case, there can at least be no want of subject. We may compare our different opinions." "No, I cannot talk of books in a ballroom. My head is always full of something else." "The present always occupies you in such scenes, doesn't it?" said he, with a look of doubt. "Yes, always," she replied, without knowing what she said, for her thoughts had wandered far from the subject, as soon afterwards appeared by her suddenly exclaiming, "I remember hearing you once say, Mr. Darcy, that you hardly ever forgave." "I did not," said he, with a firm voice. "And never allow yourself to be blinded by prejudice?" "I hope not. May I ask to what these questions tend?" "Merely to the illustration of your character," she said. "I am trying to make it out." "And what is your success?" She shook her head. "I do not get on at all. I hear such different accounts of you, and they puzzle me exceedingly." "I can readily believe," answered he gravely, "that reports may vary greatly with respect to me, and I could wish, Miss Bennet, that you were not to sketch my character at the present moment. There is reason to fear that it would reflect no credit on either." "But if I do not take your likeness now, I may never have another opportunity." "I would by no means suspend any pleasure of yours," he coldly replied. She said no more, and they went down the other dance and parted in silence, and on each side dissatisfied, though not to an equal degree, for in Darcy's breast there was a tolerable, powerful feeling towards her, which soon procured her pardon, and directed all his anger against another. They had not long separated when Miss Bingley came towards her, and with an expression of disdain said to her, "So, Miss Eliza, I hear you're quite delighted with George Wickham. Your sister has been talking to me about him, and asking me 1,000 questions, and I find that the young man quite forgot to tell you, among his other communication, that he was the son of old Wickham, the late Mr. Darcy's steward. Let me recommend you, however, as a friend, not to give confidence to all his words, for, as to Mr. Darcy's using him ill, it is perfectly false, for, on the contrary, he has always been remarkably kind to him, though George Wickham has treated Mr. Darcy in a most infamous manner. I do not know the particulars, but I know very well that Mr. Darcy is not in the least to blame. My brother thought that he could not well avoid including him in his invitation to the officers. He was excessively glad to find that he had taken himself out of the way. His coming into the country at all is a most insolent thing indeed, and I wonder how he could presume to do it. I pity you, Miss Eliza, for this discovery of your favourite's guilt, but really, considering his origin, one could not expect much better." "His guilt and his origin appear by your account to be the same," said Elizabeth angrily, "for I have heard you accuse him of nothing worse than of being the son of Mr. Darcy's steward, and of that, I can assure you, he informed me himself."
"I beg your pardon," replied Miss Bingley, turning away with a sneer. "Excuse my interference. It was kindly meant." "Insolent girl," said Elizabeth to herself. "You are much mistaken if you expect to influence me by such an attack as this. I see nothing in it but your own ignorance and the malice of Mr. Darcy." She then looked for her eldest sister, who has undertaken to make inquiries on the same subject of Bingley. Jane met her with a smile of sweet complacency and a glow of happy expression that showed how well she was satisfied with the occurrences of the evening. Elizabeth instantly read her feelings, and at the same moment sympathy for Wickham, resentment against his enemies, and everything else gave way before the hope of Jane's being in the fairest way for happiness. "I want to know," said she, with a countenance no less smiling than her sister's, "what you have learnt about Mr. Wickham, but perhaps you have been too pleasantly engaged to think of any third person, in which case you may be sure of my pardon." "No," replied Jane, "I've not forgotten him, but I have nothing satisfactory to tell you. Mr. Bingley does not know the whole of his history, and is quite ignorant of the circumstances which have offended Mr. Darcy. But he is sure of the good conduct and honour of his friend, and is perfectly convinced that Mr. Wickham has deserved much less attention from Mr. Darcy than he has received. And, by his account as well as his sister's, Mr. Wickham is by no means a respectable young man. I am afraid he has been very imprudent, and has deserved to lose Mr. Darcy's regard." "Mr. Bingley does not know Mr. Wickham himself?" "No, he never saw him till the other morning at Meryton." "This account, then, is what he has received from Mr. Darcy. I'm satisfied. But what does he say of the living?" "He does not exactly recollect the circumstances, though he has heard them from Mr. Darcy more than once. He believes that it was left to him conditionally only." "I have not a doubt of Mr. Bingley's sincerity," said Elizabeth warmly, "but you must excuse my not being convinced by assurances only. Mr. Bingley's defence of his friend was a very able one, I dare say, but since he is unacquainted with several parts of the story, and has learned the rest from that friend himself, I shall venture to still think of both gentlemen as I did before." Mr. Collins came up to them, and told her with great exultation that he had just been so fortunate as to make a most important discovery. "I have found out," said he, "by a singular accident, that there is now in the room a near relation of my patroness. I happened to overhear the gentleman himself mentioning to the young lady the names of his cousin, Miss de Bourgh, and of her mother, Lady Catherine. How wonderfully these sort of things occur! Who would have thought of my meeting with, perhaps, a nephew of Lady Catherine de Bourgh in this assembly? I'm most thankful that the discovery is made in time for me to pay my respects to him, which I am now going to do, and trust that he will excuse my not having done it before. My total ignorance of the connection must plead my apology." "You're not going to introduce yourself to Mr. Darcy?" "Indeed I am. I shall entreat his pardon for not having done it earlier. I believe him to be Lady Catherine's nephew." Elizabeth tried hard to dissuade him from such a scheme, assuring him that Mr. Darcy would consider his addressing him without introduction as an impertinent freedom, rather than a compliment to his aunt, that it was not in the least necessary. It must belong to Mr. Darcy, the superior in consequence, to begin the acquaintance. Mr. Collins listened to her with the determined air of following his own decision, and, when she ceased speaking, replied thus: "My dear Miss Elizabeth, I have the highest opinion in the world in your excellent judgment in all matters within the scope of your understanding.
But permit me to say that there must be a wide difference between the established forms of ceremony and those which regulate the clergy. I consider the clerical office as equal in point of dignity with the highest rank in the kingdom, provided that a proper humility of behaviour is at the same time maintained. You must, therefore, allow me to follow my conscience on this occasion, which leads me to perform what I look on as a point of duty. Pardon me for neglecting your advice." And with a low bow he left her to attack Mr. Darcy, whose reception of his advances she eagerly watched, and whose astonishment at being so addressed was very evident. Mr. Collins then returned to Elizabeth. "I have no reason, I assure you," said he, "to be dissatisfied with my reception. Mr. Darcy seemed much pleased with the attention. Upon the whole, I'm much pleased with him." Elizabeth turned her attention almost entirely on her sister and Mr. Bingley, and the train of agreeable reflections which her observations gave birth to made her perhaps almost as happy as Jane. She saw her in idea settled in that very house in all the happiness which a marriage of true affection could give, and she felt capable, under such circumstances, of endeavouring even to like Bingley's two sisters. Her mother's thoughts, she plainly saw, were bent the same way. When they sat down to supper, she was deeply vexed to find that her mother was talking to Lady Lucas freely, openly, and of nothing else but her expectation that Jane would soon be married to Mr. Bingley. It was an animating subject, and Mrs. Bennet could not stop enumerating the advantages of the match. His being such a charming young man, and so rich, and living but 3 miles from them, and then it was such a comfort to think how fond the two sisters were of Jane. It was, moreover, such a promising thing for her younger daughters. She concluded with many good wishes that Lady Lucas might soon be equally fortunate, though evidently and triumphantly believing there was no chance of it. In vain did Elizabeth try to check her mother's words, or persuade her to speak in a whisper, for, to her inexpressible vexation, she could perceive that the chief of it was overheard by Mr. Darcy, who sat opposite to them. Her mother only scolded her for being nonsensical. "What is Mr. Darcy to me, pray, that I should be afraid of him? I'm sure we owe him no such particular civility as to be obliged to say nothing he may not like to hear." "For heaven's sake, madam, speak lower. What advantage can it be for you to offend Mr. Darcy? You will never recommend yourself to his friend by so doing." Nothing that she could say had any influence. Her mother would talk of her views in the same tone. Elizabeth blushed, and blushed again with shame and vexation. She could not help frequently glancing her eye at Mr. Darcy, though every glance convinced her of what she dreaded, for though he was not always looking at her mother, she was convinced that his attention was invariably fixed by her. The expression of his face changed gradually from indignant contempt to a composed and steady gravity. At length, however, Mrs. Bennet had no more to say. Elizabeth now began to revive. When supper was over, her sister Mary was prepared to oblige the company with her singing. By many significant looks did she endeavour to prevent it, but in vain. Mary would not understand them. Such an opportunity of exhibiting was delightful to her, and she began her song. Elizabeth's eyes were fixed on her with most painful sensations. Her voice was weak, and her manner affected. Elizabeth was in agonies. She looked at Jane to see how she bore it. but Jane was very composedly talking to Bingley. She looked at her father to entreat his interference, lest Mary should be singing all night. He took the hint, and when Mary had finished her second song, said aloud, "That will do extremely well, child. You have delighted us long enough. Let the other young ladies have time to exhibit." "If I," said Mr. Collins, "were so fortunate as to be able to sing, I should have great pleasure, I'm sure, in obliging the company with an air, for I consider music a very innocent diversion, and perfectly compatible with the profession of a clergyman." His speech was long and tiresome, and with a bow to Mr. Darcy he concluded his speech, which had been spoken so loud as to be heard by half the room. Many stared, many smiled, but no one looked more amused than Mr. Bennet himself. While his wife seriously approved of Mr. Collins for having spoken so sensibly, and observed in a half-whisper to Lady Lucas that he was a remarkably clever, good, kind of young man. To Elizabeth it appeared that, had her family made an agreement to expose themselves as much as they could during the evening, it would have been impossible for them to play their parts with more spirit or finer success. That Bingley's two sisters and Mr. Darcy, however, should have such an opportunity of ridiculing her relations was bad enough, and she could not determine whether the silent contempt of the gentlemen or the insolent smiles of the ladies were more intolerable. The rest of the evening brought her little amusement. She was at least free from the offence of Mr. Darcy's further notice, though, often standing within a very short distance of her, he never came near enough to speak. She felt it to be the probable consequence of her allusions to Mr. Wickham, and rejoiced in it. The Longbourn party were the last of all the company to depart, and, by a manoeuvre of Mrs. Bennet, had to wait for their carriage a quarter of an hour after everybody else was gone, which gave them the time to see how heartily they were wished away by some of the family. Mr. Bingley's sisters repulsed every attempt of Mrs. Bennet at conversation. The whole party was very little relieved by the long speeches of Mr. Collins, who was complimenting Mr. Bingley and his sisters on the elegance of their entertainment, and the hospitality and politeness which had marked their behaviour to their guests. Darcy said nothing at all. Mr. Bennet, in equal silence, was enjoying the scene. Mr. Bingley and Jane were standing together, a little detached from the rest, and talked only to each other. Elizabeth preserved as steady a silence as either Mrs. Hurst or Miss Bingley. When at length they arose to take leave, Mrs. Bennet was most pressingly civil in her hope of seeing the whole family soon at Longbourn, and addressed herself especially to Mr. Bingley, to assure him how happy he would make them by eating a family dinner with them at any time without the ceremony of a formal invitation. Bingley was all grateful pleasure, and he readily promised to come after his return from London, where he was obliged to go the next day for a short time. Mrs. Bennet was perfectly satisfied. She was equally certain of having another daughter married to Mr. Collins, and happy of it. And though Elizabeth was the least dear to her of all her children, she thought the man and the match were quite good enough for her. Chapter 19. The next day Mr. Collins made his declaration in form. Having resolved to do it without loss of time, he set about it in a very orderly manner, with all the observances which he supposed a regular part of the business. On finding Mrs. Bennet, Elizabeth, and one of the younger girls together, soon after breakfast, he addressed the mother in these words:
May I hope, madam, for the honour of a private audience with your daughter Elizabeth in the course of this morning?" Before Elizabeth had time for anything but a blush of surprise, Mrs. Bennet answered instantly, "Oh, dear, yes, certainly. I'm sure Lizzie will be very happy. I'm sure she can have no objection." And gathering her work together, she was hastening away when Elizabeth called out, "Dear madam, do not go. I beg you will not go. Mr. Collins must excuse me. He can have nothing to say to me that anybody need not hear. I'm going away myself." "No, no, nonsense, Lizzie. I desire you to stay where you are. Lizzie, I insist on your staying and hearing Mr. Collins." Elizabeth thought that it would be wisest to get it over as soon and as quietly as possible. She sat down again and tried to conceal the feelings which were divided between distress and amusement. Mrs. Bennet and Kitty walked off. As soon as they were gone, Mr. Collins began. "Believe me, my dear Miss Elizabeth, that your modesty rather adds to your other perfections. You would have been less amiable in my eyes had there not been this little unwillingness, but allow me to assure you that I have your respected mother's permission for this address. Almost as soon as I entered the house, I singled you out as the companion of my future life. Perhaps it would be advisable for me to state my reasons for marrying, and, moreover, for coming into Hertfordshire with the design of selecting a wife, as I certainly did." Mr. Collins continued, "My reasons for marrying are, first, that I think it a right thing for every clergyman to set the example of family life in his parish. Secondly, that I am convinced that it will add very greatly to my happiness. And thirdly, which perhaps I ought to have mentioned earlier, that it is the particular advice and recommendation of the very noble lady whom I have the honour of calling patroness. Twice she has condescended to give me her opinion on this subject, and it was but the very Saturday night before I left Hunsford that she said, 'Mr. Collins, you must marry. A clergyman like you must marry. Choose properly. Choose a gentlewoman for my sake, and for your own. Let her be an active, useful sort of person, not brought up high, but able to make a small income go a good way. That is my advice. Find such a woman as soon as you can, bring her to Hunsford, and I will visit her. As I am to inherit this estate after the death of your honoured father, I could not satisfy myself without resolving to choose a wife from among his daughters, that the loss to them might be as little as possible. This has been my motive, my fair cousin, and now nothing remains for me but to assure you in the most animated language of the violence of my affection. To fortune I am perfectly indifferent, and shall make no demand of that nature on your father." It was absolutely necessary to interrupt him now. "You are too hasty, sir," she cried. "You forget that I have made no answer. Let me do it without further loss of time. Accept my thanks for the compliment you are paying me. I am very sensible of the honour of your proposals, but it is impossible for me to do otherwise than to decline them." "I'm not now to learn," replied Mr. Collins, with a formal wave of the hand, "that it is usual with young ladies to reject the addresses of the man whom they secretly mean to accept, when he first applies for their favour, and that sometimes the refusal is repeated a second or even a third time." "Upon my word, sir," cried Elizabeth, "your hope is a rather extraordinary one after my declaration. I do assure you that I am not one of those young ladies who risk their happiness on the chance of being asked a second time. I am perfectly serious in my refusal. You could not make me happy, and I am convinced that I am the last woman in the world who could make you so. This matter may be considered, therefore, as finally settled." And rising as she thus spoke, she left the room.
Chapter 20. As soon as Elizabeth left the room, Mrs. Bennet entered the breakfast-room and congratulated both him and herself in warm terms on the happy prospect of their nearer connection. Mr. Collins proceeded to relate the particulars of their interview, with the result of which he trusted he had every reason to be satisfied, since he attributed the refusal which his cousin had given him to modesty and the genuine delicacy of her character. This information, however, startled Mrs. Bennet. She was not at all sure that her daughter had meant to encourage him by protesting against his proposals.
"I will speak to her about it directly," she added. "She is a very headstrong, foolish girl, and does not know her own interest, but I will make her know it."
"Pardon me for interrupting you, madam," cried Mr. Collins, "but if she is really headstrong and foolish, I know not whether she would be a very desirable wife to a man in my situation, who naturally looks for happiness in the marriage state. If, therefore, she actually persists in rejecting my proposal, perhaps it were better not to force her into accepting it."
"Sir, you quite misunderstand me," said Mrs. Bennet, alarmed. "Lizzie is only headstrong in such matters as these. In everything else, she is as good-natured a girl as ever lived. I will go directly to Mr. Bennet, and we shall very soon settle it with her, I'm sure."
She would not give him the time to reply, but hurrying instantly to her husband, called out as she entered the library, "Oh, Mr. Bennet, you are wanted immediately. You must come and make Lizzie marry Mr. Collins, for she says she will not have him, and if you do not make haste he will change his mind and not have her." Mr. Bennet raised his eyes from his book as she entered, and fixed them on her face.
"I don't have the pleasure of understanding you," said he, when she had finished her speech. "Of what are you talking?"
"Of Mr. Collins and Lizzie. Lizzie declares she will not have Mr. Collins, and Mr. Collins begins to say that he will not have Lizzie."
"And what am I to do on the occasion? It seems a hopeless business."
"Speak to Lizzie about it yourself. Tell her that you insist upon her marrying him."
"Let her be called down. She shall hear my opinion." Mrs. Bennet rang the bell, and Miss Elizabeth was summoned to the library.
"Come here, child," cried her father as she appeared. "I have sent for you on an affair of importance. I understand that Mr. Collins has made an offer of marriage. Is it true?"
Elizabeth replied that it was.
"Very well. And this offer of marriage you have refused?"
"I have, sir."
"Very well. We now come to the point. Your mother insists upon your accepting it. Is it not so, Mrs. Bennet?"
"Yes, or I will never see her again."
"An unhappy alternative is before you, Elizabeth. From this day you must be a stranger to one of your parents. Your mother will never see you again if you do not marry Mr. Collins, and I will never see you again if you do."
Elizabeth could not but smile at such a conclusion of such a beginning, but Mrs. Bennet was excessively disappointed. She talked to Elizabeth again and again, and Elizabeth, sometimes with real earnestness, and sometimes with playful gaiety, replied to her attacks. Though her manner varied, however, her determination never did. Mr. Collins, meanwhile, was meditating in solitude on what had passed. He thought too well of himself to comprehend on what motives his cousin could refuse him, and though his pride was hurt, he did not suffer much, as his regard for her was quite imaginary. While the family were in this confusion, Charlotte Lucas came to spend the day with them. She was met in the vestibule by Lydia, who cried in a half-whisper, "I'm glad you've come, for there is such fun here. Mr. Collins has made an offer to Lizzie, and she will not have him." Charlotte hardly had time to answer before they were joined by Kitty, who came to tell the same news. And no sooner had they entered the breakfast-room, where Mrs. Bennet was alone, than she began on the subject, calling on Miss Lucas for her compassion, and entreating her to persuade her friend Lizzie to comply with the wishes of all her family. "Pray do, my dear Miss Lucas," she added in a melancholy tone, "for nobody is on my side. Nobody takes part with me. I am cruelly used. Nobody feels for my poor nerves." Charlotte's reply was spared by the entrance of Jane and Elizabeth. Soon they were joined by Mr. Collins, who entered the room with an air more stately than usual, and on perceiving whom, Mrs. Bennet said to the girls, "Now let me and Mr. Collins have a little conversation together." Elizabeth passed quietly out of the room. Jane and Kitty followed, but Lydia stood her ground, determined to hear all she could, and Charlotte satisfied herself with walking to the window and pretending not to hear. In a doleful voice, Mrs. Bennet began the conversation. "Oh, Mr. Collins!" "My dear madam," replied he, "let us be forever silent on this point. Far be it from me," he presently continued, in a voice that marked his displeasure, "to resent the behaviour of your daughter. You will not, I hope, consider me as showing any disrespect to your family, my dear madam, by thus withdrawing my pretensions to your daughter's favour. But we are all liable to error. I have certainly meant well through the whole affair. My object has been to secure an amiable companion for myself, with due consideration for the advantage of all your family, and if my manner has been at all reprehensible, I here beg leave to apologize." Chapter 21. The discussion of Mr. Collins' offer was now nearly at an end, and Elizabeth had only to suffer from the uncomfortable feelings and from some unpleasant remarks of her mother. As for the gentleman himself, his feelings were chiefly expressed, not by embarrassment or by trying to avoid her, but by stiffness of manner and resentful silence. He scarcely ever spoke to her, and his attentions were transferred for the rest of the day to Miss Lucas. Mr. Collins was in the state of angry pride. Elizabeth had hoped that his resentment might shorten his visit, but his plan was not affected by it. He meant to stay till Saturday. After breakfast, the girls walked to Meryton to inquire if Mr. Wickham had returned, and to lament over his absence from the Netherfield ball. To Elizabeth he voluntarily acknowledged the necessity of his absence.
"I found," said he, "as the time grew near, that I had better not meet Mr. Darcy. That to be in the same room, the same party with him for so many hours together, might be more than I could bear, and that scenes might arise unpleasant to more than myself."
She highly approved his decision, and they had a full discussion of it. His accompanying them back to Longbourn was an occasion of introducing him to her father and mother. Soon after their return, a letter was delivered to Miss Bennet. It came from Netherfield. The envelope contained a sheet of paper, well covered with a lady's hand, and Elizabeth saw her sister's countenance change as she read it. Jane recollected herself soon, and, putting the letter away, tried to join with her usual cheerfulness in the general conversation. but Elizabeth felt her anxiety. A glance from Jane invited her to follow her upstairs. Jane, taking out the letter, said, "This is from Caroline Bingley. What it contains has surprised me a good deal. The whole party have left Netherfield by this time, and are on their way to town, and without any intention of coming back again." "It is unlucky," said Elizabeth after a short pause, "that you should not be able to see your friends before they leave the country, but I hope that Mr. Bingley will not be detained in London by them." "Caroline decidedly says that none of the party will return into Hertfordshire this winter. I will read it to you. When my brother left us yesterday, he imagined that the business which took him to London might be concluded in 3 or 4 days, but we are certain it cannot be so, and at the same time convinced that when Charles gets to town he will be in no hurry to leave it again. It is evident," added Jane, "that he comes back no more this winter." "It is only evident that Miss Bingley does not mean that he should." "Why will you think so? It must be his own doing. He is his own master. But you do not know all. Miss Bingley neither expects nor wishes me to be her sister. Miss Bingley sees that her brother is in love with you, and wants him to marry Miss Darcy. She follows him to town in hope of keeping him there, and tries to persuade you that he does not care about you." Jane shook her head. "Indeed, Jane, you ought to believe me. No one who has ever seen you together can doubt this affection. Miss Bingley, I am sure, cannot. She is not such a simpleton. But the case is this. We are not rich enough or grand enough for them, and she is anxious to get Miss Darcy for her brother." "You are unjust," replied Jane. "Caroline is incapable of deceiving anyone, and all that I can hope in this case is that she is deceiving herself. If he returns no more this winter, 1,000 things may arrive in 6 months." The idea of his returning no more Elizabeth treated with the utmost contempt. She never believed that Miss Bingley's wishes could influence a young man so totally independent of everyone. She told her sister what she felt on the subject, and had soon the pleasure of seeing its happy effect. Jane was led to hope that Bingley would return to Netherfield and answer every wish of her heart. They agreed that Mrs. Bennet should only hear of the departure of the family without being alarmed on the subject of the gentleman's conduct. But even this fact gave her a great deal of concern, and she thought it exceedingly unlucky that the ladies should happen to go away just as they were all getting so intimate together. Chapter 22. The Bennets were engaged to dine with the Lucases, and again, during the chief of the day, was Miss Lucas so kind as to listen to Mr. Collins. Elizabeth took an opportunity of thanking her. "It keeps him in good humour," she said, "and I am more obliged to you than I can express." Charlotte assured her friend of her satisfaction in being useful, and that it fully repaid her for the little sacrifice of her time. This was very amiable, but Charlotte's kindness extended farther than that. The next morning Mr. Collins escaped out of Longbourn House, and hastened to Lucas Lodge to throw himself at Miss Lucas' feet. His reception was of the most flattering kind. Miss Lucas saw him from an upper window as he walked towards the house, and instantly decided to meet him accidentally in the lane. But little had she dared to hope that so much love and eloquence awaited her there. In as short a time as Mr. Collins' long speeches would allow, everything was settled between them to the satisfaction of both, and as they entered the house he earnestly entreated her to name the day that was to make him the happiest of men. Sir William and Lady Lucas were applied to for their consent, and it was given with joy. Mr. Collins's present circumstances made it a most desirable match for their daughter, to whom they could give little fortune, and his prospects of future wealth were exceedingly fair. The whole family were overjoyed on the occasion. Charlotte herself was tolerably composed. Mr. Collins was neither sensible nor agreeable. His society was irksome, and his attachment to her must be imaginary. But still he would be her husband. At the age of 27, without having ever been handsome, she felt all the good luck of it. She resolved to give Elizabeth the information herself, and therefore charged Mr. Collins, when he returned to Longbourn to dinner, to say nothing. A promise of secrecy was, of course, given, but he was longing to publish his prosperous love. As he was to begin his journey too early in the morning to see any of the family, the ceremony of leave-taking was performed in the evening, and Mrs. Bennet said how happy they should be to see him at Longbourn again. "My dear madam," he replied, "this invitation is particularly gratifying, and you may be very certain that I shall avail myself of it as soon as possible." They were all astonished. With proper civilities, the ladies then left, all of them surprised that he thought of a quick return. But on the following morning every hope of this kind was done away. Miss Lucas called soon after breakfast, and, in a private conference with Elizabeth, related the event of the day before. "Engaged to Mr. Collins? My dear Charlotte, impossible!" She could not help crying out. "Why should you be surprised, my dear Eliza? Do you think it incredible that Mr. Collins should be able to arouse any woman's good opinion, because he was not so happy as to succeed with you?" she calmly replied. But Elizabeth had now recollected herself, and was able to assure with tolerable firmness that the prospect of their relationship was highly grateful to her, and that she wished her all imaginable happiness. "I see what you're feeling," replied Charlotte. "You must be surprised, very much surprised, so lately as Mr. Collins was wishing to marry you. But when you have had time to think it over, I hope you will be satisfied with what I have done. I'm not romantic, you know. I never was. I ask only a comfortable home, and considering Mr. Collins' character, connection, and situation in life, I am convinced that my chance of happiness with him is as fair as most people can boast on entering the marriage state." Elizabeth quietly answered, "Undoubtedly," and after an awkward pause they returned to the rest of the family. Charlotte did not stay much longer, and Elizabeth was then left to reflect on what she had heard. Chapter 23. Elizabeth was sitting with her mother and sisters, reflecting on what she had heard, when Sir William Lucas himself appeared, sent by his daughter to announce her engagement to the family. With many compliments to them, he unfolded the matter. The audience was incredulous. Mrs. Bennet protested he must be entirely mistaken. Sir William's good breeding carried him through it, and he listened to all their protests with the most forbearing courtesy. Elizabeth put herself forward to confirm his account, by mentioning her knowledge of it from Charlotte herself. She was readily joined by Jane in her congratulations, and by making a variety of remarks on the happiness that might be expected from the match. Mrs. Bennet was in fact too much shocked to say a great deal, while Sir William remained. When he left them, she persisted in disbelieving the whole of the matter. She trusted that they would never be happy together. She believed that Elizabeth was the real cause of the mischief. Nothing could console her. A week passed before she could see Elizabeth without scolding her. A month passed away before she could speak to Sir William or Lady Lucas without being rude. And many months were gone before she could at all forgive their daughter. Between Elizabeth and Charlotte there was a restraint which kept them mutually silent on the subject, and Elizabeth felt persuaded that no real confidence could ever exist between them again. Her disappointment in Charlotte made her turn with greater regard to her sister, for whose happiness she grew daily more anxious, as Bingley had now been gone a week, and nothing more was heard of his return. Jane had sent Caroline an early answer to her letter, and was counting the days till she might reasonably hope to hear again. The promised letter of thanks from Mr. Collins arrived on Tuesday, addressed to their father, and written with all the solemnity of gratitude. Lady Catherine, he added, so heartily approved his marriage that she wished it to take place as soon as possible, which he trusted would be an unanswerable argument with his amiable Charlotte to name an early day for making him the happiest of men. Mr. Collins' return into Hertfordshire was no longer a matter of pleasure to Mrs. Bennet. On the contrary, she was as much disposed to complain of it as her husband. It was very strange that he should come to Longbourn instead of to Lucas Lodge. It was also very inconvenient and exceedingly troublesome. Such were the gentle murmurs of Mrs. Bennet, and they gave way only to the greater distress of Mr. Bingley's continued absence. Neither Jane nor Elizabeth were comfortable on this subject. Day after day passed away without bringing any news of him. Rumours spread that he was not going to come to Netherfield the whole winter. Even Elizabeth began to fear, not that Bingley was indifferent, but that his sisters would be successful in keeping him away. The united efforts of his two unfeeling sisters and of his overpowering friend, assisted by the attractions of Miss Darcy and the amusements of London, might be too much, she feared, for the strength of his attachment. As for Jane, her anxiety was more painful than Elizabeth's, but whatever she felt she tried to conceal, and between herself and Elizabeth, therefore, the subject was never discussed. But an hour seldom passed in which Mrs. Bennet did not talk of Bingley, express her impatience for his arrival, or even require Jane to confess that if he did not come back she would think herself very ill-used. Mr. Collins returned most punctually on Monday fortnight, but his reception at Longbourn was not quite so gracious as it had been on his first introduction. He was too happy, however, to need much attention. The days were spent by him at Lucas Lodge, and he sometimes returned to Longbourn only in time to make an apology for his absence before the family went to bed. Mrs. Bennet was really in a most pitiable state. The sight of Miss Lucas was odious to her. As her successor in that house, she regarded her with jealous abhorrence. She complained bitterly of all this to her husband. "Indeed, Mr. Bennet," said she, "it is very hard to think that Charlotte Lucas should ever be mistress of this house, that I should be forced to make way for her, and live to see her take her place in it."
"My dear, do not give way to such gloomy thoughts. Let us hope for better things. Let us flatter ourselves that I may be the survivor." This was not very consoling to Mrs. Bennet. Chapter 24. Miss Bingley's letter arrived, and put an end to doubt. They all settled in London for the winter.
Hope was over, entirely over. She wrote also with great pleasure of her brother's being an inmate of Mr. Darcy's house, and mentioned with raptures some plans of the latter with regard to new furniture. A day or two passed before Jane had courage to speak of her feelings to Elizabeth. Elizabeth heard the news in silent indignation. Her heart was divided between concern for her sister and resentment against all others. She never doubted that Mr. Bingley was really fond of Jane, and much as she had always been disposed to like him, she could not think without anger, hardly without contempt, on that easiness of temper, that want of proper resolution, which now made him the slave of his friends, and led him to sacrifice of his own happiness to the caprice of their inclination. She could think of nothing else, whether Bingley's regard had really died away, or was suppressed by his friends' interference, whether he had been aware of Jane's attachment, or whether it had escaped his observation. Whatever were the case, her sister's situation remained the same, her peace equally wounded. "He may live in my memory as the most amiable man of my acquaintance, but that is all," said Jane. "I have nothing either to hope or fear, and nothing to reproach him with. Thank God, I have not that pain. A little time, therefore, I shall certainly try to get the better." With a stronger voice, she soon added, "I have this comfort immediately, that it has not been more than an error of fancy on my side, and that it has done no harm to anyone but myself." "My dear Jane," exclaimed Elizabeth, "you are too good. Your sweetness and disinterestedness are really angelic. I do not know what to say to you. I feel as if I had never done you justice or loved you as you deserve." Miss Bennet eagerly disclaimed all extraordinary merit, and threw back the praise on her sister's warm affection. "Nay," said Elizabeth, "this is not fair. You wish to think all the world respectable, and are hurt if I speak ill of anybody. There are few people whom I really love, and still fewer of whom I think well. The more I see of the world, the more I am dissatisfied with it, and every day confirms my belief of the inconsistency of all human characters. I have met with 2 cases lately. One I will not mention. The other is Charlotte's marriage. It is unaccountable. In every view it is unaccountable." "My dear Lizzie, do not give way to such feelings as these. They will ruin your happiness. Consider Mr. Collins's respectability, and Charlotte's steady, prudent character. Remember that she is one of a large family. That is to fortune. It is a most eligible match, and be ready to believe, for everybody's sake, that she may feel something like regard and esteem for our cousin. To oblige you, I would try to believe almost anything, my dear Jane. Mr. Collins is a conceited, pompous, narrow-minded, silly man. You know he is, as well as I do. And you must feel, as well as I do, that the woman who married him cannot have a proper way of thinking. I should only think worse of her understanding than I now do of her heart. You shall not defend her. You shall not, for the sake of one individual, change the meaning of principle and integrity. You shall not persuade yourself or me that selfishness is prudence, and insensibility of danger is security for happiness." "I must think your language too strong in speaking of both," replied Jane, "and I hope you will be convinced of it by seeing them happy together. But enough of this. You alluded to something else. You mentioned 2 cases. I cannot misunderstand you, but I entreat you, dear Lizzie, not to pain me by thinking that person to blame, and saying your opinion of him is bad. We must not consider ourselves intentionally injured. It is very often nothing but our own vanity that deceives us. Women fancy admiration means more than it does, and men take care that they should. If it is intentionally done, they cannot be justified. But I have no idea of there being so much design in the world as some persons imagine. You persist in supposing his sister's influencing him?" "Yes, together with his friend." "I cannot believe it. Why should they try to influence him? They can only wish his happiness, and if he is attached to me, no other woman can secure it." "Your first position is false. They may wish many things besides his happiness. They may wish his increase of wealth and consequence. They may wish him to marry a girl who has all the importance of money, great connections, and pride." "Beyond a doubt they do wish him to choose Miss Darcy," replied Jane. "But this may be from better feelings than you are supposing. They have known her much longer than they have known me. No wonder if they love her better. But whatever may be their own wishes, it is very unlikely they should have opposed their brothers. What sister would think herself at liberty to do it, unless there was something very objectionable? If they believed him attached to me, they would not try to part us. If he was so, they could not succeed. Let me take it in the best light, in the light in which it may be understood." Elizabeth could not oppose such a wish, and from this time Mr. Bingley's name was scarcely ever mentioned between them. Mrs. Bennet still continued to wonder and repine at his returning no more. Mrs. Bennet's best comfort was that Mr. Bingley must be down again in the summer. Mr. Bennet treated the matter differently.
"So, Lizzie,"
said he one day,
"your sister is crossed in love, I find. I congratulate her. Next to being married, a girl likes to be crossed a little in love now and then. It is something to think of, and it gives her a sort of distinction among her companions. When is your turn to come? You will hardly bear to be long outdone by Jane. Now is your time. Here are officers enough in Meryton to disappoint all the young ladies in the country. Let Wickham be your man."
"Thank you, sir, but a less agreeable man would satisfy me. We must not all expect Jane's good fortune."
Mr. Wickham's society dispelled the gloom which the late occurrences had thrown over the Longbourn family. They saw him often. The whole of what Elizabeth had already heard, his claims on Mr. Darcy, and all that he had suffered from him, was now openly acknowledged, and everybody was pleased to know how much they had always disliked Mr. Darcy before they had known anything of the matter. Miss Bennet was the only creature who could suppose there might be any unknown circumstances in the case, but by everybody else Mr. Darcy was condemned as the worst of men. Chapter 25. Shortly after Mr. Collins's return into Hertfordshire, the day would be fixed that was to make him the happiest of men. He took leave of his relations at Longbourn with as much solemnity as before, wished his cousins health and happiness again, and promised their father another letter of thanks. On the following Monday, Mrs. Bennet had the pleasure of receiving her brother and his wife, who came as usual to spend the Christmas at Longbourn. Mr. Gardiner was a sensible, gentlemanlike man, greatly superior to his sister, as well by nature as education. Mrs. Gardiner, who was several years younger than Mrs. Bennet and Mrs. Phillips, was an amiable, intelligent, elegant woman, and a great favourite with all her Longbourn nieces. The two eldest had frequently been staying with her in town. The first part of Mrs. Gardiner's business on her arrival was to distribute her presents and describe the newest fashions. When this was done, she had a less active part to play.
it became her turn to listen. Mrs. Bennet had many grievances to relate, and much to complain of. 2 of her girls had been upon the point of marriage, and after all there was nothing in it. To Mrs. Gardiner this news had been given before, in the course of Jane and Elizabeth's correspondence with her. When alone with Elizabeth afterwards, she spoke more on the subject.
"It seems likely to have been a desirable match for Jane," said she. "I'm sorry it went off, but these things happen so often."
"An excellent consolation," said Elizabeth. "It sometimes happens that the interference of friends will persuade a young man of independent fortune to think no more of a girl whom he was violently in love with only a few days before."
"But that expression of violently in love is so doubtful, so indefinite, that it gives me very little idea."
"I never saw a more promising inclination. He was growing quite inattentive to other people, and wholly engrossed by her. Every time they met, it was more decided and remarkable. I spoke to him twice myself, without receiving an answer. Could there be finer symptoms?"
"Oh, yes, poor Jane. I'm sorry for her, because, with her disposition, she may not get over it immediately."
"It had better have happened to you, Lizzie. You would have laughed yourself out of it sooner.
Change of scene might be of service, and perhaps a little relief from home may be as useful as anything."
Elizabeth was exceedingly pleased with this proposal.
"We live in so different a part of town. All our connections are so different, and, as well you know, we go out so little that it is very improbable that they should meet at all, unless he really comes to see her," added Mrs. Gardiner.
"And that is quite impossible, for he is now in the custody of his friend, Mr. Darcy."
"So much the better. I hope they will not meet at all. But does not Jane correspond with his sister? She will not be able to help calling."
"She will drop the acquaintance entirely." But in spite of the certainty in which Elizabeth affected to place this point, she did not consider the matter entirely hopeless. It was possible, and sometimes she thought it probable, that his affection might be reanimated. Miss Bennet accepted her aunt's invitation with pleasure, and she hoped she might occasionally spend a morning with Caroline without any danger of seeing Bingley. The Gardiners stayed a week at Longbourn. Mrs. Bennet had so carefully provided for the entertainment of her brother and sister that they did not once sit down to a family dinner. When Mrs. Gardiner saw Elizabeth and Wickham together, their preference of each other made her a little uneasy, and she resolved to speak to Elizabeth on the subject before she left Hertfordshire, and represent to her the imprudence of encouraging such an attachment. About 10 years ago, before Mrs. Gardiner's marriage, she had spent a considerable time in that part of Derbyshire to which Wickham belonged. They had many acquaintanceships in common. Mrs. Gardiner had seen Pemberley, and known the late Mr. Darcy by character perfectly well. On hearing of the present Mr. Darcy's treatment of Wickham, she recollected having heard Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy formerly spoken of as a very proud, ill-natured boy. Chapter 26. Mrs. Gardiner's caution to Elizabeth was kindly given on the first favourable opportunity of speaking to her alone. After honestly telling her what she thought, she thus went on: "You are too sensible a girl, Lizzie, to fall in love merely because you are warned against it, and therefore I am not afraid of speaking openly. Seriously, I would have you be on your guard. I have nothing to say against him. He is a most interesting young man, and if he had the fortune he ought to have, I should think you could not do better. But as it is, you must not let your fancy run away with you. You have sense, and we all expect you to use it. Your father would depend on your resolution and good conduct, I am sure. You must not disappoint your father. You need not be under any alarm. I will take care of myself, and of Mr. Wickham too. He shall not be in love with me, if I can prevent it. Elizabeth, you are not serious now. I beg your pardon. I will try again. At present I'm not in love with Mr. Wickham. No, I certainly am not. But he is, beyond all comparison, the most agreeable man I ever saw. And if he becomes really attached to me, I believe it will be better that he should not. My dear aunt, I should be very sorry to be the means of making any of you unhappy. All that I can promise you is not to be in a hurry. In short, I will do my best. Really, and upon my honour, I will try to do what I think to be the wisest. And now I hope you are satisfied. Her aunt assured her that she was, and they parted. Mr. Collins returned into Hertfordshire soon after the Gardiners and Jane had left. His marriage was now fast approaching. Thursday was to be the wedding day, and on Wednesday Miss Lucas paid her farewell visit. As they went downstairs together, Charlotte said, "I shall depend on hearing from you very often, Eliza." "That you certainly shall." "And I have another favour to ask you. Will you come and see me?" "We shall often meet, I hope, in Hertfordshire." "I am not likely to leave Kent for some time. Promise me, therefore, to come to Hunsford." Elizabeth could not refuse, though she foresaw little pleasure in the visit. The wedding took place. The bride and bridegroom set off for Kent from the church door, and everybody had as much to say or to hear on the subject as usual. Elizabeth soon heard from her friend, and their correspondence was as regular and frequent as it had ever been. Jane had already written a few lines to her sister to announce their safe arrival in London, and when she wrote again, Elizabeth hoped it would be in her power to say something of the Bingleys. Jane had been a week in town without either seeing or hearing from Caroline. "My aunt," she continued, "is going tomorrow into that part of the town, and I shall take the opportunity of calling in Grosvenor Street." She wrote again when the visit was paid, and she had seen Miss Bingley. "I inquired after their brother, of course. He was well, but so much engaged with Mr. Darcy that they scarcely ever saw him. I found that Miss Darcy was expected to dinner. I wish I could see her. My visit was not long, as Caroline and Mrs. Hurst were going out. I dare say I shall see them soon here." Elizabeth shook her head over this letter. 4 weeks passed away, and Jane saw nothing of him. After waiting at home every morning for a fortnight, and inventing every evening a fresh excuse for Miss Bingley, the visitor did at last appear. But the shortness of her stay, and the change in her manner, would allow Jane to deceive herself no longer. The letter which she wrote on this occasion to her sister will prove what she felt. "My dear sister, the event has proved you right. Caroline did not return my visit till yesterday, and not a note, not a line did I receive in the meantime. When she did come, it was very evident that she had no pleasure in it. She made a slight formal apology for not calling before, said not a word of wishing to see me again, and was in every respect so different a creature that when she went away I was perfectly resolved to continue the acquaintanceship no longer. He knows of my being in town, I am certain, from something she said herself, but I will try to banish every painful thought, and think only of what will make me happy. Your affection, and the invariable kindness of my dear uncle and aunt. Let me hear from you very soon. Miss Bingley said something of his never returning to Netherfield again, of giving up the house, but not with any certainty. Yours, etc. This letter gave Elizabeth some pain, but her spirits returned as she thought that Jane would no longer be deceived by the sister, at least. All expectation from the brother was now absolutely over. She would not even wish for a renewal of his attentions. Mrs. Gardiner, about this time, reminded Elizabeth of her promise concerning Wickham, and required information, and Elizabeth had such to send. His apparent admiration had subsided, his attentions were over, he was the admirer of someone else. Elizabeth was watchful enough to see it all, but she could see it and write of it without pain. The sudden acquisition of £10,000 was the most remarkable charm of the young lady to whom he was now agreeable. But Elizabeth did not quarrel with him for his wish of independence, and could very sincerely wish him happy. Chapter 27. With no greater events than these did January and February pass away. March was to take Elizabeth to Hunsford. She had not at first thought very seriously of going there. Absence had increased her desire of seeing Charlotte again, and weakened her disgust of Mr. Collins. A little change was not unwelcome for its own sake. The journey would give her a peep at Jane, and, in short, as the time grew near, she would have been very sorry for any delay. Everything, however, went on smoothly. She was to accompany Sir William and his second daughter. The improvement of spending a night in London was added in time, and the plan became perfect. The only pain was in leaving her father, who would certainly miss her, and who, when it came to the point, so little liked her going, that he told her to write to him, and almost promised to answer her letter. The farewell between herself and Mr. Wickham was perfectly friendly, on his side even more. His present pursuit could not make him forget that Elizabeth had been the first to excite and to deserve his attention, the first to listen and to pity, the first to be admired. She parted from him convinced that, whether married or single, he must always be her model of the amiable and pleasing. Her fellow-travellers, Sir William Lucas, and his daughter Maria, a good-humoured girl, but as empty-headed as himself, had nothing to say that could be worth hearing. It was a journey of only 24 miles, and they began it so early as to be in Gracechurch Street by noon. As they drove to Mr. Gardiner's door, Jane was at a drawing-room window watching their arrival. When they entered the passage, she was there to welcome them, and Elizabeth, looking earnestly in her face, was pleased to see it healthful and lovely as ever. The day passed most pleasantly away, the morning in shopping, and the evening at one of the theatres. When they were alone, Mrs. Gardiner gave Elizabeth the particulars of Miss Bingley's visit in Gracechurch Street, and repeated conversations occurring at different times between Jane and herself, which proved that the former had, from her heart, given up the acquaintance. Mrs. Gardiner complimented her niece on bearing Wickham's desertion so well. "But he paid Miss King not the smallest attention till her grandfather's death made her mistress of fortune." "No. Why should he? But there seems an indelicacy in directing his attentions towards her so soon after the event. If she does not object to it, why should we? Her not objecting does not justify him. I should be sorry, you know, to think ill of a young man who has lived so long in Derbyshire." "Oh, I have a very poor opinion of young men who live in Derbyshire, and their intimate friends who live in Hertfordshire are not much better. I'm sick of them all." Before they were separated by the conclusion of the play, she had the unexpected happiness of an invitation to accompany her uncle and aunt in a tour of pleasure which they proposed taking in the summer. No scheme could have been more agreeable to Elizabeth, and her acceptance of the invitation was most ready and grateful. "Oh, my dear, dear aunt," she rapturously cried, "what delight! What felicity! You give me fresh life and vigour. Adieu to disappointment and spleen. What are young men to rocks and mountains?" Chapter 28. Every object in the next day's journey was new and interesting to Elizabeth, and her spirits were in a state of enjoyment, for she had seen her sister looking so well as to banish all fear for her health, and the prospect of her northern tour was a constant source of delight. When they left the high road for the lane to Hunsford, every eye was in search of the parsonage, and every turning expected to bring it into view. Elizabeth smiled at the recollection of all that she had heard of the inhabitants of Rosings Park. At length they saw the parsonage, the garden of the parsonage sloping to the road, the house standing in it, the laurel hedge. Everything declared they were arriving. Mr. Collins and Charlotte appeared at the door, and the carriage stopped at the small gate which led by a short gravel walk to the house. In a moment they were all out of the chaise, rejoicing at the sight of each other. Mrs. Collins welcomed her friend with the liveliest pleasure, and Elizabeth was more and more satisfied with coming when she found herself so affectionately received. She saw instantly that her cousin's manners were not altered by his marriage. His formal civility was just what it had been, and he detained her some minutes at the gate to hear and satisfy his inquiries after all her family. They were then taken into the house, and as soon as they were in the parlour, he welcomed them a second time and punctually repeated all his wife's offers of refreshment. Elizabeth was prepared to see him in his glory, displaying the room, its aspect, and its furniture. He addressed himself particularly to her, as if wishing to make her feel what she had lost in refusing him. But though everything seemed neat and comfortable, she was not able to gratify him by any sigh of repentance, and rather looked with wonder at her friend that she could have so cheerful an air with such a companion. When Mr. Collins said anything of which his wife might be ashamed, she involuntarily turned her eye on Charlotte. Once or twice she could discern a faint blush, but in general Charlotte wisely did not hear. Mr. Collins invited them to take a stroll in the garden, which was large and well laid out. To work in this garden was one of his most respectable pleasures. She had already learned that Lady Catherine was still in the country. It was spoken of again while they were at dinner, when Mr. Collins, joining in, observed, "Yes, Miss Elizabeth, you will have the honour of seeing Lady Catherine de Bourgh on Sunday at church, and I need not say you will be delighted with her. I have scarcely any hesitation in saying she will include you and my sister Maria in every invitation with which she honours us during your stay here. Her behaviour to my dear Charlotte is charming. We dine at Rosings twice every week, and are never allowed to walk home. Her ladyship's carriage is regularly ordered for us." "Lady Catherine is a very respectable, sensible woman indeed," added Charlotte, "and a most attentive neighbour." "Very true, my dear, that is exactly what I say. She is the sort of woman whom one cannot regard with too much deference." The evening was spent chiefly in talking over Hertfordshire news, and telling again what had already been written, and, when it closed, Elizabeth, in the solitude of her chamber, had to meditate upon what she had seen. About the middle of the next day, As she was in her room getting ready for a walk, she heard a sudden noise below. She opened the door and met Maria in the landing-place, who, breathless with agitation, cried out, "Oh, my dear Eliza, pray make haste and come into the dining-room, for there is such a sight to be seen. I will not tell you what it is. Make haste and come down this moment." Elizabeth asked questions in vain. Maria would tell her nothing more. It was two ladies stopping in a low phaeton at the garden gate. "And is this all?" cried Elizabeth. "I expected at least that pigs have got into the garden, and here is nothing but Lady Catherine and her daughter." "My dear," said Maria, quite shocked at the mistake, "it is not Lady Catherine. The old lady is Mrs. Jenkinson, who lives with them. The other is Mr. Bull. Only look at her. She is quite a little creature. Who would have thought that she could be so thin and small? She is abominably rude to keep Charlotte out of doors in all this wind. Why does she not come in?" "Oh, Charlotte says she hardly ever does. It's the greatest of favours when Mr. Bourg comes in." "She looks sickly and cross," said Elizabeth, struck with other ideas. Mr. Collins and Charlotte were both standing at the gate in conversation with the ladies. At length there was nothing more to be said. The ladies drove on, and the others returned into the house. Mr. Collins began to congratulate them on their good fortune, which Charlotte explained by letting them know that the whole party was asked to dine at Rosings the next day. Chapter 29. Mr. Collins' triumph was complete. The power of displaying the grandeur of his patroness to his visitors, and of letting them see her civility towards himself and his wife, was exactly what he had wished for. "I confess," said he, "that I should not have been at all surprised by her ladyship's asking us on Sunday to drink tea and spend the evening at Rosings. But who could have imagined that we should receive an invitation to dine there so immediately after your arrival?" Scarcely anything was talked of the whole day, or next morning, but their visit to Rosings. Mr. Collins was carefully instructing them in what they were to expect, that the sight of such rooms, so many servants, and so splendid a dinner might not wholly overpower them. He said to Elizabeth, "Do not make yourself uneasy, my dear cousin, about your apparel. Lady Catherine is far from requiring that elegance of dress in us which becomes herself and her daughter. I would advise you merely to put on whatever of your clothes is superior to the rest. There is no occasion for anything more. Lady Catherine will not think the worse of you for being simply dressed. She likes to have the distinction of rank preserved." As the weather was fine, they had a pleasant walk of about half a mile across the park. Every park has its beauty and its prospects, and Elizabeth saw much to be pleased with. When they ascended the steps to the hall, Maria's alarm was every moment increasing, and even Sir William did not look perfectly calm. Elizabeth's courage did not fail her. From the entrance hall they followed the servants to the room where Lady Catherine, her daughter, and Mrs. Jenkinson were sitting. Introduction was performed by Charlotte in a proper manner, without any of those apologies and thanks which Mr. Collins would have thought necessary. Elizabeth found herself quite equal to the scene, and could observe the three ladies before her composedly. Lady Catherine was a tall, large woman, with strongly marked features, which might once have been handsome. Whatever she said was spoken in so authoritative a tone as marked her self-importance. When, after examining the mother, in whose countenance she soon found some resemblance of her nephew, Mr. Darcy, she turned her eyes on the daughter, she could almost have joined in Maria's astonishment at her being so thin and so small. There was neither in figure nor face any likeness between the ladies. Mr. Bourg was pale and sickly. Her features, though not plain, were insignificant, and she spoke very little except in a low voice to Mrs. Jenkinson, in whose appearance there was nothing remarkable. After sitting a few minutes, they were all sent to one of the windows to admire the view. The dinner was exceedingly handsome, and there were all the things which Mr. Collins had promised. He took his seat at the bottom of the table, by her ladyship's desire, and looked as if he felt that life could furnish nothing greater. Lady Catherine seemed gratified by the excessive admiration expressed by Mr. Collins and Sir William, and gave most gracious smiles, especially when any dish on the table proved a novelty to them. The party did not say much. Elizabeth was ready to speak whenever there was an opening. Maria thought speaking out of the question, and the gentlemen did nothing but eat and admire. When the ladies returned to the drawing-room, there was little to be done but to hear Lady Catherine talk, which she did till coffee came in, delivering her opinion on every subject in a very decisive manner. She inquired into Charlotte's domestic concerns, and gave her a great deal of advice, told her how everything ought to be regulated in so small a family as hers, and instructed her as to the care of her cows and her poultry. She addressed a variety of questions to Maria and Elizabeth, but especially to the latter, of whose connections she knew little. She asked her how many sisters she had, whether they were older or younger than herself, whether any of them were likely to be married, whether they were handsome, where they had been educated, what carriage her father kept, and what had been her mother's maiden name. Elizabeth answered them very composedly. "Do you play and sing, Miss Bennet?" "A little." "Oh, then some time or other we shall be happy to hear you. Our instrument is a capital one. You shall try it some day. Do your sisters play and sing?" "One of them does." "Why did not you all learn? You ought all to have learned. Do you draw?" "No, not at all." "What, none of you?" "Not one." "That is very strange. But I suppose you had no opportunity. Your mother should have taken you to town every spring for the benefit of masters." "My mother would have had no objection, but my father hates London." "Has your governess left you?" "We never had any governess." "No governess? How was that possible? 5 daughters brought up at home without a governess? I've never heard of such a thing. Your mother must have been quite a slave to your education." Elizabeth could hardly help smiling as she assured her that had not been the case.
"If I had known your mother, I should have advised her to engage a governess. I always say that nothing is to be done in education without steady and regular instruction, and nobody but a governess can give it."
Elizabeth did not agree with it.
"Upon my word," said her ladyship, "you give your opinion very decidedly for so young a person. Pray, what is your age?"
"With 3 younger sisters grown up," replied Elizabeth, smiling, "your ladyship can hardly expect me to own it." Lady Catherine seemed quite astonished at not receiving a direct answer, and Elizabeth suspected herself to be the first creature who had ever dared to behave in such a way. When the gentlemen had joined them, and tea was over, the card-tables were placed. When the coach arrived, with many speeches of thankfulness on Mr. Collins's side, and as many bows on Sir William's, they departed. Chapter 30. Sir William stayed only a week at Hunsford, but his visit was long enough to convince him of his daughter's happiness, and of her possessing such a husband and such a neighbour as were not often met with. When he went away, the whole family returned to their usual employments, and Elizabeth was thankful that she did not see much of her cousin. Very few days passed in which Mr. Collins did not walk to Rosings, and not many in which his wife did not think it necessary to go likewise. Elizabeth could not understand the sacrifice of so many hours. Now and then they were honoured with a call from her ladyship, and nothing escaped her observation that was passing in the room during these visits. She examined into their employments, looked at their work, and advised them to do it differently. The entertainment of dining at Rosings was repeated about twice a week. Their other engagements were few, as the style of living in the neighbourhood in general was beyond Mr. Collins's reach. Elizabeth, on the whole, spent her time comfortably enough. There were half-hours of pleasant conversation with Charlotte, and the weather was so fine for the time of year that she had often great enjoyment out of doors. Her favourite walk was along the open grove which edged that side of the park, where there was a nice sheltered path, which no one seemed to use but herself, and where she felt beyond the reach of Lady Catherine's curiosity. In this quiet way, the first fortnight of her visit soon passed away. Easter was approaching. Elizabeth had heard soon after her arrival that Mr. Darcy was expected there in a few weeks. Lady Catherine talked of his coming with the greatest satisfaction, spoke of him in terms of the highest admiration, and seemed almost angry to find that he had already been frequently seen by Miss Lucas and herself. His arrival was soon known at the parsonage. On the following morning, Mr. Collins hastened to Rosings to pay his respects. There were 2 nephews of Lady Catherine to require them, for Mr. Darcy had brought with him a Colonel Fitzwilliam, the younger son of his uncle, Lord something or other, and to the great surprise of all the party, when Mr. Collins returned, the gentleman accompanied him. "I may thank you, Eliza, for this piece of civility. Mr. Darcy would never have come so soon to call on me," said Charlotte. Their approach was announced by the door-bell, and shortly afterwards the 3 gentlemen entered the room. Colonel Fitzwilliam, who led the way, was about 30, not handsome, but in person and address most truly the gentleman. Mr. Darcy looked just as he had been used to look in Hertfordshire, paid his compliments with his usual reserve to Mrs. Collins, and whatever might be his feelings towards her friend, met her with every appearance of composure. Elizabeth merely bowed to him without saying a word. Colonel Fitzwilliam entered into conversation directly with the readiness and ease of a well-bred man, and talked very pleasantly, but his cousin sat for some time without speaking to anybody. At length his civility went as far as to inquire of Elizabeth after the health of her family. She answered him in the usual way, and after a moment's pause added, "My eldest sister has been in town these 3 months. Have you never happened to see her there?" She was perfectly sensible that he never had. She thought he looked a little confused as he answered that he had never been so fortunate as to meet Miss Bennet. The subject was pursued no farther, and the gentleman soon afterwards went away. Chapter 31. Colonel Fitzwilliam's manners were very much admired at the parsonage, and the ladies all felt that he must add considerably to the pleasures of their engagements at Rosings. It was some days, however, before they received any invitation, and it was not till Easter Day, almost a week after the gentleman's arrival, when they were merely asked on leaving church to come there in the evening. For the last week they had seen very little of Lady Catherine or her daughter. Colonel Fitzwilliam had called at the parsonage more than once during the time, but Mr. Darcy they had seen only at church. The invitation was accepted, of course, and at a proper hour they joined the party in Lady Catherine's drawing-room. Her ladyship received them civilly, but she was, in fact, almost engrossed by her nephews, speaking to them, especially to Darcy, much more than to any other person in the room. Colonel Fitzwilliam seemed really glad to see them. Anything was a welcome relief to him at Rosings, and Mrs. Collins's pretty friend had moreover caught his fancy very much. He now seated himself by her, and talked so agreeably of Kent and Hertfordshire, of travelling and staying at home, of new books and music, that Elizabeth had never been half so well entertained in that room before, and they conversed with so much spirit and flow as to draw the attention of Lady Catherine and of Mr. Darcy. His eyes had been soon and repeatedly turned toward them with a look of curiosity, and her ladyship called out, "What is that you are saying, Fitzwilliam? What is it you are talking of? What are you telling Miss Bennet? Let me hear what it is."
"We are speaking of music, madam," said he, when no longer able to avoid a reply.
"Of music? Then pray speak aloud. It is of all subjects my delight. I must have my share in the conversation if you are speaking of music. There are few people in England, I suppose, who have more true enjoyment of music than myself, and so would Anne, if her health had allowed her to apply. I am confident that she would have performed delightfully. How does Georgiana get on, Darcy?"
Mr. Darcy spoke with affectionate praise of his sister's proficiency.
"I am very glad to hear such a good account of her," said Lady Catherine, "and pray tell her from me that she cannot expect to excel if she does not practise a good deal."
"I assured you, madam," he replied, "that she does not need such advice. She practises very constantly."
"So much the better. It cannot be done too much, and when I next write to her I shall charge her not to neglect it on any account. I have told Miss Bennet several times that she will never play really well unless she practises more. I have often told her to come to Rosings every day and play on the pianoforte in Mrs. Jenkinson's room. She would be in nobody's way, you know, in that part of the house."
Mr. Darcy looked a little ashamed of his aunt's ill-breeding, and made no answer. When coffee was over, Colonel Fitzwilliam reminded Elizabeth of having promised to play to him, and she sat down directly to the instrument. He drew a chair near her. Lady Catherine listened to half a song, and then talked, as before, to her other nephew, till the latter walked away from her and stationed himself so as to have a full view of Elizabeth. She saw what he was doing, and turned to him and said, "You mean to frighten me, Mr. Darcy, by coming in all this state to hear me? My courage always rises at every attempt to intimidate me."
"I shall not say you're mistaken," he replied. "I have had the pleasure of your acquaintance long enough to know that you find great enjoyment in occasionally professing opinions which, in fact, are not your own."
Elizabeth laughed heartily at this picture of herself, and said to Colonel Fitzwilliam, "Your cousin will give you a very pretty notion of me, and teach you not to believe a word I say. I am particularly unlucky in meeting with a person so able to expose my real character. Indeed, Mr. Darcy, it is very ungenerous in you to mention all that you knew to my disadvantage in Hertfordshire. It is provoking me to retaliate and shock your relations."
"I'm not afraid of you," said he smilingly. "Pray let me hear what you have to accuse him of," cried Colonel Fitzwilliam. "I should like to know how he behaves among strangers."
"You shall hear, then, but prepare yourself for something very dreadful. The first time of my ever seeing him in Hertfordshire was at a ball, and at this ball he danced only 4 dances, though there were not many gentlemen and young ladies were sitting in want of a partner. Mr. Darcy, you cannot deny the fact."
"I had not at that time the honour of knowing any lady except my own party."
"True, and nobody can ever be introduced in a ballroom."
"Perhaps," said Darcy, "I should have judged better had I sought an introduction, but I am ill-qualified to recommend myself to strangers."
"Shall we ask your cousin the reason of this?" said Elizabeth, still addressing Colonel Fitzwilliam. "Shall we ask him why a man of sense and education, and who has lived in the world, is ill-qualified to recommend himself to strangers?"
"I can answer your question," said Fitzwilliam. "It's because he will not give himself the trouble."
"I certainly have not the talent which some people possess," said Darcy, "of conversing easily with those I have never seen before. I cannot catch their tone of conversation or appear interested in their concerns." Here they were interrupted by Lady Catherine, who called out to know what they were talking of. Elizabeth immediately began playing again. Lady Catherine approached and, after listening for a few minutes, said to Darcy, "Miss Bennet has very good notion of fingering, though her taste is not equal to Anne's. Anne would have been a delightful performer, had her health allowed her to learn." Elizabeth looked at Darcy to see how cordially he accepted his cousin's praise, but neither at that moment nor at any other from the whole of his behaviour to Miss de Bourgh could she see any symptom of love. Lady Catherine continued her remarks on Elizabeth's performance, mixing with them many instructions on execution and taste. Elizabeth received them with civility, and, at the request of the gentleman, remained at the instrument till the carriage was ready to take them all home. Chapter 32. Elizabeth was sitting by herself the next morning and writing to Jane, when she was startled by a ring at the door, the certain signal of a visitor. When the door opened, to her very great surprise, Mr. Darcy entered the room. He seemed astonished, too, on finding her alone, and apologized for his intrusion. They sat down, and when her inquiries after Rosings were made, seemed in danger of total silence. It was absolutely necessary to think of something, and feeling curious to know what he would say on the subject of their hasty departure, she observed, "How very suddenly you all left Netherfield last November, Mr. Darcy. Mr. Bingley and his sisters were well, I hope, when you left London?" "Perfectly so, I thank you." She found that she was to receive no other answer, and, after a short pause, added, "I think I have understood that Mr. Bingley has not much idea of ever returning to Netherfield again?" "I've never heard him say so, but it's probable that he may spend very little of his time there in the future. He has many friends, and is at a time of life when friends and engagements are continually increasing." Elizabeth made no answer, and having nothing else to say, was now determined to leave the trouble of finding a subject to him. He took the hint, and soon began with, "This seems a very comfortable house. Lady Catherine, I believe, did a great deal to it when Mr. Collins first came to Hunsford." "I believe she did." "Mr. Collins appears to be very fortunate in his choice of a wife." "Yes, indeed. His friends may be happy in his having met with one of the very few sensible women who would have accepted him. My friend has an excellent understanding, though I'm not certain that I consider her marrying Mr. Collins as the wisest thing she ever did. She seems perfectly happy, however, and it is certainly a very good match for her." "It must seem very agreeable for her to be settled within so easy a distance of her own family and friends." "I should never have considered the distance as one of the advantages of the match," cried Elizabeth. "I should never have said Mrs. Collins was settled near her family." "It's a proof of your own attachment to Hertfordshire. Anything beyond the very neighbourhood of Longbourn, I suppose, would appear far." As he spoke, there was a sort of smile which Elizabeth fancied she understood. He must be supposing her to be thinking of Jane and Netherfield, and she blushed as she answered, "I do not mean to say that a woman may not be settled too near her family. The far and the near must be relative, and depend on many circumstances." Mr. Darcy drew his chair a little toward her, and said, "You cannot have a right to such very strong local attachment. You cannot have been always at Longbourn." Elizabeth looked surprised. The gentleman experienced some change of feeling. He drew back his chair, took a newspaper from the table, and glancing over it, said in a colder voice, "Are you pleased with Kent?"
A short dialogue on the subject of the country was soon put an end by the entrance of Charlotte and her sister. The tete-a-tete surprised them. Mr. Darcy, after sitting a few minutes longer without saying much to anybody, went away. "What can be the meaning of this?" said Charlotte as soon as he was gone. "My dear Eliza, he must be in love with you, or he would never have called us in this familiar way." But when Elizabeth told of his silence, it did not seem very likely, and they could at last only suppose that the true reason of his visit was the difficulty of finding anything to do. All field sports were over. Within doors there was Lady Catherine, books, and a billiard table. But gentlemen cannot always be within doors, and in the nearness of the parsonage, or the pleasantness of the walk to it, or of the people who lived in it, the two cousins found a temptation of walking there almost every day. They called at various times of the morning, sometimes separately, sometimes together, and now and then accompanied by their aunt. It was plain to them all that Colonel Fitzwilliam came because he had pleasure in their society. But why Mr. Darcy came so often to the parsonage was more difficult to understand. It could not be for society, as he frequently sat there 10 minutes together without opening his lips, and when he did speak, it seemed the effort of necessity, a sacrifice, not a pleasure to himself. He seldom appeared really animated. Mrs. Collins didn't know what to make of him. She watched him whenever they were at Rosings, and whenever he came to Hunsford, but without much success. He certainly looked at Elizabeth a great deal, but she often doubted whether there was much admiration in it, and sometimes it seemed nothing but the absence of mind. She had once or twice suggested to Elizabeth the possibility of his being in love with her, but Elizabeth always laughed at the idea, and Mrs. Collins did not think it right to press the subject, from the danger of raising expectations which might only end in disappointment. In her kind schemes for Elizabeth, she sometimes planned her marrying Colonel Fitzwilliam. He was beyond comparison the most pleasant man, and he certainly admired her. Chapter 33. More than once did Elizabeth unexpectedly meet Mr. Darcy. On these occasions it was not merely a few formal enquiries and an awkward pause and then away, but he actually thought it necessary to turn back and walk with her. He never said a great deal, nor did she give herself the trouble of talking or of listening much, but it struck her that he was asking some odd, unconnected questions about her pleasure in being at Hunsford, her love of solitary walks, and her opinion of Mr. and Mrs. Collins' happiness, and that, in speaking of Rosings and her not perfectly understanding the house, he seemed to expect that whenever she came into Kent again, she would be staying there too. Could he have Colonel Fitzwilliam in his thoughts? His questions distressed her a little, and she was quite glad to find herself at the gate of the parsonage. One day, as she was walking, instead of being again surprised by Mr. Darcy, she saw that Colonel Fitzwilliam was meeting her. She said, "I did not know before that you ever walked this way."
"I've been making the tour of the park," he replied, "as I generally do every year, and intend to make a call at the parsonage." And they walked towards the parsonage together.
"Do you certainly leave Kent on Saturday?"
"Yes, if Darcy does not put it off again, but I'm at his disposal. He arranges the business just as he pleases. He likes to have his own way very well," replied Colonel Fitzwilliam. "But so do we all. It is only that he has better means of having it than many others, because he is rich, and many others are poor. A younger son, you know, must experience self-denial and dependence."
In my opinion, the younger son of an earl can know very little of either, Now, seriously, what have you ever known of self-denial and dependence? When have you been prevented by want of money from going wherever you choose or having anything you had a fancy for?
These are home questions, and perhaps I cannot say that I have experienced many hardships of that nature. But in matters of greater weight I may suffer from want of money. Younger sons cannot marry where they like.
Unless where they like women of fortune, which I think they very often do.
Our habits of expense make us too dependent, and there are not many in my rank of life who can afford to marry without some attention to money.
Is this, thought Elizabeth, meant for me? And she coloured at the idea, but, recovering herself, said in a lively tone, "And pray, what is the usual price of an earl's younger son?" He answered her in the same style, and the subject dropped. To interrupt a silence, she said, "I imagine your cousin brought you down with him chiefly for the sake of having someone at his disposal. I wonder he does not marry, to secure a lasting convenience of that kind. But perhaps his sister does as well for the present, and, as she is under his sole care, he may do what he likes with her."
"No," said Colonel Fitzwilliam, "that is an advantage which he must divide with me. I am joined with him in the guardianship of Miss Darcy."
"Are you indeed? Does your charge give you much trouble? Young ladies of her age are sometimes a little difficult to manage." As she spoke, she observed him looking at her earnestly, and the manner in which he immediately asked her why she supposed Miss Darcy likely to give them any uneasiness convinced her that she had got pretty near the truth. She directly replied, "You need not be frightened. I never heard any harm of her. She is a very great favourite with some ladies of my acquaintance, Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. I think I have heard you say that you know them."
"I know them a little. Their brother is a pleasant gentlemanlike man. He's a great friend of Darcy's."
"Oh, yes," said Elizabeth dryly. "Mr. Darcy is uncommonly kind to Mr. Bingley, and takes a great deal of care of him."
"Care of him? Yes, I really believe Darcy does take care of him in those points where he most wants care. I've reason to think Bingley very much indebted to him."
"What is it you mean?"
"It is a circumstance which Darcy could not wish to be generally known."
"You may depend upon my not mentioning it."
"What he told me was this, that he congratulated himself on having lately saved a friend from the inconveniences of a most imprudent marriage, but without mentioning names or any other particulars."
"Did Mr. Darcy give you the reasons for this interference?"
"I understand that there were some very strong objections against the lady."
Elizabeth made no answer, and walked on, her heart swelling with indignation. "I do not see what right Mr. Darcy had to determine and direct in what manner his friend was to be happy," she said. Abruptly changing the conversation, she talked on indifferent matters until they reached the parsonage. There, shut into her own room, as soon as their visitor left them, she could think without interruption of all that she had heard. That Darcy had been concerned in the measures taken to separate Bingley and Jane she had never doubted, but she had always attributed to Miss Bingley the principal design and arrangement of them. He was the cause, his pride and caprice were the cause, of all that Jane had suffered, and still continued to suffer. There were some very strong objections against the lady, were Colonel Fitzwilliam's word. To Jane herself, she thought, there could be no possibility of objection, all loveliness and goodness as she is. When she thought of her mother, her confidence gave way a little. Her agitation and tears brought on a headache, and it grew so much worse toward the evening that, added to her unwillingness to see Mr. Darcy, made her refuse to accompany her cousins to Rosings, where they were invited to drink tea. Chapter 34. When they were gone, Elizabeth chose for her employment the examination of all the letters which Jane had written to her since her being in Kent. They contained no actual complaint, nor was there any communication of present suffering. But in all, and in almost every line of each, there was no former cheerfulness which had been used to characterize her style. Elizabeth noticed every sentence conveying the idea of uneasiness, and it gave her a keen sense of her sister's sufferings. She could not think of Darcy's leaving Kent without remembering that his cousin was to go with him, but Colonel Fitzwilliam had made it clear that he had no intentions at all, and she did not mean to be unhappy about him. She was suddenly roused by the sound of the door-bell, and to her utter amazement she saw Mr. Darcy walk into the room. In a hurried manner he immediately began an inquiry after her health. She answered him with cold civility. He sat down for a few moments, and then, getting up, walked about the room. Elizabeth was surprised, but said not a word. After a silence of several minutes, he came towards her in an agitated manner, and thus began, "In vain I have struggled. It will not do. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you." Elizabeth's astonishment was beyond expression. She stared, coloured, doubted, and was silent. This he considered sufficient encouragement, and said that he had long felt for her. He spoke well, but there were feelings besides those of the heart, and he was not more eloquent on the subject of tenderness than of pride. His sense of her inferiority, of its being a degradation of the family obstacles, was very unlikely to recommend his suit. In spite of her dislike, she could not be insensible to the compliment of such a man's affection, and though her intentions did not vary for an instant, she was at first sorry for the pain he was to receive, till, roused to resentment by his language, she lost all compassion in anger. She tried, however, to compose herself to answer him with patience. He spoke of the strength of his attachment, which, in spite of all his attempts, he had found impossible to conquer, and expressed hope that she would accept his hand. As he said this, she could easily see that he had no doubt of a favourable answer. He spoke of apprehension and anxiety, but his face expressed real security. When he stopped, the colour rose into her cheeks, and she said, "If I could feel gratitude, I would now thank you, but I cannot. I have never desired your good opinion. I am sorry to have caused pain to anyone. It has been most unconsciously done, however, and I hope that will not last long. The feelings which, you tell me, have prevented the acknowledgment of your feelings can have little difficulty in overcoming them after this explanation." Mr. Darcy, who was leaning against the mantelpiece with his eyes fixed on her face, seemed to catch her words with surprise. His complexion became pale with anger, and the disturbance of his mind was visible in every feature. He was struggling for the appearance of composure, and would not open his lips till he believed himself to have attained it. The pause was to Elizabeth's feelings dreadful. At length, with a voice of forced calmness, he said, "And this is all the reply which I am to have the honour of expecting. I might, perhaps, wish to be informed why I am thus rejected, but it is of small importance." "I might as well ask you," replied she, "why, with so evident a desire of offending and insulting me, you chose to tell me that you liked me against your will, against your reason, and even against your character. Do you think that any consideration would tempt me to accept the man who has been the means of ruining the happiness of my sister?" As she pronounced these words, Mr. Darcy changed colour. But the emotion was short, and he listened without attempting to interrupt her while she continued. "I have every reason in the world to think ill of you. No motive can excuse the unjust and ungenerous part you acted there. You dare not, you cannot deny that you have been the principal, if not the only means of dividing them from each other." She paused, and saw that he was listening without any feeling of remorse. He even looked at her with a smile of incredulity. "Can you deny that you have done it?" she repeated. "I have no wish of denying that I did everything in my power to separate my friend from your sister, or that I rejoice in my success. Towards him I have been kinder than towards myself." "But it is not merely this affair," she continued, "on which my dislike is founded. Long before it had taken place, my opinion of you was decided. Your character was evident to me many months ago from what Mr. Wickham had told me. On this subject, what can you have to say? In what imaginary act of friendship can you here defend yourself?" "You take an eager interest in that gentleman," said Darcy with a heightened colour. "Who that knows what his misfortunes have been can help feeling an interest in him?" "His misfortunes," repeated Darcy contemptuously. "Yes, his misfortunes have been great indeed." "You have reduced him to his present state of poverty, comparative poverty. You have withheld the advantages which you must know to have been designed for him. You have deprived the best years of his life. You have done all this." "And this," cried Darcy, as he walked with quick steps across the room, "is your opinion of me? This is the estimation in which you hold me? I thank you for explaining it so fully. My faults, according to this calculation, are heavy indeed, but perhaps," added he, stopping in his walk and turning towards her, "these offences might have been overlooked had not your pride been hurt by my honest confession. These bitter accusations might have been suppressed had I concealed my struggles and flattered you. I am not ashamed of the feelings I related. They were natural and just. Could you expect me to feel happy about the inferiority of your connections and congratulate myself on the relations, whose condition in life is so decidedly beneath my own?" Elizabeth felt herself growing more angry every moment, yet she tried to speak with composure. When she said, "You are mistaken, Mr. Darcy, if you suppose that I would not have refused you had you behaved in a more gentlemanlike manner." She saw him start at this, but he said nothing, and she continued, "You could not have made the offer of your hand in any possible way that would have tempted me to accept it." Again his astonishment was obvious, and he looked at her with an expression of incredulity and mortification. She went on, "From the very beginning of my acquaintance with you, your manners impressed me with the fullest belief of your arrogance, your conceit, and your selfish disdain of the feelings of others. It was on this ground that succeeding events have built such a dislike. And I had not known you a month before I felt that you were the last man in the world whom I could ever marry." "You have said quite enough, madam. I perfectly comprehend your feelings, and have now only to be ashamed of what my own have been. Forgive me for having taken up so much of your time, and accept my best wishes for your health and happiness." And with these words he hastily left the room, and Elizabeth heard him the next moment open the front door and quit the house. Her mind was in a tumult. She didn't know how to support herself, and from actual weakness sat down and cried for half an hour. Her astonishment, as she reflected on what had passed, was increased by every review of it. That she should receive an offer of marriage from Mr. Darcy! That he should have been in love with her for so many months! So much in love as to wish to marry her in spite of all the objections which had made him prevent his friends marrying her sister, and which must appear at least with equal force in his own case, was almost incredible. It was gratifying to have inspired so strong an affection, but his pride, his abominable pride, his shameless acknowledgment of what he had done to Jane, and his cruelty towards Mr. Wickham, which he had not attempted to deny, soon overcame the pity which his attachment had for a moment excited. Chapter 35. Elizabeth awoke the next morning to the same thoughts. She could not recover from the surprise of what had happened. It was impossible to think of anything else, and she resolved soon after breakfast to indulge herself in air and exercise. After walking 2 or 3 times along that part of the lane, she was tempted by the pleasantness of the morning to stop at the gates and look into the park. She was on the point of continuing her walk when she caught a glimpse of a gentleman. He was moving that way, and, fearful of its being Mr. Darcy, she was retreating. But the person who advanced was now near enough to see her, and, stepping forward with eagerness, pronounced her name. She had turned away, but on hearing herself called, she moved again towards the gate. He had by that time reached it also, and, holding out a letter, which she instinctively took, said, with a look of haughty composure, "I have been walking in the grove some time in the hope of meeting you. Will you do me the honour of reading that letter?" And then, with a slight bow, turned away, and was soon out of sight. With no expectation of pleasure, but with the strongest curiosity, Elizabeth opened the letter. The envelope contained 2 sheets of letter paper, written quite through in a very close hand. The letter was dated from Rosings at 8 o'clock in the morning, and was as follows. "Be not alarmed, madam, on receiving this letter, by the renewal of those offers which were last night so disgusting to you. I write without any intention of paining you, or humbling myself. But my character requires this letter to be written and read. You must, therefore, pardon the freedom with which I demand your attention. 2 offences of a very different nature you last night laid to my charge. The first mentioned was that, regardless of the sentiments of either, I had detached Mr. Bingley from your sister, and the other, that I had, in defiance of various claims, in defiance of honour and humanity, ruined the immediate prosperity and prospects of Mr. Wickham, the companion of my youth, the acknowledged favourite of my father. If, in the explanation of my actions and their motives, I am under the necessity of relating feelings which may be offensive to yours, I can only say that I am sorry. The necessity must be obeyed, and further apology would be absurd. I had not been long in Hertfordshire before I saw that Bingley preferred your elder sister to any other young woman in the country. But it was not till the evening of the dance at Netherfield that I had any apprehension of his feeling a serious attachment. I had often seen him in love before. At that ball, while I had the honour of dancing with you, I was first made acquainted by Sir William Lucas' accidental information that Bingley's attentions to your sister had given rise to a general expectation of their marriage. He spoke of it as a certain event, of which the time alone could be undecided. From that moment I observed my friend's behaviour attentively. Your sister I also watched. Her look and manners were open, cheerful, and engaging as ever, but without any symptom of peculiar regard, and I remained convinced from the evening's scrutiny that, though she received his attentions with pleasure, she was not deeply in love. If you have not been mistaken here, I must have been in error. If I have been misled by such error to cause her pain, your resentment has not been unreasonable. But the serenity of your sister's countenance and air was such as might have given the most acute observer a conviction that, however amiable her temper, her heart was not likely to be easily touched. That I believed her indifferent is certain, but I did not believe her to be indifferent because I wished it. My objections to the marriage were not merely those which I last night acknowledged. These causes must be stated, though briefly. The situation of your mother's family, though objectionable, was nothing in comparison to that total want of propriety betrayed by herself, by your 3 younger sisters, and occasionally even by your father. Pardon me. It pains me to offend you. I will only say farther that from what passed that evening, my opinion of all parties was confirmed, and my decision to save my friend from what I esteemed a most unhappy connection heightened. He left Netherfield for London on the following day, as you, I am certain, remember, with the design of soon returning. The part which I acted is now to be explained. His sisters shortly resolved on joining him directly in London. We accordingly went, and there I readily pointed out to my friend the certain evils of such a choice. I described and enforced them earnestly, but I do not suppose that it would ultimately have prevented the marriage. Had I not told him of your sister's indifference? He had before believed her to return his affection with sincere, if not equal, regard. But Bingley has great natural modesty, with a stronger dependence on my judgment than his own. To convince him, therefore, that he had deceived himself was no very difficult point. On this subject I have nothing more to say, no other apology to offer. If I have wounded your sister's feelings, it was unknowingly done. With respect to that other, more serious accusation of having injured Mr. Wickham, I can only explain it by laying before you the whole of his connection with my family. Of what he has particularly accused me I am ignorant, but the truth I shall relate. I can summon more than one witness of it. Mr. Wickham is the son of a very respectable man, who had for many years the management of all the Pemberley estates, and whose good conduct inclined my father to be of service to him, and George Wickham was his godson. My father supported him at school, and afterwards at Cambridge, as his own father would have been unable to give him a gentleman's education. My father was not only fond of this young man's society, he had also the highest opinion of him, and, hoping the church would be his profession, intended to provide for him in it. It is many, many years since I first began to think of him in a very different manner. Here again I shall give you the pain, to what degree you only can tell. But whatever may be the sentiments which Mr. Wickham has created, a suspicion of their nature shall not prevent me from unfolding his real character. It adds even another motive. My excellent father died about 5 years ago, and his attachment to Mr. Wickham was so steady that in his will he recommended to me to promote his advancement in the best manner that his profession might allow. There was also a legacy of £1,000. His own father did not long survive mine, and within half a year from these events Mr. Wickham wrote to inform me that he had finally resolved against becoming a priest. He had some intention, he added, of studying law, and I must be aware that the interest of £1,000 would be a very insufficient support. I was perfectly ready to accede to his proposal. I knew that Mr. Wickham ought not to be a clergyman, The business was therefore soon settled. He claimed no assistance in the church, and accepted in return £3,000. All connection between us ended. I thought too ill of him to invite him to Pemberley, or admit his society in town. But his studying the law was a mere pretence, and being now free from all restraint, his life was a life of idleness. For about 3 years I heard little of him, but he applied to me again. His circumstances, he assured me, were exceedingly bad. He had found the law a most unprofitable study. You will hardly blame me for refusing to comply with his demand. He was violent in his reproaches to myself. After this period our acquaintance was dropped. How he lived till last summer I don't know. I must now mention a circumstance which I would wish to forget myself, and which nothing should induce me to tell to any human being. Having said this much, I feel no doubt of your secrecy. My sister, who is more than 10 years my junior, was left to the guardianship of my mother's nephew, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and myself. About a year ago she was taken from school and settled in London, and last summer she went to the lady who took care of her to Ramsgate, and there also went Mr. Wickham, undoubtedly by design. There was a prior acquaintance between him and Mrs. Young, in whose character we were most unhappily deceived. With her aid he saw Georgiana, whose affectionate heart remembered his kindness to her as a child, and she was persuaded to believe herself in love, and she agreed to an elopement. She was then but 15, which must be her excuse. I joined them unexpectedly a day or two before the intended elopement, and then Georgiana, unable to bear the idea of grieving and offending a brother whom she almost looked up to as a father, acknowledged the whole to me. You may imagine what I felt and how I acted. Regard for my sister's credit prevented any public exposure, but I wrote to Mr. Wickham, who left the place immediately, and Mrs. Young was of course removed from her charge. Mr. Wickham's chief object was my sister's fortune, which is £30,000, but I cannot help supposing that he hoped to revenge himself. His revenge would have been complete indeed. This, madam, is a faithful narrative of every event, and if you do not think it false, you will, I hope, acquit me of cruelty towards Mr. Wickham. You may possibly wonder why all this was not told you last night, but I was not then master enough of myself to know what could or ought to be revealed. For the truth of everything here related, I can appeal more particularly to the testimony of Colonel Fitzwilliam, who, from our near relationship and constant intimacy, and as one of the executors of my father's will, has been acquainted with every particular of these transactions. I shall try to find some opportunity of putting this letter in your hands in the course of the morning. I will only add, God bless you. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Chapter 36. Elizabeth, when Mr. Darcy gave her the letter, had formed no expectation at all of its contents. But such as they were, it may well be supposed how eagerly she went through them, and what emotions they excited. Her feelings as she read were scarcely to be defined. With amazement, with a strong prejudice against everything he might say, she began his account of what had happened at Netherfield. She read with an eagerness and impatience of knowing what the next sentence might bring. She was incapable of attending to the sense of the one before her eyes. His belief of her sister's insensibility she instantly decided to be false, and his account of the real, the worst objections to the match, made her too angry to have any wish of doing him justice. He expressed no regret for what he had done. His style was haughty. It was all pride and insolence. When she read his account of Mr. Wickham with somewhat clearer attention, her feelings were yet more acutely painful and more difficult of definition. Astonishment, apprehension, and even horror oppressed her. She wished to disbelieve it entirely, repeatedly exclaiming, "This must be false! This cannot be! This must be the greatest falsehood!" And when she had gone through the whole letter, though scarcely knowing anything of the last page or two, put it hastily away, protesting that she would never look in it again. In this state of mind, with thoughts that could rest on nothing, she walked on, but it would not do. In half a minute the letter was unfolded again, and, collecting herself as well as she could, she again began reading all that related to Wickham, and tried to examine the meaning of every sentence. The account of his connection with the Pemberley family was exactly what he had related himself, and the kindness of the late Mr. Darcy. So far each recital confirmed the other. But when she came to the will, the difference was great. For a few moments she flattered herself that her wishes did not err. But when she read and reread with the closest attention, again she was forced to hesitate. She put down the letter. On both sides it was only assertion. Again she read on, but every line proved more clearly that the affair must make Darcy entirely blameless throughout the whole. She once more continued to read, but, alas, the story which followed of Wickham's designs on Miss Darcy received some confirmation from what had passed between Colonel Fitzwilliam and herself only the morning before, and at last she was referred for the truth to Colonel Fitzwilliam himself, from whom she had previously received the information of his near concern in all his cousin's affairs, and whose character she had no reason to question. At one time she had almost resolved on applying to him, but the idea was checked by the awkwardness of the application. Besides, Mr. Darcy would never have made such a proposal if he had not been sure of his cousin's corroboration. She perfectly remembered everything that had passed in the conversation between Wickham and herself, in their first meeting at Mr. Phillip's. She was now struck with the impropriety of such communications to a stranger. She saw the indelicacy of behaving as he had done. She remembered that he had boasted of having no fear of seeing Mr. Darcy, that Mr. Darcy might leave the country, but that he should stand his ground. Yet he had avoided the Netherfield ball the very next week. How differently did everything now appear in which he was concerned! His attentions to Miss King were now the consequence of views solely mercenary. She saw his eagerness to grasp at anything. Mr. Bingley, when questioned by Jane, had long ago asserted his blamelessness in the affair. Among his own connections, Darcy was esteemed and valued. Even Wickham had given him merit as a brother, and that she had often heard him speak so affectionately of his sister. She grew absolutely ashamed of herself. Of neither Darcy nor Wickham could she think without feeling she had been blind, prejudiced, absurd. "How despicably I have acted!" she cried. "I, who have valued myself on my abilities, I, who have often gratified my vanity in useless mistrust. How humiliating is this discovery! Yet how just a humiliation! Had I been in love, I could not have been more blind. But vanity, not love, has been my folly. Pleased with the preference of one, and offended by the neglect of the other, on the very beginning of our acquaintance, I have driven reason away,
where either were concerned. Till this moment I never knew myself." From herself to Jane, from Jane to Bingley, her thoughts soon brought to her recollection that Mr. Darcy's explanation there had appeared very insufficient, and she read it again. Widely different was the effect of a second reading. She could not deny the justice of his description of Jane. She felt that Jane's feelings, though fervent, were little displayed, and that there was a constant complacency in her air and manner not often united with great sensibility. When she came to that part of the letter in which her family were mentioned, her sense of shame was severe. The justice of the charge struck her too forcibly for denial, and the circumstances about which he wrote could not have made a stronger impression on his mind than on hers. As she considered that Jane's disappointment had, in fact, been the work of her nearest relations, she felt depressed beyond anything she had ever known before. After wandering along the lane for 2 hours, she entered the house with the wish of appearing cheerful as usual. She was immediately told that the 2 gentlemen from Rosings had each called during her absence. Mr. Darcy only for a few minutes to take leave, but that Colonel Fitzwilliam had been sitting with them at least an hour, hoping for her return, but Elizabeth could think only of the letter. Chapter 37. The 2 gentlemen left Rosings the next morning. Lady Catherine felt herself dull, and invited them all to dine with her. Elizabeth could not see Lady Catherine without recollecting that she might by this time have been presented to her as her future niece, nor could she think, without a smile, of what her ladyship's indignation would have been. "I believe no one feels the loss of friends so much as I do, but I am particularly attached to these young men, and know them to be so much attached to me. They were very sorry to go, but so they always are. Darcy seemed to feel it most acutely, more, I think, than last year. His attachment to Rosings certainly increases," said Lady Catherine. Lady Catherine observed, after dinner, that Miss Bennet seemed out of spirits, and immediately supposed that she did not like to go home again so soon. She added, "But if that is the case, you must write to your mother and beg that you may stay a little longer. Mrs. Collins will be very glad of your company, I'm sure." "I'm much obliged to your ladyship for your kind invitation," replied Elizabeth, "but it is not in my power to accept it. I must be in town next Saturday." "Why, at any rate, you will have been here only 6 weeks. I expected you to stay 2 months. I told Mrs. Collins so before you came. There can be no occasion for your going so soon. Mrs. Bennet could certainly spare you for another fortnight." "But my father cannot. He wrote last week to hurry my return." "Oh, daughters are never of so much consequence to a father, and if you will stay another month, it will be in my power to take you as far as London, for I'm going there early in June for a week." "You are all kindness, madam, but I believe we must follow our original plan." Lady Catherine seemed resigned. "Mrs. Collins, you must send a servant with them. You know I always speak my mind, and I cannot bear the idea of young women travelling by themselves. It is highly improper. I have the greatest dislike in the world to that sort of thing. Young women should always be properly guarded and attended according to their situation in life. When my niece Georgiana went to Ramsgate last summer, I made a point of her having 2 men-servants go with her. You must send John with the young ladies, Mrs. Collins. I am glad it occurred to me to mention it, for it would really be discreditable to you to let them go alone." "My uncle is to send a servant for us." "Oh, your uncle! He keeps a manservant, does he? I'm very glad you have somebody who thinks of these things. Where shall you change horses? Or
Bromley, of course."
Lady Catherine had many other questions to ask about their journey. Whenever she was alone, Elizabeth gave way to the delight of unpleasant recollections. Mr. Darcy's letter she soon knew by heart. She studied every sentence, and her feelings towards its writer were at times widely different. When she remembered the style of his address, she was still full of indignation. But when she considered how unjustly she had condemned him, her anger was turned against herself, and his disappointed feelings became the object of compassion. His attachment excited gratitude, his general character respect, but she could not approve him, nor could she for a moment repent her refusal, or feel the slightest inclination ever to see him again. In her own past behaviour there was a constant source of vexation and regret. The unhappy defects of her family were hopeless of remedy. Her father was always laughing at them, and her mother, with manners so far from right herself, was entirely insensible of the evil. Her sisters were ignorant, idle, and vain. Anxiety on Jane's behalf was another concern, and Mr. Darcy's explanation restored Bingley to all her former good opinion, and it heightened the sense of what Jane had lost. His affection was proved to have been sincere, and his conduct cleared of all blame. How painful, then, was the thought that Jane had lost him by the folly and indecorum of her own family. Their engagements at Rosings were as frequent during the last week of her stay as they had been at first. The very last evening was spent there. When they parted, Lady Catherine wished them a good journey and invited them to come again next year. Chapter 38. On Saturday morning, Elizabeth and Mr. Collins met for breakfast a few minutes before the others appeared, and he took the opportunity of paying the parting civilities. Elizabeth was eager with her thanks and assurances of happiness. She had spent 6 weeks with great enjoyment, and the pleasure of being with Charlotte, and the kind attention she had received, must make her feel the obliged. At length the chaise arrived. The trunks were fastened on, the parcels placed within, and it was pronounced to be ready.
"Good gracious!" cried Maria, after a few minutes' silence. "It seems but a day or two since we first came, and yet how many things have happened!"
"A great many indeed," said her companion with a sigh.
"We have dined 9 times at Rosings, besides tea-drinking there twice. How much I shall have to tell!"
Elizabeth added privately, "And how much I shall have to conceal!" Their journey was performed without much conversation or any alarm, and within 4 hours of their leaving Hunsford they reached Mr. Gardiner's house, where they were to remain for a few days. Jane looked well, and was to go home with her. It was not without an effort that she could wait even for Longbourn before she told her sister of Mr. Darcy's proposals. She remained in the state of indecision as to the extent of what she should tell, and she feared that mentioning Bingley might only grieve her sister further. Chapter 39. It was the 2nd week in May, in which the 3 young ladies drew near the appointed inn where Mr. Bennet's carriage was to meet them. Their reception at home was most kind. Mrs. Bennet rejoiced to see Jane in full beauty, and more than once during dinner did Mr. Bennet say to Elizabeth,
"I'm glad you've come back, Lizzie."
Their party in the dining-room was large, for almost all the Lucases came to meet Maria and hear the news. In the afternoon, Lydia with the rest of the girls insisted on walking to Meryton to see how everybody went on. But Elizabeth opposed the scheme.
It should not be said that the Miss Bennets could not be at home half a day before they were in pursuit of the officers. There was another reason, too, for her opposition. She dreaded seeing Mr. Wickham again, and was resolved to avoid it as long as possible. The regiment's approaching removal to Brighton was indeed a great comfort to her. They were to go in a fortnight. She had not been many hours at home before she found that the scheme of Lydia's going to Brighton was under frequent discussion between her parents. Elizabeth saw directly that her father was against it, but his answers were vague and equivocal, and her mother succeeded at last. Chapter 40. Elizabeth's impatience to acquaint Jane with what had happened could no longer be overcome, and she related to her the next morning the scene between Mr. Darcy and herself. Miss Bennet's astonishment was soon lessened, and all surprise was shortly lost in other feelings. She was sorry that Mr. Darcy should have delivered his sentiments in such a manner, but still more was she grieved for the unhappiness which her sister's refusal might have given him. "I'm heartily sorry for him, but he has other feelings, which will probably soon drive away his regard for me. You do not blame me, however, for refusing him?" replied Elizabeth. "Blame you? Oh, no!" Elizabeth then spoke of the letter, repeating the whole of its contents, as far as they concerned George Wickham. What a stroke was this for poor Jane, who would willingly have gone through the world without believing that so much wickedness existed in the whole race of mankind, as was here collected in one man. It was some time, however, before Jane could smile again. "I do not know when I have been more shocked," said she. "Wickham's so very bad, it's almost past belief, and poor Mr. Darcy. Dear Lizzie, only consider what he must have suffered. Such a disappointment, and with the knowledge of your ill opinion, too, and having to relate such a thing of his sister. It really is too distressing. I'm sure you must feel it so. Lizzie, when you first read that letter, I am sure you could not treat the matter as you do now." "Indeed, I could not. I was uncomfortable enough, I may say unhappy, and with no one to speak to about what I felt. Oh, how I wanted you! The misfortune of speaking with bitterness is a most natural consequence of the prejudices I had." The tumult of Elizabeth's mind was quieted by this conversation. She had got rid of 2 of the secrets which had weighed on her for a fortnight, and was certain of a willing listener in Jane. But there was still something else. She dared not relate the other half of Mr. Darcy's letter, and explain to her sister how sincerely she had been valued by Mr. Bingley. She was now, on being settled at home, at leisure to observe the real state of her sister's spirits. Jane was not happy. She still cherished a very tender affection for Bingley. She fervently valued his remembrance, and preferred him to every other man. "Well, Lizzie," said Mrs. Bennet one day, "what's your opinion now of this sad business of Jane's? For my part, I'm determined never to speak of it again to anybody. I cannot find out that Jane saw anything of him in London. Well, he's a very undeserving young man, and there is no talk of his coming to Netherfield again in the summer." "I do not believe he will ever live at Netherfield any more." "Oh, well, it's just as he chooses. Nobody wants him to come. Though I shall always say he used my daughter extremely ill, and if I was her, I would not have put up with it. Well, my comfort is, I'm sure Jane will die of a broken heart, and then he will be sorry for what he's done." But as Elizabeth could not receive comfort from any such expectation, she made no answer. Chapter 41. The first week of their return was soon gone. The second began. It was the last of the regiment's stay in Meryton. "Good heaven, what is to become of us? What are we to do?" would the younger Miss Bennets often exclaim in the bitterness of woe. Their affectionate mother shared all their grief. Elizabeth felt anew the justice of Mr. Darcy's objections, and never had she been so much disposed to pardon his interference in the views of his friend. But the gloom of Lydia's prospect was surely cleared away, for she received an invitation from Mrs. Foster, the wife of the colonel of the regiment, to accompany her to Brighton. This invaluable friend was a very young woman, and very lately married. In vain did Elizabeth attempt to make her reasonable, and Jane to make her refuse. Elizabeth could not help secretly advising her father not to let her go. He heard her attentively, and then said,
"Lydia will never be easy until she has exposed herself in some public place or other."
"If you were aware," said Elizabeth, "of the very great disadvantage to us all which must arise from the public notice of Lydia's imprudent manner, nay, which has already arisen from it, I am sure you would judge differently in the affair."
"Already arisen? What, has she frightened away some of your lovers? Poor little Lizzie!"
"Indeed you are mistaken. Excuse me, for I must speak plainly. If you, my dear father, would not take the trouble of checking her spirits, she will soon be beyond the reach of amendment. Her character will be fixed, vain, ignorant, idle, and absolutely uncontrolled. Oh, my dear father, can you suppose it possible that her sisters will not be involved in the disgrace?"
Mr. Bennet, affectionately taking her hand, said in reply, "Do not make yourself uneasy, my love. Wherever you and Jane are known, you must be respected and valued. We shall have no peace at Longbourn if Lydia does not go to Brighton. Let her go, then." With this answer, Elizabeth was forced to be content, but her own opinion continued the same, and she left him disappointed and sorry. It was not in her nature, however, to increase her vexations by dwelling on them. She was confident of having performed her duty. Elizabeth was now to see Mr. Wickham for the last time. Having been frequently in company with him since her return, agitation was pretty well over. In his present behaviour to herself, moreover, she had a fresh source of displeasure, for the inclination he soon showed of renewing those intentions which had marked the early part of their acquaintance. On the very last day of the regiment's remaining at Meryton, he dined, with the other officers, at Longbourn, and so little was Elizabeth disposed to part from him in good humour, that on his making some inquiry as to the manner in which her time had passed at Hunsford, she mentioned Colonel Fitzwilliam's and Mr. Darcy's having both spent 3 weeks at Rosings, and asked him if he was acquainted with the former. He looked surprised, displeased, alarmed, but replied that he had formerly seen him often, and, after observing that he was a very gentlemanlike man, asked her how she had liked him. Her answer was warmly in his favour. With an air of indifference he soon afterwards added, "How long did you say he was at Rosings?" "Nearly 3 weeks." "And you saw him frequently?" "Yes, almost every day." "His manners are very different from his cousin's." "Yes, very different, but I think Mr. Darcy improves upon acquaintance." "Indeed!" cried Mr. Wickham, with a look which did not escape her. There was a something in her countenance which made him listen with an apprehensive and anxious attention. Wickham's alarm appeared in a heightened complexion and agitated look. For a few minutes he was silent. Elizabeth saw that he wanted to engage her on the old subject of his grievances, and she was in no humour to indulge him. The rest of the evening passed with the appearance, on his side, of usual cheerfulness,
and they parted at last with mutual civility, and possibly a mutual desire of never meeting again. When the party broke up, Liddy returned with Mrs. Foster to Meryton, from whence they were to set out early the next morning. The separation between her and her family was rather noisy than pathetic. Chapter 42. Had Elizabeth's opinion been all drawn from her own family, she could not have formed a very pleasing opinion of domestic comfort. Her father, captivated by youth and beauty, and that appearance of good humour which youth and beauty generally give, had married a woman whose weak understanding and mind had very early in their marriage put an end to all real affection for her. Respect, esteem, and confidence had vanished forever, and all his views of domestic happiness were overthrown. But Mr. Bennet was fond of the country and of books, and from these tastes had arisen his principal enjoyments. This is not the sort of happiness which a man would, in general, wish, but the true philosopher will find benefit from such as are given. Elizabeth, however, had never been blind to the impropriety of her father's behaviour as a husband. She had always seen it with pain, but she tried to forget what she could not overlook, and to banish from her thoughts that continual breach of obligation and decorum. But she had never felt so strongly as now the disadvantages which must attend the children of so unsuitable a marriage. When Elizabeth had rejoiced over Wickham's departure, she found little other cause for satisfaction in the loss of the regiment. At home she had a mother and sister whose constant talk of the dullness of everything round them threw a real gloom over their domestic circle. Upon the whole, she found that an event to which she had been looking forward with impatient desire did not bring all the satisfaction she had promised herself. Her tour to the lakes was now the object of her happiest thoughts. It was her best consolation for all the uncomfortable hours at home. "It is fortunate," thought she, "that I have something to wish for. I may reasonably hope to have all my expectations of pleasure realized." After the first fortnight, or 3 weeks of Lydia's absence, health, good humour, and cheerfulness began to reappear at Longbourn. Everything wore a happier aspect. The families who had been in town for the winter came back again. Mrs. Bennet was restored to her usual serenity. The time fixed for the beginning of their northern tour was now fast approaching, when a letter arrived from Mrs. Gardiner, which at once delayed its commencement and changed its extent. Mr. Gardiner would be prevented by business from setting out till a fortnight later in July, and must be in London again within a month. And as that left too short a period for them to go so far and see so much as they had promised, they were obliged to give up the lakes, and, according to the present plan, were to go no farther than Derbyshire. In that county there was enough to be seen. The town where Mrs. Gardiner had passed some years of her life, and where they were now to spend a few days, was a great object of her curiosity. Elizabeth was excessively disappointed. She had set her heart on seeing the lakes, and still thought there might have been time enough. With the mention of Derbyshire there were many ideas connected. It was impossible for her to see the word without thinking of Pemberley and its owner. The period of expectation was now doubled. 4 weeks were to pass away before her uncle and aunt's arrival. But they did pass away, and Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, with their 4 children, did at length appear at Longbourn. The Gardiners stayed only 1 night at Longbourn, and set off the next morning with Elizabeth in pursuit of novelty and amusement. It is not the object of this work to give a description of Derbyshire, nor of any of the remarkable places through which their route lay. Oxford, Blenheim, Warwick, Kenilworth, Birmingham, etc., are sufficiently known. A small part of Derbyshire is all the present concern. Within 5 miles of the little town of Lambton, the scene of Mrs. Gardiner's former residence, Elizabeth found from her aunt that Pemberley was situated. It was not in their direct road, nor more than a mile or 2 out of it. In talking over their route the evening before, Mrs. Gardiner expressed an inclination to see the place again. Mr. Gardiner also declared his willingness. "My love, should not you like to see a place of which you have heard so much?" said her aunt to Elizabeth, "a place, too, with which so many of your acquaintances are connected. Wickham passed all his youth there, you know." Elizabeth was distressed. She felt that she had no business at Pemberley. She said that she was tired of seeing great houses. After going over so many, she really had no pleasure in fine carpets or satin curtains. Mrs. Gardiner abused her stupidity. "If it were merely a fine house richly furnished," said she, "I should not care about it myself, but the grounds are delightful. They have some of the finest woods in the country." Elizabeth said no more, but her mind could not easily agree. The possibility of meeting Mr. Darcy, while viewing the place, instantly occurred. It would be dreadful. She blushed at the very idea. Accordingly, when she retired at night, she asked the chambermaid whether Pemberley were not a very fine place, what was the name of its proprietor, and, with no little alarm, whether the family were down for the summer? A negative answer followed the last question, and her alarms now being removed, she felt a great deal of curiosity to see the house herself. To Pemberley, therefore, they were to go. Chapter 43. Elizabeth, as they drove along, watched for the first appearance of Pemberley Woods. The park was very large, and contained a great variety of ground. They entered it in one of its lowest points, and drove for some time through a beautiful wood. Elizabeth's mind was too full for conversation, but she saw and admired every remarkable spot and point of view. Pemberley House was a large, handsome stone building, standing on rising ground, and backed by a ridge of high, woody hills. Elizabeth was delighted. She had never seen a place for which nature had done more, and where natural beauty had been so little distorted by bad taste. She felt that to be mistress of Pemberley might be something. They descended the hill, crossed the bridge, and drove to the door. Elizabeth dreaded lest the chambermaid had been mistaken. On applying to see the place, they were admitted into the hall. The housekeeper, a respectable-looking elderly woman, came. They followed her into the dining-room. It was a large, well-proportioned room. The other rooms were lofty and handsome, and their furniture suitable to the fortune of its proprietor, and Elizabeth admired his taste. "And of this place," thought she, "I might have been mistress. With these rooms I might now have been familiarly acquainted. Instead of viewing them as a stranger, I might have rejoiced in them as my own. But no, recollecting herself, that could never be. My uncle and aunt would have been lost to me. I should not have been allowed to invite them." This was a lucky recollection. It saved her from something very like regret. She longed to inquire of the housekeeper whether her master was really absent, but had not the courage for it. At length, however, the question was asked by her uncle. Mrs. Reynolds replied that they expected him tomorrow with a large party of friends. Mr. Gardiner, whose manners were very easy and pleasant, encouraged her communicativeness by his questions and remarks. Mrs. Reynolds, either by pride or attachment, had evidently great pleasure in talking of her master and his sister. "Is your master much at Pemberley in the course of the year?"
"Not so much as I wish, sir, but I dare say he may spend half his time here. I have never known a cross word from him in my life, and I've known him ever since he was 4 years old, and Miss Darcy is always down for the summer months."
This was praise, of all others most extraordinary, most opposite to Elizabeth's ideas. That he was not a good-tempered man had been her firmest opinion. Her keenest attention was awakened. She longed to hear more, and was grateful to her uncle for saying, "There are very few people of whom so much can be said. You're lucky in having such a master."
"Yes, sir, I know I am, and if I were to go through the world I could not meet with a better. But I have always observed that they who are good-natured when children are good-natured when they grow up, and he was always the sweetest-tempered, most generous-hearted boy in the world."
Elizabeth almost stared at her. "Can this be Mr. Darcy?" thought she.
"His father was an excellent man," said Mrs. Gardiner. "Yes, ma'am, that he was indeed, and his son will be just like him, just as kind to the poor."
Elizabeth listened, wondered, doubted, and was impatient for more.
"He is the best landlord and best master," said Mrs. Reynolds, "that ever lived. Not like the wild young men nowadays who think of nothing but themselves. Some people call him proud, but I'm sure I never saw anything of it."
"In what an amiable light does this place him?" thought Elizabeth.
"This fine account of him," whispered her aunt as they walked, "is not quite consistent with his behaviour to our poor friend."
"Perhaps we might be deceived."
"He is certainly a good brother," said Elizabeth as she walked towards one of the windows. "Whatever can give his sister any pleasure is sure to be done in a moment. There is nothing he would not do for her," the housekeeper said.
In the picture gallery there were many family portraits. She stood several minutes before the picture of Mr. Darcy, with such a smile over the face as she remembered to have sometimes seen when he looked at her. There was certainly at this moment in Elizabeth's mind a more gentle sensation towards the original than she had ever felt. What praise is more valuable than the praise of an intelligent servant? As a brother, a landlord, a master, she considered how many people's happiness were in his guardianship. As they walked across the hall towards the river, Elizabeth turned back to look again. Her uncle and aunt stopped also. All of a sudden, the owner of it himself came forward from the road which led behind it to the stables. They were within 20 yards of each other, and so abrupt was his appearance that it was impossible to avoid his sight. Their eyes instantly met, and the cheeks of both were overspread with the deepest blush. He absolutely started, and for a moment seemed immovable from surprise, but shortly recovering himself, advanced towards the party and spoke to Elizabeth. She had instinctively turned away, but stopping on his approach, received his compliments with an embarrassment impossible to be overcome. Amazed at the alteration of his manner since they last parted, every sentence that he uttered was increasing her embarrassment. Nor did he seem much more at ease when he spoke. And after standing a few moments without saying a word, he suddenly recollected himself and took leave. The others then joined her, and expressed admiration of his figure, but Elizabeth heard not a word, and wholly engrossed by her own feelings, followed them in silence. She was overpowered by shame and vexation. Her coming there was the most unfortunate, the most ill-judged thing in the world. How strange it must appear to him! Or might it seem as if she had purposely thrown herself in his way again? Oh, why did she come? And his behaviour, so strikingly altered, what could it mean? That he should even speak to her was amazing, but to speak with such civility, to inquire after her family. Never in her life had she seen his manners so little dignified. Never had he spoken with such gentleness as on this unexpected meeting. What a contrast did it offer to their last meeting in Rosings Park, when he put his letter into her hand. She didn't know what to think, or how to account for it. She longed to know what at the moment was passing in his mind, in what manner he thought of her. They entered the woods, and, saying good-bye to the river for a while, ascended some of the higher grounds. Mr. Gardiner expressed a wish of going round the whole park. Mrs. Gardiner, who was not a great walker, could go no farther, and thought only of returning to the carriage as quickly as possible. Her niece was, therefore, obliged to submit, and they took their way towards the house on the opposite side of the river. While wandering on in this slow manner, they were again surprised, and Elizabeth's astonishment was quite equal to what it had been at first, by the sight of Mr. Darcy approaching them. Elizabeth, however astonished, was at least more prepared for an interview than before, and resolved to appear and to speak with calmness. Mrs. Gardiner was standing a little behind. Darcy asked Elizabeth if she would do him the honour of introducing him to her friends. This was civility for which she was quite unprepared. The introduction, however, was immediately made, and as she named their relationship to herself, she stole a sly look at him. That he was surprised by the connection was evident. He entered into conversation with Mr. Gardiner. Elizabeth could not but be pleased. It was consoling that he should know she had some relations for whom there was no need to blush. She listened most attentively to all that passed between them. Every expression, every sentence of her uncle marked his intelligence, his taste, and his good manners. The conversation soon turned upon fishing, and she heard Mr. Darcy invite him with the greatest civility to fish there as often as he chose while he stayed in the neighbourhood. Mrs. Gardiner, who was walking arm in arm with Elizabeth, gave her a look of wonder. Elizabeth said nothing. Her astonishment, however, was extreme, and continually was she repeating, "Why is he so altered? It cannot be for me. It cannot be for my sake that his manners are thus softened. It is impossible that he should still love me." After walking some time in this way, the two ladies in front, the two gentlemen behind, Mr. Darcy took his place by Elizabeth, and they walked on together. After a short silence, the lady first spoke. She wished him to know that she had been assured of his absence before she came to the place. "Your housekeeper," she added, "informed us that you would certainly not be here till tomorrow." He acknowledged the truth of it all, and said, "The rest of the party will join me early tomorrow, and among them are some who will claim an acquaintance with you, Mr. Bingley and his sisters." Elizabeth answered only by a slight bow. "There is also one other person in the party," he continued after a pause, "who more particularly wishes to be known to you. Will you allow me, or do I ask too much, to introduce my sister to your acquaintance during your stay at Lambton?" The surprise of such an application was great indeed. It was too great for her to know in what manner to answer. She immediately felt that whatever desire Miss Darcy might have of being acquainted with her, it must be the work of her brother. They now walked on in silence. each of them deep in thought. Elizabeth was not comfortable. That was impossible. But she was flattered and pleased. His wish of introducing his sister to her was a compliment of the highest kind. On Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner's coming up, they were all pressed to go into the house and take some refreshment. But this was declined, and they parted on each side with utmost politeness. Mr. Darcy handed the ladies into the carriage, and when it drove off, Elizabeth saw him walking slowly towards the house. The events of the day were too full of interest to leave Elizabeth much attention for anything else, and she could do nothing but think, and think with wonder, of Mr. Darcy's civility, and above all, of his wishing her to be acquainted with his sister. Chapter 44. On the very morning after their arrival at Lambton, the visitors came. They had been walking about the place with some of their new friends, and were just returning to the inn when the sound of a carriage drew them to a window, and they saw a gentleman and a lady driving up the street. Her uncle and aunt were all amazement. The perturbation of Elizabeth's feelings was at every moment increasing. She was quite amazed at her own discomposure. Miss Darcy and her brother appeared, and the introduction took place. With astonishment did Elizabeth see her new acquaintance was at least as much embarrassed as herself. Since her being at Lambton, she had heard that Miss Darcy was exceedingly proud, but the observation of a very few minutes convinced her that she was only exceedingly shy. Miss Darcy was tall, and on a larger scale than Elizabeth, and though little more than 16, her figure was formed, and her appearance womanly and graceful. She was less handsome than her brother, but there was sense and good humour in her face, and her manners were perfectly gentle. They had not long been together before Mr. Darcy told her that Bingley was also coming to visit her, and she had barely time to prepare for such a visitor when Bingley entered the room. All Elizabeth's anger against him had been long done away. He inquired in a friendly way after her family, and looked and spoke with the same good-humoured ease that he had ever done. To Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner he was scarcely a less interesting personage than to herself. They had long wished to see him. The whole party before them, indeed, excited a lively attention. Elizabeth, on her side, wanted to ascertain the feelings of each of her visitors. She wanted to compose her own, and to make herself agreeable to all, and she feared most to fail. In seeing Bingley, her thoughts flew to her sister. He observed to her, in a tone which had something of real regret, that it was a very long time since he had had the pleasure of seeing her, and before she could reply he added, "It is above 8 months. We have not met since the 26th of November, when we were all dancing together at Netherfield." Elizabeth was pleased to find his memory so exact. It was not often that she could turn her eyes on Mr. Darcy himself, but whenever she did catch a glimpse, she saw that there was nothing of hauteur or disdain in his manner. When she saw his behaviour to people with whom any intercourse a few months ago would have been a disgrace, she was struck by the great change. Their visitors stayed with them above half an hour, and when they arose to depart, Mr. Darcy called on his sister to join him in expressing their wish of seeing Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner and Miss Bennet to dinner at Pemberley before they left the country, and the day after the next was fixed on. Bingley expressed great pleasure in the certainty of seeing Elizabeth again, having still a great deal to say to her, and many inquiries to make after all their Hertfordshire friends. With respect to Wickham, the travellers soon found that he was not held there in much estimation, for, though the chief of his concerns with the son of his patron were imperfectly understood, it was yet a well-known fact that, on his leaving Derbyshire, he had left many debts behind him, which Mr. Darcy afterwards paid. As for Elizabeth, her thoughts were at Darcy this evening more than the last. She certainly did not hate him. No, hatred had vanished long ago, and she had almost as long been ashamed of ever feeling a dislike against him. But above all, above respect and esteem, there was a motive within her of goodwill which could not be overlooked. It was gratitude. Gratitude not merely for having once loved her, but for loving her still well enough to forgive her manner in rejecting him, and all the unjust accusations accompanying her rejection. He who, she had been persuaded, would avoid her as his greatest enemy, seemed, on this accidental meeting, most eager to preserve the acquaintance. Such a change in a man of so much pride excited not only astonishment, but gratitude, for by love, ardent love, it must be explained. Chapter 45. Convinced now that Miss Bingley's dislike of her had originated in jealousy, Elizabeth could not help feeling how unwelcome her appearance at Pemberley must be to her. In this house they were received by Miss Darcy, who was sitting there with Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley, and the lady with whom she lived in London. Georgiana's reception of them was very civil, but attended with all the embarrassment which would easily give to those who felt themselves inferior the belief of her being proud and reserved. Mrs. Gardiner and her niece, however, did her justice and pitied her. Elizabeth soon saw that she was herself closely watched by Miss Bingley, and that she could not speak a word, especially to Miss Darcy, without calling her attention. This observation would not have prevented her from trying to talk to the latter. Her own thoughts were employing her. She expected every moment that some of the gentlemen would enter the room. The servants entered with cold meat, cake, and a variety of all the finest fruits in season. Elizabeth could not decide whether she most feared or wished for the appearance of Mr. Darcy. No sooner did he appear than Elizabeth wisely resolved to be perfectly easy and unembarrassed, a resolution the more necessary to be made because she saw that the suspicions of the whole party were awakened against them. Elizabeth's collected behaviour, however, soon quieted the emotions, and Miss Bingley was vexed and disappointed. Their visit did not continue long, and while Mr. Darcy was attending them to their carriage, Miss Bingley was expressing her feelings in criticisms on Elizabeth's person, behaviour, and dress. But Georgiana would not join her. Her brother's recommendation was enough to her. His judgment could not err. Darcy returned to the saloon. Miss Bingley could not help repeating to him what she had been saying to his sister. "How very ill Miss Eliza Bennet looks this morning, Mr. Darcy," she cried. "I never in my life saw anyone so much altered as she is since the winter. She is grown so brown and coarse." Mr. Darcy coolly replied that he saw no other alteration than her being rather tanned, due to travelling in the summer. He then went away, and Miss Bingley was left with what gave no one any pain but herself. Mrs. Gardiner and Elizabeth talked of all that had occurred during their visit. They talked of his sister, his friends, his house, his fruit, of everything but himself. Yet Elizabeth was longing to know what Mrs. Gardiner thought about him, and Mrs. Gardiner would have been glad if her niece had asked her about it. Chapter 46. Elizabeth had been disappointed in not finding a letter from Jane on their first arrival at Lambton, but on the third morning she received 2 letters from her at once. The one had been written 5 days ago. The second half of it, which was dated a day later, was written in evident agitation. "Since writing the above, dearest Lizzie, something has occurred of a most unexpected and serious nature, but I am afraid of alarming you. Be assured that we are all well. What I have to say relates to poor Lydia. An express mail came at 12 last night from Colonel Forster to inform us that she was gone off to Scotland with one of his officers. To say the truth, with Wickham. Imagine our surprise. So imprudent a match on both sides. But I'm willing to hope the best, and that his character has been misunderstood. Thoughtless and indiscreet I can easily believe him, but this step marks nothing bad at heart. His choice is disinterested at least, for he must know my father can give her nothing. Our poor mother is sadly grieved. My father bears it better. How thankful I am that we never let them know what has been said against him. We must forget it ourselves. They were off Saturday night about 12, as is reported, but were not missed till yesterday morning at 8. The express was sent off directly. Colonel Forster gives us reason to expect him here soon. Lydia left a few lines for his wife, informing her of their intention." Without allowing herself time for consideration, Elizabeth instantly seized the other letter, and, opening it, read as follows. It had been written a day later. "Dearest Lizzie, I hardly know what I would write, but I have bad news for you, and it cannot be delayed. Imprudent as the marriage between Mr. Wickham and our poor Lydia would be, we are now anxious to be assured it has taken place, for there is but too much reason to fear they are not gone to Scotland. Colonel Forster came yesterday, having left Brighton the day before, not many hours after the express. One of the officers told Colonel Forster that W. never planned to marry Lydia at all. Colonel F. traced them easily to Clapham, but no further. All that is known after this is that they were seen to continue the London road. I don't know what to think. Colonel F. made every possible inquiry in London, but without any success. With the kindest concern he came to Longbourn, and broke his apprehensions to us in a manner most creditable to his heart. Our distress, my dear Lizzie, is very great. My father and mother believe the worst, but I cannot think so ill of him. I grieve to find that Colonel F. is not disposed to depend upon their marriage. He shook his head when I expressed my hopes, and said he feared W. was not a man to be trusted. My poor mother is really ill, and keeps her room. As to my father, I never in my life saw him so affected. Dearest Lizzie, now as the first shock is over, shall I own that I long for your return? I'm not so selfish, however, as to press for it, if inconvenient. Adieu." "Oh, where is my uncle?" cried Elizabeth, darting from her seat as she finished the letter, in eagerness to follow him, without losing a moment of the time so precious. But, as she reached the door, it was opened by a servant, and Mr. Darcy appeared. Her pale face made him start, and before he could recover himself to speak, she hastily exclaimed, "I beg your pardon, but I must leave you. I must find Mr. Gardiner this moment, on business that cannot be delayed. I have not an instant to lose."
"Good God, what is the matter?" cried he, with more feeling than politeness. Then, recollecting himself, "I will not detain you a minute, but let me or let the servant go after Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner. You are not well enough. You cannot go yourself." Elizabeth hesitated, but her knees trembled under her,
and calling back the servant, she told him to fetch his master and mistress home instantly. She was looking so miserably ill that it was impossible for Darcy to leave her.
"Let me call your maid. A glass of wine. Shall I get you one?
You are very ill." "No, I thank you," she replied. "There is nothing the matter with me. I'm quite well. I'm only distressed by some dreadful news which I have just received from Longbourn." She burst into tears, and for a few minutes could not speak another word. At length she spoke again. "I have just had a letter from Jane with such dreadful news. Cannot be concealed from anyone. My younger sister has left all her friends, has eloped with Mr. Wickham. They are gone off together from Brighton. You know him too well to doubt the rest. She has no money, no connections, nothing that can tempt him to... She's lost forever." Darcy was fixed in astonishment. "When I consider," she added, in a yet more agitated voice, "that I might have prevented it, I who knew what he was. Had his character been known, this could not have happened, but it is all too late now."
"I am grieved indeed," cried Darcy. "Grieved, shocked. But is it certain, absolutely certain?"
"Oh, yes, they left Brighton together on Sunday night, and were traced almost to London, but not beyond."
"And what has been done, what has been attempted to recover her?"
"My father has gone to London, and Jane has written to beg my uncle's immediate assistance, and we shall be off, I hope, in half an hour. But nothing can be done. I know very well that nothing can be done. How is such a man to be worked on? How are they even to be discovered? I have not the smallest hope. It is every way horrible." Darcy shook his head in silent agreement. He was walking up and down the room in earnest meditation, his brow contracted, his air gloomy. Elizabeth soon observed and instantly understood it. Her power was sinking. She could neither wonder nor condemn, but the belief of his self-conquest brought nothing consolatory to her bosom, and never had she so honestly felt that she could have loved him as now, when all love must be vain. Lydia, the humiliation, the misery she was bringing on them all, soon swallowed up every private care, and, covering her face with her handkerchief, Elizabeth was soon lost to everything else, and, after a pause of several minutes, was only recalled to a sense of her situation by the voice of her companion, who, in a manner which, though it spoke compassion, spoke restraint, said,
"I am afraid you have been long desiring my absence, nor have I anything to plead in excuse of my stay but real concern. Would to heaven that anything could be either said or done on my part that might offer consolation to such distress. But I will not torment you with vain wishes, which may seem purposely to ask for your thanks. This unfortunate affair will, I fear, prevent my sister's having the pleasure of seeing you at Pemberley to-day."
"Oh, yes, be so kind as to apologize for us to Miss Darcy. Say that urgent business calls us home immediately. Conceal the unhappy truth as long as it is possible. I know it cannot be long." He readily assured her of his secrecy, again expressed his sorrow for her distress, wished it a happier conclusion than there was at present reason to hope, and went away. If gratitude and esteem are good foundations of affection, Elizabeth's change of sentiment will be neither improbable nor faulty. She saw him go with regret. She found additional anguish as she reflected on that wretched business. Never, since reading Jane's second letter, had she entertained a hope of Wickham's meaning to marry her sister. Wickham could only marry for money, and how Lydia could ever have attached him had appeared incomprehensible. For such an attachment as this she might have sufficient charms, but she did not suppose Lydia to be deliberately engaging in an elopement without the intention of marriage. Elizabeth was wild to be at home, to hear, to see, to be upon the spot, to share with Jane in the cares that must now fall wholly upon her, in a family so deranged, a father absent, a mother requiring constant attendance. Her uncle's interference seemed of the utmost importance. Until he entered the room, her impatience was severe. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner had hurried back in alarm. She eagerly communicated the cause of their summons, reading the 2 letters aloud. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner were deeply shocked. Not Lydia only, but all were concerned in it, and after the first exclamations of surprise and horror, Mr. Gardiner promised every assistance in his power. Elizabeth thanked him with tears of gratitude. They were to be off as soon as possible.
"But what is to be done about Pemberley?" cried Mrs. Gardiner. "John told us Mr. Darcy was here when you sent for us. Was it so?"
"Yes, and I told him we should not be able to keep our engagement. That is all settled." Mr. Gardiner settled his account at the inn, and nothing remained to be done but to go. And Elizabeth, after all the misery of the morning, found herself seated in the carriage and on the road to Longbourn. Chapter 47.
"I've been thinking it over again, Elizabeth," said her uncle, as they drove from the town, "and I'm strongly inclined to hope for the best. Could he expect that her friends would not step forward? His temptation is not adequate to the risk."
"Do you really think so?" cried Elizabeth, brightening up for a moment.
"Upon my word," said Mrs. Gardiner, "I begin to be of your uncle's opinion. It is really too great a violation of decency, honour, and interest for him to be guilty of. I cannot think so very ill of Wickham. Can you yourself, Lizzie, believe him capable of it?"
"Not perhaps of neglecting his own interest, but of every other neglect I can believe him capable. Why all this secrecy? Why any fear of detection? Why must their marriage be private? Oh, no, no, this is not likely. His friend, you see by Jane's account, was persuaded of his never intending to marry her. Wickham will never marry a woman without some money. He cannot afford it. Lydia has no brothers to step forward, and he might imagine, from my father's behaviour, that he would do as little and think as little about it as any father could do in such a matter."
"But you see that Jane," said her aunt, "does not think so very ill of Wickham as to believe him capable of the attempt."
"Of whom does Jane ever think ill? But Jane knows, as well as I do, what Wickham really is. We both know that he has neither integrity nor honour, that he is false and deceitful."
"And do you really know all this?" cried Mrs. Gardiner, whose curiosity as to the mode of her intelligence was all alive.
"I do indeed," replied Elizabeth, colouring. "I told you the other day of his infamous behaviour to Mr. Darcy, and there are other circumstances which I am not at liberty to relate, but his lies about the whole Pemberley family are endless."
"When they all removed to Brighton, therefore, you had no reason, I suppose, to believe them fond of each other?"
"Not the slightest. I can remember no symptom of affection on either side." They travelled as fast as possible, and, sleeping one night on the road, reached Longbourn by dinner-time the next day. Elizabeth, as she affectionately embraced Jane, lost not a moment in asking whether anything new had been heard. "Not yet," replied Jane, "but now that my dear uncle has come, I hope everything will be well." "Is my father in town?" "Yes, he went on Tuesday, as I wrote you." "And have you heard from him often?"
"We have heard only twice. He wrote me a few lines on Wednesday to say that he had arrived in safety, and to give me his directions, which I particularly begged him to do. He merely added that he should not write again till he had something of importance to mention."
"And my mother, how is she? How are you all?"
"My mother is tolerably well, I trust, though her spirits are greatly shaken. She is upstairs, and will have great satisfaction in seeing you all. She does not yet leave her dressing-room."
"But you, how are you?" cried Elizabeth. "You look pale. How much you must have gone through." Her sister, however, assured her of being perfectly well. She ran to her uncle and aunt, and welcomed and thanked them both with alternate smiles and tears. When they were all in the drawing-room, Mr. Gardiner told Mrs. Bennet that he meant to be in London the very next day, and would assist Mr. Bennet in recovering Lydia.
"Do not give way to useless alarm," added he. "Though it is right to be prepared for the worst, there is no occasion to look on it as certain. It is not quite a week since they left Brighton. In a few days more we may gain some news of them.
Until we know that they are not married, and have no design of marrying,
and do not let us give the matter over as lost."
"Oh, my dear brother," replied Mrs. Bennet, "that is exactly what I could most wish for. And now do, when you get to town, find them out, wherever they may be, and if they are not married already, make them marry, and above all keep Mr. Bennet from fighting. Tell him what a dreadful state I am in, that I am frighted out of my wits, and that I could get no rest by night nor by day. Oh, brother, how kind you are!"
But Mr. Gardiner could not avoid recommending moderation to her, as well in her hopes as her fear. When Jane and Elizabeth were alone, Jane said,
"My poor father, how he must have felt it! I never saw anyone so shocked. He could not speak a word for a full 10 minutes. My mother was taken ill immediately, and the whole house in such confusion."
"Oh, Jane," cried Elizabeth, "was there a servant belonging to it who did not know the whole story before the end of the day?"
"I do not know. I hope there was. But my mother was in hysterics, and though I tried to give her every assistance in my power, I am afraid I did not do so much as I might have done."
"Your attendance upon her has been too much for you. You do not look well. You have had every care and anxiety upon yourself alone." Elizabeth then proceeded to inquire into the measures which her father had intended to pursue, while in town, for the recovery of his daughter.
"He meant, I believe," replied Jane, "to go to Epsom, the place where they last change horses. His principal object must be to discover the number of the coach which took them from Clapham. If he could somehow discover at what house the coachman had before set down his fare, he determined to make inquiries there, and hoped it might not be impossible to find out the stand and number of the coach. I do not know of any other designs that he had formed, but he was in such a hurry to be gone, and his spirits so greatly discomposed, that I had difficulty in finding out even so much as this."
Chapter 48. The whole party were in hopes of a letter from Mr. Bennet the next morning, but the post came in without bringing a single line from him. They were forced to conclude that he had no pleasing news to send. Mr. Gardiner had waited only for the letters before he set off. When he was gone, they were certain at least of receiving constant information of what was going on. Mrs. Gardiner and the children were to remain in Hertfordshire for a few days longer, as the former thought her presence might be serviceable to her nieces. She helped them with Mrs. Bennet, and was a great comfort to them in their hours of freedom. Their other aunt, Mrs. Phillips, also visited them frequently, and always, as she said, with the design of cheering and heartening them up, though, as she never came without reporting some fresh instance of Wickham's extravagance or irregularity, she seldom went away without leaving them more dispirited than she found them. All Meryton seemed striving to blacken the man who, but 3 months before, had been almost an angel of light. He was declared to be in debt to every tradesman in the place. Everybody declared that he was the wickedest young man in the world, and everybody began to find out that they had always distrusted the appearance of his goodness. Elizabeth, though she did not credit above half of what was said, believed enough to make her former assurance of her sister's ruin more certain. Mr. Gardiner left Longbourn on Sunday. On Tuesday his wife received a letter from him. It told them that, on his arrival, he had immediately found Mr. Bennet, that Mr. Bennet had been to Epsom and Clapham before his arrival, but without gaining any satisfactory information, and that he was now determined to inquire at all the principal hotels in town, as Mr. Bennet thought it possible they might have gone to one of them. Mr. Gardiner himself did not expect any success from this measure. He added that Mr. Bennet seemed wholly disinclined at present to leave London, and promised to write again very soon. He asked whether Elizabeth knew his relatives, but it was not in her power to give any information. She had never heard of his having had any relations, except a father and mother, both of whom had been dead many years. Every day at Longbourn was now a day of anxiety, but the most anxious part of each was when the post was expected. But before they heard again from Mr. Gardiner, a letter arrived for their father from a different quarter, from Mr. Collins, with false words of comfort and sympathy in their present distress. Mr. Gardiner, in his letter, wrote that they might expect to see their father at home on the following day, which was Saturday. Rendered spiritless by the ill success of all their attempts, he had yielded to his brother-in-law's entreaty that he would return to his family, and leave everything to him. When Mrs. Bennet was told of this, she did not express so much satisfaction as her children expected, considering what her anxiety for his life had been before. "What, is he coming home, and without poor Lydia?" she cried. "Sure he will not leave London before he's found them. Who is to fight Wickham, and make him marry her, if he comes away?" As Mrs. Gardiner began to wish to be at home, it was settled that she and the children should go to London at the same time that Mr. Bennet came from it. Darcy's name had never been mentioned. No letter had been received from Pemberley. Elizabeth, who was by this time tolerably well acquainted with her own feelings, was perfectly aware that, had she known nothing of Darcy, she could have borne Lydia's infamy better. When Mr. Bennet arrived, he said as little as he had ever been in the habit of saying, made no mention of the business that had taken him away, and it was some time before his daughters had courage to speak of it. It was not till the afternoon, when he had joined them at tea, that Elizabeth ventured to speak. He replied, "Say nothing of that. Who should suffer but myself? It has been my own doing, and I ought to feel it." "You must not be too severe upon yourself," replied Elizabeth. They were interrupted by Miss Bennet, who came to fetch her mother's tea. Chapter 49. 2 days after Mr. Bennet's return, as Jane and Elizabeth were walking together in the shrubbery behind the house, they saw the housekeeper coming towards them. "Dear madam," cried Mrs. Hill, "there is an express for master from Mr. Gardiner. He's been here this half-hour, and master has had a letter." Away ran the girls, too eager to get in. Elizabeth eagerly cried out, "Oh, Papa, what news, what news? Have you heard from my uncle?"
"Yes, I have had a letter from him by express."
"Well, and what news does it bring, good or bad?"
Taking the letter from his pocket, he said, "But perhaps you would like to read it?"
Elizabeth impatiently caught it from his hand. Jane now came up.
"Read it aloud," said their father, "for I hardly know myself what it is about."
Gracechurch Street, Monday, August 2nd. My dear brother, at last I am able to send you some news of my niece that I hope it will give you satisfaction. Soon after you left me on Saturday, I was fortunate enough to find out in what part of London they were. The particulars I reserve till we meet. It is enough to know they are discovered. I have seen them both. They are not married, nor can I find there was any intention of being so. But if you are willing to perform the engagements which I have ventured to make out on your side, I hope it will not be long before they are. All that is required of you is to assure to your daughter by settlement her equal share of the £5,000 secured among your children after the decease of yourself and my sister, and, moreover, to enter into an engagement of allowing her, during your lifetime, £100 per annum. These are conditions which, considering everything, I had no hesitation in complying with. I am happy to say there will be some little money, even when all his debts are paid, to settle on my niece, in addition to her own fortune. If you send me full powers to act in your name throughout the whole of this business, I will immediately give directions for preparing a proper settlement. Stay quiet at Longbourn, and depend on my care. Send back your answer as fast as you can. We have judged it best that my niece should be married from this house, of which I hope you will approve. She comes to us today. I shall write again as soon as anything more is determined on. Yours, etc., Edw. Gardiner.
"Is it possible?" cried Elizabeth when she had finished. "Can it be possible that he will marry her? And have you answered the letter?"
"No, but it must be done soon."
"Oh, my dear father," she cried, "come back and write immediately. Consider how important every moment is in such a case."
"But there are two things that I want very much to know. One is how much your uncle has laid down to bring it about, and the other, how am I ever to repay him?"
"Money! My uncle!" cried Jane. "What do you mean, sir?"
"I mean that no man in his senses would marry Lydia on so slight a temptation as 100 a year during my lifetime, and 50 after I'm gone."
"That is very true," said Elizabeth, "though it had not occurred to me before. His debts to be paid, and something still to remain. Oh, it must be my uncle's doings. Generous, good man, I'm afraid he has distressed himself. A small sum could not do all this."
"No," said her father. "Wickham's a fool if he takes her with a farthing less than £10,000. I should be sorry to think so ill of him in the very beginning of our relationship."
Deep in thought, they reached the house. Their father then went on to the library to write, and the girls walked into the breakfast-room. "If father were ever able to learn what Wickham's debts have been," said Elizabeth, "and how much is settled on his side and on our sister, we shall exactly know what Mr. Gardiner has done for them, because Wickham has not sixpence of his own. The kindness of my uncle and aunt can never be repaid." "We must try to forget all that has passed on either side," said Jane. "His consenting to marry her is a proof. Their mutual affection will steady them, and I flatter myself they will settle quietly, and in time their past imprudence will be forgotten." "Their conduct has been such," replied Elizabeth, "as neither you nor I nor anybody can ever forget. It is useless to talk of it."
"Lydia is going to be married, and I will go to Meryton," said Mrs. Bennet, "as soon as I am dressed, and tell the good news to my sister Phillips. And as I come back, I can call on Lady Lucas and Mrs. Long."
The housekeeper began instantly to express her joy. Elizabeth received her congratulations among the rest, and then, sick of this folly, took refuge in her own room, that she might think with freedom. In looking forward, neither happiness nor prosperity could be expected for her sister. In looking back to what they had feared, she felt all the advantages of what they had gained. Chapter 50. Mr. Bennet had very often wished that, instead of spending his whole income, he had laid by an annual sum for the better provision of his children, and of his wife, if she survived him. He now wished it more than ever. He was determined, if possible, to find out the extent of the assistance of his brother-in-law, and to repay his expenses as soon as he could. When first Mr. Bennet had married, they hoped to have a son. 5 daughters successively entered the world, but yet the son was to come, and Mrs. Bennet for many years had been certain that he would. This event had no longer been hoped for, but it was then too late to be saving. £5,000 was settled by marriage articles on Mrs. Bennet and the children, but in what proportions it should be divided amongst the latter depended on the will of the parents. He begged to know further particulars of what he was indebted to his brother. Elizabeth was now most heartily sorry that she, from the distress of the moment, had made Mr. Darcy acquainted with their fears for her sister. There were few people on whose secrecy she would have more confidently depended, but, at the same time, there was no one whose knowledge of her sister's behaviour would have mortified her so much. After what had happened, there seemed a gulf impassable between them. She was humbled, she was grieved. She repented, though she hardly knew of what. She became jealous of his esteem. She wanted to hear of him. She was convinced that she could have been happy with him when it was no longer likely they should meet. She began now to comprehend that he was exactly the man who, in disposition and talents, would most suit her. His understanding and temper, though unlike her own, would have answered all her wishes. It was a union that must have been to the advantage of both. By her ease and liveliness, his mind might have been softened, his manners improved, and from his judgment, information, and knowledge of the world, she must have received benefit of greater importance. Mr. Gardiner soon wrote again to his brother. To Mr. Bennet's questions he briefly replied, with assurance of his eagerness to promote the welfare of any of his family, and concluded that the subject might never be mentioned to him again.
I have written to Colonel Forster to inform him of our present arrangements, and to request that he will satisfy the various creditors of Mr. Wickham in and near Brighton with assurances of speedy payment, for which I have pledged myself. And will you give yourself the trouble of carrying similar assurances to his creditors in Meryton? He has given in all his debts. I hope at least he has not deceived us. Haggerston has our directions, and all will be completed in a week. Yours, etc., E. Gardiner. Jane and Elizabeth agreed in wishing of their mother to receive Lydia and her husband at Longbourn as soon as they were married, and their mother had the satisfaction of knowing that she would be able to show her married daughter in the neighbourhood before she went to settle in the north. When Mr. Bennet wrote again to his brother, therefore, he sent his permission for them to come.
Elizabeth was surprised, however, that Wickham should consent to such a scheme, and any meeting with him would have been the last object of her wishes. Chapter 51. Their sister's wedding day arrived. The carriage was sent to meet them, and they were to return in it by dinner-time. Their arrival was dreaded by the elder Miss Bennets. They came. The family were assembled in the breakfast-room to receive them. Smiles lit the face of Mrs. Bennet as the carriage drove up to the door. She embraced her daughter, gave her hand with an affectionate smile to Wickham, and wished them both joy with an alacrity which showed no doubt of their happiness. Their reception from Mr. Bennet was not quite so cordial. His countenance was rather austere, and he scarcely opened his lips. Elizabeth was disgusted, and even Jane was shocked. Wickham was not at all distressed. His smiles and his easy address, where he claimed their relationship, would have delighted them all. Lydia led voluntarily to subjects which her sisters would not have mentioned for the world. Her father lifted up his eyes. Jane was distressed. Elizabeth could bear it no longer. She got up and ran out of the room, and returned no more, till she heard them passing through the hall to the dining-room. Lydia longed to see Mrs. Phillips, the Lucases, and all their other neighbours, and to hear herself called Mrs. Wickham. No one but Mrs. Bennet regretted that their stay would be so short, and she made the most of the time by visiting about with her daughter, and having very frequent parties at home. These parties were acceptable to all. To avoid a family circle was even more desirable to those who did think than those who did not. Wickham's affection for Lydia was not equal to Lydia's for him. Elizabeth was sure that their elopement had been brought on by the strength of her love rather than by his. Lydia was exceedingly fond of him. One morning, soon after their arrival, as she was sitting with her two elder sisters, she said to Elizabeth, "Lizzie, I never gave you an account of my wedding. Are you not curious to hear how it was managed?" "No, really," replied Elizabeth. "I think there cannot be too little said on the subject." "You're so strange, but I must tell you how it went off. We were married, you know, at St. Clement's, because Wickham's lodgings were in that parish. My uncle and aunt and I were to go together, and the others were to meet us at the church. Well, Monday morning came, and I was in such a fuss. I was so afraid, you know, that something would happen to put it off. And there was my aunt all the time I was dressing, preaching and talking away, just as if she were reading a sermon. However, I did not hear above 1 word in 10, for I was thinking, you may suppose, of my dear Wickham. Well, and so we breakfasted at 10 as usual. I thought it would never be over. My uncle and aunt were horrid, unpleasant, all the time I was with them. Not one party or scheme or anything. To be sure, London was rather thin. Well, and so just as the carriage came to the door, my uncle was called away upon business. I was so frightened I did not know what to do, for my uncle was to give me away, and if we were beyond the hour, we could not be married all day. But luckily he came back again in 10 minutes' time, and then we all set out. However, I recollected afterwards that if he had been prevented going, the wedding need not be put off, for Mr. Darcy might have done as well. "Mr. Darcy!" repeated Elizabeth in utter amazement. "Oh, yes, he was to come there with Wickham, you know. But gracious me, I quite forgot. I ought not to have said a word about it.
I promised them so faithfully. What will Wickham say? It was to be such a secret. If it was to be a secret, said Jane, say not another word on the subject. Oh, certainly, said Elizabeth, though burning with curiosity. We will ask you no questions. Thank you, said Lydia, for if you did, I should certainly tell you all, and then Wickham would be angry. On such encouragement to ask, Elizabeth was forced to put it out of her power by running away. But to live in ignorance on such a point was impossible, or at least it was impossible not to try for information. Mr. Darcy had been at her sister's wedding. Conjectures as to the meaning of it, rapid and wild, hurried into her brain, but she was satisfied with none, and hastily seizing a sheet of paper, wrote a short letter to her aunt to request an explanation of what Lydia had said. "You may readily comprehend," she wrote, "what my curiosity must be to know how a person unconnected with any of us, and a stranger to our family, should have been amongst you at such a time. Pray write instantly, and let me understand it." She added to herself as she finished the letter, "And, my dear aunt, if you do not tell me in an honourable manner, I shall certainly be reduced to tricks to find it out." Jane's delicate sense of honour would not allow her to speak to Elizabeth privately of what Lydia had said. Elizabeth was glad of it. Until her inquiries would receive any satisfaction, she had rather not share her suspicions with anyone. Chapter 52. Elizabeth had the satisfaction of receiving an answer to her letter as soon as she possibly could. She sat down on one of the benches and prepared to read. My dear niece, I have just received your letter, and shall devote this whole morning to answering it. I was surprised by your application. I did not expect it from you. Your uncle is as much surprised as I am, and nothing but the belief of your being a party concerned would have allowed him to act as he had done. On the very day of my coming home from Longbourn, your uncle had a most unexpected visitor. Mr. Darcy called, and was shut up with him several hours. He came to tell Mr. Gardiner that he had found out where your sister and Mr. Wickham were, and that he had seen and talked with them both. Wickham repeatedly, Lydia once. From what I can collect, he left Derbyshire only one day after ourselves, and came to town with the resolution of hunting for them. His motive was the conviction that he was responsible for the fact that Wickham's worthlessness had not been so well known to everybody. He explained it by his mistaken pride, and confessed that he had before thought it beneath him to let the world know about his private actions. He called it his duty to try to remedy an evil which had been brought on by himself. He had been some days in town before he was able to discover them. There is a lady, it seems, a Mrs. Young, who was some time ago governess to Miss Darcy, and was dismissed from her charge. This Mrs. Young was, he knew, intimately acquainted with Wickham, and he went to her, but it was 2 or 3 days before he could get from her what he wanted. Wickham, indeed, had gone to her on their first arrival in London. He saw Wickham, and afterwards insisted on seeing Lydia. His first object with her, he acknowledged, had been to persuade her return to her friends as soon as they could be prevailed on to receive her, offering his assistance as far as it would go. But he found Lydia absolutely resolved on remaining where she was. She cared for none of her friends. She wanted no help of his. She would not hear of leaving Wickham. She was sure they should be married some time or other, and it did not much signify when. In his very first conversation with Wickham,
he easily learnt that marriage had never been his design. He left the regiment, on account of some debts of honour, which were very pressing. He meant to resign his commission immediately. He must go somewhere, but he did not know where, and he knew he should have nothing to live on. Lydia's flight was her own folly. Mr. Darcy asked him why he had not married your sister at once. Though Mr. Bennet was not imagined to be very rich, he would have been able to do something for him, and his situation must have been benefited by marriage. But he found, in reply to this question, that Wickham still cherished the hope of making his fortune by marriage in some other country. They met several times, for there was much to be discussed. Wickham, of course, wanted more than he could get, but at length was reduced to be reasonable. Everything being settled between them, Mr. Darcy's next step was to make your uncle acquainted with it. They met again on Sunday. It was not all settled before Monday. As soon as it was, the express was sent off to Longbourn, but our visitor was very obstinate. Nothing was to be done that he did not do himself, though I am sure your uncle would most readily have settled the whole. His debts are to be paid, amounting to considerably more than £1,000, another 1,000 in addition to her own settled upon her, and his commission purchased. The reason why all this was to be done by him alone was such as I have given above. It was owing to him, to his reserve and want of proper consideration, that Wickham's character had been so misunderstood. When all of this was resolved on, he returned again to his friends, who were still staying at Pemberley. But it was agreed that he should be in London once more when the wedding took place, and all money matters were then to receive the last finish. Mr. Darcy was punctual in his return, and attended the wedding. He dined with us the next day, and was to leave town again on Wednesday or Thursday. Will you be very angry with me, my dear Lizzie, if I take this opportunity of saying how much I like him? His behaviour to us has, in every respect, been as pleasing as when we were in Derbyshire. His understanding and opinions all please me. He wants nothing but a little more liveliness, and that, if he marry prudently, his wife may teach him. He hardly ever mentioned your name, but slyness seems to be the fashion. Yours very sincerely, M. Gardiner. The contents of this letter threw Elizabeth into a flutter of spirits. The vague suspicions which uncertainty had produced of what Mr. Darcy might have been doing to his sister proved to be true. He had followed them purposely to town. He had taken on himself all the trouble of such a research, and he met, persuaded, and finally bribed the man whom he always most wished to avoid, and whose very name it was punishment to him to pronounce. He had done all this for a girl whom he could neither regard nor esteem. Her heart did whisper that he had done it for her, for a woman who had already refused him, brother-in-law of Wickham, he had done much. She was ashamed to think how much. It was painful to know that they were under obligations to a person who could never receive a return. For herself, she was humbled, but she was proud of him. He had been able to get the better of himself. Chapter 53. The day of Wickham's and Lydia's departure for Newcastle soon came. Mr. Wickham's adieus were much more affectionate than his wife's. He smiled, looked handsome, and said many pretty things. The loss of her daughter made Mrs. Bennet dull, but not for long. The housekeeper at Netherfield had received orders to prepare for the arrival of her master, Mr. Bingley, who was coming down in a day or two to shoot there for several weeks. Mrs. Bennet looked at Jane and smiled and shook her head. Jane had not been able to hear of his coming without changing colour. It was many months since she had mentioned his name to Elizabeth. Elizabeth did not know what to make of it. When she saw him in Derbyshire, he was still in love with Jane. In spite of what her sister declared, Elizabeth could easily see that her spirits were affected by his arrival. They were more disturbed, more unequal than she had often seen them. Mr. Bingley arrived. Mrs. Bennet counted the days that must intervene before their invitation could be sent, hopeless of seeing him before. But on the third morning after his arrival in Hertfordshire, she saw him, from her dressing-room window, ride towards their house. Jane resolutely kept her place at the table, but Elizabeth went to the window and saw Mr. Darcy with him, and sat down again by her sister. Jane looked at Elizabeth with surprise and concern. She knew but little of their meeting in Derbyshire. Both sisters were uncomfortable enough. Each felt for the other, and of course for themselves. And their mother talked on of her dislike of Mr. Darcy, and her resolution to be civil to him only as Mr. Bingley's friend, without being heard by either of them. But Elizabeth had sources of uneasiness which could not be suspected by Jane. To Jane he could be only a man whose proposal she had refused, but to her own more extensive information he was the person to whom the whole family were indebted, and whom she regarded herself with an interest. She was astonished at his coming to Longbourn and seeking her again. "Let me first see how he behaves," thought she. She sat intently at work without daring to lift up her eyes. Jane looked a little paler than usual, but more composed than Elizabeth had expected. On the gentleman's appearing, her colour increased, yet she received them with tolerable ease, and with an air free from any resentment. Elizabeth said little to either, and sat down again to her work. She only once glanced at Darcy. He looked serious as usual, but perhaps he could not in her mother's presence be what he was before her uncle and aunt. Bingley she had seen for an instant, and in that short period saw him looking both pleased and embarrassed. He was received by Mrs. Bennet with a degree of civility which made her two daughters ashamed, especially when contrasted with the cold politeness of her address to his friend. Elizabeth, who knew what they owed to the letter, was hurt and distressed. Darcy, after inquiring of how Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner did, a question which she could not answer without confusion, said scarcely anything. Several minutes passed without bringing the sound of his voice, and when occasionally she raised her eyes to his face, she as often found him looking at Jane as at herself, and frequently on no object but the ground. She was disappointed, and angry with herself for being so. "Could I expect it to be otherwise?" said she. "Yet why did he come?" She was in no mood for conversation with any one but himself, and to him she had hardly courage to speak. She inquired after his sister, but could do no more. Elizabeth asked Bingley whether he meant to make any stay in the country at present. A few weeks, he believed. Elizabeth's misery increased at her mother's attention to Mr. Bingley, and her unnecessary and officious remarks. At that instant she felt that years of happiness could not make Jane or herself amends for moments of such painful confusion. When first Bingley came in, He had spoken to Jane but little, but every 5 minutes seemed to be giving her more of his attention. He found her as handsome as she had been last year, as good-natured and as unaffected, though not quite so chatty. Jane was anxious that no difference should be perceived in her at all, and was sure that she talked as much as ever. But her mind was so busily engaged that she did not always know when she was silent. When the gentlemen rose to go away, Mrs. Bennet invited them to dine at Longbourn in a few days' time. "You're quite the visit in my debt, Mr. Bingley," she added, "for when you went to town last winter you promised to take a family dinner with us as soon as you returned. I have not forgot, you see, and I assure you I was very much disappointed that you did not come back and keep your engagement." Bingley looked a little silly at this reflection, and said something of his concern at having been prevented by business. They then went away. Chapter 54. As soon as they were gone, Elizabeth walked out to recover her spirits. Mr. Darcy's behaviour astonished and vexed her. "Why, if he came only to be silent, grave, and indifferent," said she, "did he come at all? He could still be amiable, still pleasing to my uncle and aunt, when he was in town, and why not to me? If he fears me, why come here? If he no longer cares for me, why silent? I will think no more about him." Jane joined her with a cheerful look, which showed her better satisfied with their visitors than Elizabeth. "Now," she said, "that this first meeting is over, I feel perfectly easy. I'm glad he dines here on Tuesday. It will then be publicly seen that on both sides we meet only as common and indifferent acquaintance." "Yes, very indifferent indeed," said Elizabeth laughingly. "Oh, Jane, take care." "My dear Lizzie, you cannot think me so weak as to be in danger now." "I think you are in very great danger of making him as much in love with you as ever." They did not see the gentleman again till Tuesday. On Tuesday there was a large party assembled at Longbourn, and the two who were most anxiously expected were in very good time. Elizabeth eagerly watched to see whether Bingley would take the place, which had belonged to him by her sister. On entering the room he seemed to hesitate, but Jane happened to look round, and happened to smile. It was decided. He placed himself by her. Elizabeth, with a triumphant sensation, looked towards his friend. He bore it with noble indifference, and she would have imagined that Bingley had received his permission to be happy. His behaviour to her sister during dinner-time showed an admiration of her. It gave Elizabeth all the animation that her spirits could boast, for she was in no cheerful humour. Mr. Darcy was almost as far from her as the table could divide them. He was on one side of her mother. She knew how little such a situation would give pleasure to him. She was not near enough to hear their talk, but she could see how seldom they spoke to each other, and how formal and cold was their manner whenever they did. Elizabeth would have given anything to be able to tell him that his kindness was neither unknown nor unfelt by the whole of the family. She was in hopes that the evening would afford some opportunity of bringing them together, that the whole of the visit would not pass away without speaking to him. The period which passed in the drawing-room, before the gentlemen came, was wearisome and dull to a degree that almost made her uncivil. She looked forward to their entrance as the point on which all her chance must depend. "If he does not come to me, then," said she, "I shall give him up forever." Darcy had walked away to another part of the room. She followed him with her eyes, envied everyone to whom he spoke, and then was enraged against herself for being so silly. A man who has once been refused, how could I ever be foolish enough to expect a renewal of his love? When he brought back his coffee-cup himself, she seized the opportunity of saying, "Is your sister at Pemberley still?"
"Yes, she will remain there till Christmas."
"And quite alone? Have all her friends left her?"
"Mrs. Annesley is with her. The others have been gone on to Scarborough these 3 weeks."
She could think of nothing more to say, but if he wished to converse with her, he might have better success. He stood by her, however, for some minutes in silence, and then at last he walked away. She now lost every expectation of pleasure. She had nothing to hope, but his eyes were so often turned towards her side of the room. But their carriage was unluckily ordered before any of the others, and they were gone. Mrs. Bennet was in very great spirits. She had seen enough of Bingley's behaviour to Jane to be convinced that she would get him at last. Chapter 55. A few days after this visit, Mr. Bingley called again, and alone. His friend had left him that morning for London, but was to return home in 10 days' time. He sat with them above an hour, and was in remarkably good spirits. Mrs. Bennet invited him to dine with them, but he was engaged elsewhere. "Next time you call," said she, "I hope we shall be more lucky." He should be particularly happy at any time, etc., etc., and if she would give him leave, would take an early opportunity of visiting them. "Can you come tomorrow?" Yes, he had no engagement at all for tomorrow, and her invitation was accepted. He came, and in such very good time that the ladies were none of them dressed. "My dear Jane, make haste and hurry down. He has come. Mr. Bingley has come. He has indeed. Make haste, cried Mrs. Bennet. After tea, Mr. Bennet retired to the library, as was his custom, and Mary went upstairs to her instrument. In a few minutes, Mrs. Bennet half opened the door and called out, "Lizzie, my dear, I want to speak with you." Elizabeth was forced to go. "We may as well leave them by themselves, you know," said her mother as soon as she was in the hall. Elizabeth made no attempt to reason with her mother, but remained quietly in the hall till she was out of sight, then returned into the drawing-room. Mrs. Bennet's schemes for this day were ineffectual. Bingley was charming. His ease and cheerfulness was a most agreeable addition to their evening party. He scarcely needed an invitation to stay for supper, and before he went away an engagement was formed, chiefly through his own and Mrs. Bennet's means. He was coming next morning to shoot with her husband. After this day, Jane said no more of her indifference. Not a word passed between the sisters concerning Bingley, but Elizabeth went to bed in the happy belief that all must soon be concluded. Bingley was punctual to his appointment, and he and Mr. Bennet spent the morning together, as had been agreed on. The latter was much more agreeable than his companion expected. There was nothing in Bingley that could provoke his ridicule or disgust him into silence, and he was more communicative and less eccentric than the other had ever seen him. Bingley, of course, returned with him to dinner. Soon after tea, Elizabeth, who had a letter to write, went into the breakfast-room. But on returning to the drawing-room, when her letter was finished, she saw her sister and Bingley standing together over the hearth, as if engaged in earnest conversation. Jane could have no secrets from Elizabeth, and instantly embracing her, acknowledged that she was the happiest creature in the world. Elizabeth's congratulations were given with a sincerity, a warmth, a delight which words could but poorly express. Every sentence of kindness was a fresh source of happiness to Jane. "I must go instantly to my mother," she cried. "I would not allow her to hear it from any one but myself. He has gone to my father already. Oh, Lizzie, how shall I bear so much happiness?" Elizabeth, who was left by herself, now smiled at the rapidity and ease with which an affair was finally settled. In a few minutes she was joined by Bingley.
"Where is your sister?" said he hastily as he opened the door.
"With my mother upstairs. She will be down in a moment, I dare say." He then shut the door, and, coming up to her, claimed the good wishes and affection of a sister. Elizabeth honestly and heartily expressed her delight in the prospect of their relationship. They shook hands with great cordiality, and then, till her sister came down, she had to listen to all he had to say of his happiness. When Mr. Bennet joined them at supper, his voice and manner plainly showed how really happy he was. He turned to his daughter and said,
"Jane, I congratulate you. You will be a very happy woman."
Jane went to him instantly, kissed him, and thanked him for his goodness. Bingley was a daily visitor at Longbourn, coming frequently before breakfast, and always remaining till after supper. Elizabeth had now little time for conversation with her sister. The situation of affairs in the Longbourn family could not be long a secret. Mrs. Bennet whispered to Mrs. Phillips, and she, without any permission, did the same to all her neighbours in Meryton. The Bennets were pronounced to be the luckiest family in the world. Chapter 56. One morning, about a week after Bingley's engagement with Jane had been formed, the family were sitting together in the dining-room. Their attention was suddenly drawn to the window by the sound of a carriage. It was too early in the morning for visitors. It was certain, however, that somebody was coming. The door was thrown open, and their visitor entered. It was Lady Catherine de Bourgh. She entered the room with an air more than usually ungracious, made no other reply to Elizabeth's salutation than a slight inclination of the head, and sat down without saying a word. Elizabeth had mentioned her name to her mother on her ladyship's entrance, though no request of introduction had been made. After sitting for a moment in silence, she said very stiffly to Elizabeth, "I hope you're well, Miss Bennet. That lady, I suppose, is your mother." Elizabeth replied very concisely that she was. "You have a very small park here," returned Lady Catherine after a short silence. "It is nothing in comparison of Rosings, my lady, I dare say, but I assure you it is much larger than Sir William Lucas," Mrs. Bennet replied. Elizabeth expected that Lady Catherine would produce a letter for her from Charlotte, as it seemed the only probable motive for her calling, but no letter appeared, and she was completely puzzled. Then, rising up, she said to Elizabeth, "Miss Bennet, there seemed to be kind of a little wilderness on one side of your lawn. I should be glad to take a turn in it, if you will favour me with your company." Elizabeth obeyed, and attended her noble guest downstairs. Her carriage remained at the door, and Elizabeth saw that her waiting woman was in it. They proceeded in silence along the gravel walk. Elizabeth was determined to make no effort for conversation with a woman who was now more than usually insolent and disagreeable. "How could I ever think her like a nephew?" thought she, as she looked in her face. As soon as they were alone, Lady Catherine began in the following manner. "You can be at no loss, Miss Bennet, to understand the reason of my journey here. Your own heart, your own conscience, must tell you why I come." Elizabeth looked with unaffected astonishment. "Indeed, you're mistaken, madam. I have not been at all able to account for the honour of seeing you here." "Miss Bennet," replied her ladyship in an angry tone, "you ought to know that I am not to be trifled with.
But however insincere you may choose to be, you shall not find me so. A report of a most alarming nature reached me 2 days ago. I was told not only your sister was on the point of being most advantageously married, but that Miss Elizabeth Bennet, would, in all likelihood, be soon afterwards united to my nephew, my own nephew, Mr. Darcy. I instantly resolved on setting off for this place, that I might make my feelings known to you. I wonder you took the trouble of coming so far. What could your ladyship propose by it? Said Elizabeth, colouring with astonishment and disdain. At once to insist upon having such a report contradicted. Your coming to Langbourne to see me and my family, said Elizabeth coolly, will be rather a confirmation of it, if indeed such a report is in existence. If? Do you then pretend to be ignorant of it? Has it not been circulated by yourselves? Do you not know that such a report is spread abroad? I never heard that it was. And can you likewise declare there is no foundation for it? You may ask questions which I shall not choose to answer. This is not to be borne, Miss Bennet. Has my nephew, made you an offer of marriage? Your ladyship has declared it to be impossible. It ought to be so, it must be so, while he retains the use of his reason. But your arts and allurements may, in a moment of infatuation, have made him forget what he owes to himself and to all his family. You may have drawn him in. If I have, I shall be the last person to confess it. Miss Bennet, do you know who I am? I have not been accustomed to such language as this. I am almost the nearest relation he has in the world, and I am entitled to know all his concerns. But you are not entitled to know mine. Let me be rightly understood. This match can never take place. No, never. Mr. Darcy is engaged to my daughter. Now, what do you have to say? Only this, that if he is so, you can have no reason to suppose he will make an offer to me. Lady Catherine hesitated for a moment, and then replied, The engagement between them is of a peculiar kind. From their infancy they have been intended for each other. Have you not heard me say that from his earliest hours he was destined for his cousin? Yes, and I have heard it before. But what is that to me? If there is no other objection to my marrying your nephew, I shall certainly not be kept from it by knowing that his mother and aunt wished him to marry Miss de Bourgh. You both did as much as you could in planning the marriage. Its completion depended on others. Why is not Mr. Darcy to make another choice? And if I am that choice, why may not I accept him? Because honour, decorum, prudence, interest forbid it. Yes, Miss Bennet, interest. You will be despised by everyone connected with him. Your alliance will be a disgrace. Your name will never even be mentioned by any of us. Obstinate, headstrong girl, I'm ashamed of you. Is this your gratitude for my attentions to you last spring? Let us sit down. You are to understand, Miss Bennet, that I have not been used to submit to any person's whims. That will make your ladyship's situation at present more pitiable, but it will have no effect on me. I will not be interrupted. Hear me in silence. My daughter and my nephew are formed for each other. They are descended from the same noble, respectable, honourable, and ancient, though untitled, families. Their fortune on both sides is splendid. They are destined for each other. Whatever my connections may be, said Elizabeth, if your nephew does not object to them, they can be nothing to you. Tell me once and for all, are you engaged to him? I am not. Lady Catherine seemed pleased. And will you promise me never to enter into such an engagement? I will make no promise of the kind. Miss Bennet, I am shocked and astonished. I expected to find a more reasonable young woman. I shall not go away until you have given me the assurance I require. And I certainly never shall give it. I am not to be intimidated into anything so wholly unreasonable. How far your nephew might approve of your interference in his affairs I cannot tell, but you have certainly no right to concern yourself in mine. I must beg, therefore, to go no farther on the subject.
You have insulted me in every possible method. I must beg to return to the house." And she rose as she spoke. Lady Catherine rose also, and they turned back. Her ladyship was highly enraged. Lady Catherine talked on till they were at the door of the carriage, when, turning hastily round, she added, "I take no leave of you, Miss Bennet. I send no compliments to your mother. You deserve no such attention. I am most seriously displeased." Elizabeth made no answer, and without attempting to persuade her ladyship to return into the house, walked quietly into it herself. Chapter 57. Elizabeth could not overcome the discomposure of spirits after the extraordinary visit of Lady Catherine, who, it appeared, had actually taken the trouble of this journey for the sole purpose of breaking off her supposed engagement with Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth was at a loss from what source the report of their engagement could originate, till she recollected Bingley's sisters. From what Lady Catherine had said of her resolution to prevent their marriage, it occurred to Elizabeth that she must meditate an application to her nephew, and how he might take a similar representation of the evils attached to a connection with her she dared not pronounce. Lady Catherine might see him in her way through town, and his promise to Bingley of coming again to Netherfield must give way. The surprise of the rest of the family, on hearing who their visitor had been, was very great. The next morning, as she was going downstairs, she was met by her father, who came out of his library with a letter in his hand.
"Lizzie," said he, "I was going to look for you. Come into my room."
She followed him there, curious what he had to tell her. She followed her father to the fireplace, and they both sat down. He then said,
"I have received a letter this morning that has astonished me greatly. As it principally concerns yourself, you ought to know its contents. I did not know before that I had 2 daughters on the brink of matrimony. Let me congratulate you." The colour now rushed into Elizabeth's cheeks. She was undetermined whether to be pleased or offended that his letter was not addressed to her. Her father continued, "You look conscious. This letter is from Mr. Collins."
"From Mr. Collins? And what can he have to say?"
"He begins with congratulations on the approaching marriage of my eldest daughter. What relates to yourself is as follows. Your daughter Elizabeth, it is presumed, will not long bear the name of Bennet, and the chosen partner of her fate may be reasonably looked up to as one of the most brilliant personages in this land. My motive for cautioning you is as follows. We have reason to imagine that his aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, does not look on the match with a friendly eye. Her ladyship last night expressed what she felt on the occasion. She would never give her consent to what she termed so disgraceful a match. I thought it my duty to give the speediest notice of this to my cousin, that she and her noble admirer may be aware of what they are about, and not run hastily into a marriage which has not been properly sanctioned, etc."
"Oh," cried Elizabeth, "but it's so strange." Elizabeth had never been more at a loss to make her feelings appear what they were not. It was necessary to laugh, when she would rather have cried. Chapter 58. Mr. Bingley brought Darcy with him to Longbourn before many days had passed after Lady Catherine's visit. The gentleman arrived early, and Bingley, who wanted to be alone with Jane, proposed their all walking out. Bingley and Jane lagged behind, while Elizabeth, Kitty, and Darcy were to entertain each other. Very little was said by either. Kitty was too much afraid of him to talk. Elizabeth was secretly forming a desperate resolution, and perhaps he might be doing the same. They walked towards the Lucases because Kitty wished to call upon Maria. When Kitty left them, Elizabeth went boldly on with him alone. Now was the moment for her resolution to be executed, and, while her courage was high, she immediately said, "Mr. Darcy, I'm a very selfish creature, and, for the sake of giving relief to my own feelings, don't care how much I may be wounding yours. I can no longer help thanking you for your kindness to my poor sister Lydia. Ever since I have known it, I've been most anxious to acknowledge to you how gratefully I feel it. Were it known to the rest of my family, I should not have merely my own gratitude to express."
"I am sorry, exceedingly sorry," replied Darcy, in a tone of surprise and emotion, "that you have ever been informed of what may have given you uneasiness. I did not think Mrs. Gardiner was so little to be trusted."
"You must not blame my aunt. Lydia's thoughtlessness first betrayed to me that you had been concerned in the matter. Let me thank you again and again in the name of all my family for that generous compassion which induced you to take so much trouble."
"If you will thank me," he replied, "let it be for yourself alone. That the wish of giving happiness to you made me act. I shall not attempt to deny it. But your family owe me nothing. Much as I respect them, I believe I thought only of you."
Elizabeth was too much embarrassed to say a word. After a short pause, her companion added,
"If your feelings are still what they were last April, tell me so at once. My affections and wishes are unchanged, but one word from you will silence me on the subject forever."
Elizabeth, feeling all the more than common awkwardness and anxiety of his situation, now forced herself to speak, and immediately, though not very fluently, gave him to understand that her sentiments had undergone so great a change since that time as to make her receive with gratitude and pleasure his present assurances. The happiness which this reply produced was such as he had probably never felt before, and he spoke as warmly as a man violently in love can be supposed to do, and he told her of his feelings, of what importance she was to him, and it made his affection every moment more valuable. They walked on without knowing in what direction. There was too much to be thought and felt, and said, "We will not quarrel for the greater share of blame," said Elizabeth. "The conduct of neither, if strictly examined, will be irreproachable, but since then we have both, I hope, improved in civility."
"I cannot so easily forgive myself. The recollection of what I then said, of my conduct, my manners, my expressions during the whole of it, is now, and has been many months, painful to me. Your reproof, so well applied, I shall never forget. Had you behaved in a more gentlemanlike manner—"
"Those were your words. You don't know how they have tortured me. Though it was some time, I confess, before I was reasonable enough to see their justice. My manners must have been in fault, but not intentionally, I assure you. I never meant to deceive you, but my spirits might often lead me wrong. How you must have hated me after that evening!"
"Hate you? I was angry perhaps at first, but my anger soon began to take a proper direction."
"I am almost afraid of asking what you thought of me. When we met at Pemberley, you blamed me for coming?"
"No, indeed, I felt nothing but surprise."
He then told her of Georgiana's delight in her acquaintance, and of her disappointment at its sudden interruption. Elizabeth soon learned that his resolution of going to London in quest of her sister had been formed before he left the inn. She expressed her gratitude again, but it was too painful a subject to each to be talked over farther. After walking several miles in a leisurely manner, they found at last that it was time to be at home.
"What
could become of Mr. Bingley and Jane was a wonder which started the discussion of their affairs. Darcy was delighted with their engagement. His friend had given him the earliest information of it. "I must ask whether you were surprised," said Elizabeth. "Not at all. When I went away I felt that it would soon happen." In anticipating the happiness of Bingley, which of course was to be inferior only to his own, Darcy continued the conversation till they reached the house. In the hall they parted. Chapter 59. "My dear Lizzie, where can you have been walking to?" was a question which Elizabeth received from Jane as soon as she entered their room. She had only to say in reply that they had wandered about. She coloured as she spoke, but neither that nor anything else awakened a suspicion of the truth. The evening passed quietly, unmarked by anything extraordinary. The acknowledged lovers talked and laughed. The unacknowledged were silent. Elizabeth, agitated and confused, rather knew that she was happy than felt herself to be so, for, besides the immediate embarrassment, there were other evils before her. She anticipated what would be felt in the family when her situation became known. She was aware that no one liked him but Jane, and even feared that with the others it was a dislike. At night she opened her heart to Jane. Though suspicion was very far from Miss Bennet's general habits, she was absolutely incredulous here. "You're joking, Lizzie! This cannot be! Engaged to Mr. Darcy! No, no, you shall not deceive me. I know it to be impossible. I know how much you dislike him." "You know nothing of the matter. That is all to be forgotten. Perhaps I did not always love him so well as I do now." Miss Bennet still looked all amazement. "Yet now I must believe you," cried Jane. "My dear, dear Lizzie, I do congratulate you, but are you quite certain that you can be happy with him?" "There can be no doubt of that. It is settled between us already that we are to be the happiest couple in the world. But are you pleased, Jane? Shall you like to have such a brother?" "Very, very much. Nothing could give either Bingley or myself more delight." "Good gracious!" cried Mrs. Bennet, as she stood at the window the next morning. "If that disagreeable Mr. Darcy is not coming here again with our dear Bingley, what shall we do with him? Lizzie, you must walk out with him again, that he may not be in Bingley's way." Elizabeth could hardly help laughing at her proposal. As soon as they entered, Bingley looked at her so expressively, and shook hands with such warmth, as left no doubt of his good information. "I advise Mr. Darcy and Lizzie and Kitty," said Mrs. Bennet, "to walk to Oakham Mount this morning. Mr. Darcy has never seen the view." Kitty said that she had rather stayed at home. During their walk, it was resolved that Mr. Bennet's consent should be asked in the course of the evening. She could not determine how her mother would take the news, but whether she were violently set against the match, or violently delighted with it, it was certain that her manner would be equally ill-adapted to do credit to her sense. In the evening, soon after Mr. Bennet withdrew to the library, she saw Mr. Darcy rise also and follow him, and her agitation on seeing it was extreme. She did not fear her father's opposition, but he was going to be made unhappy that she, his favourite child, should be distressing him by her choice. She sat in misery till Mr. Darcy appeared again, when, looking at him, she was a little relieved by his smile. In a few minutes he approached the table where she was sitting, and said in a whisper, "Go to your father. He wants you in the library." She was gone directly. Her father was walking about the room, looking grave and anxious. "Lizzie," said he, "what are you doing?
Are you out of your senses to be accepting this man? Have you not always hated him?"
How earnestly did she then wish that her former opinions had been more reasonable, her expressions more moderate. It would have spared her from explanations which it was awkward to give, but they were now necessary, and she assured him with some confusion of her attachment to Mr. Darcy.
"Or, in other words, you are determined to have him. He is rich, to be sure, and you may have more fine clothes and fine carriages than Jane, but will they make you happy?"
"Do you have any other objection," said Elizabeth, "than your belief of my indifference?"
"None at all. We all know him to be a proud and pleasant sort of man, but this would be nothing if you really liked him."
I do like him," she replied with tears in her eyes. "I love him. Indeed, he has no improper pride. He is perfectly amiable. You do not know what he really is. Then pray do not pain me by speaking of him in such terms."
"Lizzie," said her father, "I have given him my consent. He is the kind of man, indeed, to whom I should never dare refuse anything which he condescended to ask. I now give it to you, if you are resolved on having him. But let me advise you to think better of it. I know you, Lizzie. I know that you could be neither happy nor respectable unless you truly esteemed your husband, unless you looked up to him as a superior. My child, let me not have the grief of seeing you unable to respect your partner in life." Elizabeth was earnest and solemn in her reply, and repeated assurances that Mr. Darcy was really the object of her choice. She said that his affection was not the work of a day, but had stood the test of many months' suspense, and enumerating with energy all his good qualities, she did reconcile her father to the match. "Well, my dear," said he when she ceased speaking, "I have no more to say. If this be the case, he deserves you. I could not have parted with you, my Lizzie, to any one less worthy."
To complete the favourable impression, she then told him what Mr. Darcy had voluntarily done for Lydia. He heard her with astonishment.
"This is an evening of wonders indeed. And so Darcy did everything, made up the match, gave the money, paid the fellow's debts, and got him his commission. So much the better. It will save me a world of trouble and economy. Had it been your uncle's doing, I must and would have paid him. But these violent young lovers carry everything their own way. I shall offer to pay him tomorrow. He will shout about his love for you, and there will be an end of the matter."
Elizabeth's mind was now relieved from a very heavy weight, and, after half an hour's quiet reflection in her own room, she was able to join the others with composure. When her mother went up to her dressing-room at night, she followed her and told her the news. The effort was most extraordinary, for, on first hearing it, Mrs. Bennet sat quite still, and unable to utter a syllable. She began at length to recover, get up, sit down again, wonder, and bless herself. "Good gracious, Lord bless me! Only think, dear me, Mr. Darcy! Who'd have thought it? And is it really true? Oh, my sweetest Lizzie! How rich and how great you will be! What carriages you will have! Jane is nothing to it, nothing at all. I am so pleased, so happy. Such a charming man, so handsome, so tall. Oh, my dear Lizzie, pray apologize for my having disliked him so much before. I hope he will overlook it. Dear, dear Lizzie, a house in town, 3 daughters married, 10,000 a year. Oh, Lord!" Elizabeth, rejoicing that her mother's words were heard only by herself, soon went away. The morrow passed off much better than she expected, for Mrs. Bennet luckily stood in such awe of her intended son-in-law that she ventured not to speak to him unless it was in her power to offer him any attention or mark her deference for his opinion. Elizabeth had the satisfaction of seeing her father taking pains to get acquainted with him, and Mr. Bennet soon assured her that he was rising every hour in his esteem. Chapter 60. Elizabeth's spirits soon rising to playfulness again, she asked Mr. Darcy to account for his having fallen in love with her. "How could you begin?" said she. "What could set you off in the first place?"
"I cannot fix on the hour or the spot or the look or the words which laid the foundation. It is too long ago. I was in the middle before I knew that I had begun."
"My beauty you had early withstood, and as for my manners, my behaviour to you was at least always bordering on the uncivil, and I never spoke to you without rather wishing to give you pain than not. Now be sincere. Did you admire me for my impertinence?"
"For the liveliness of your mind I did."
"You may as well call it impertinence at once. The fact is that you were sick of civility, of deference, of attention. You were disgusted with the women who were always speaking and looking and thinking for your approval alone. I interested you because I was so unlike them. Had you not really been amiable, you would have hated me for it. But in spite of the pains you took to disguise yourself, your feelings were always noble and just. To be sure, you knew no actual good of me, but nobody thinks of that when they fall in love."
"Was there no good in your affectionate behaviour to Jane while she was ill at Netherfield?"
"Dearest Jane, who could have done less for her? What made you so shy of me when you first called, and afterwards dined here? Why, especially when you called, did you look as if you did not care about me?"
"Because you were grave and silent, and gave me no encouragement."
"But I was embarrassed."
"And so was I."
"You might have talked to me more when you came to dinner."
"A man who had felt less might."
"I wonder when you would have spoken if I had not asked you. My resolution of thanking you for your kindness to Lydia had certainly great effect. Too much, I am afraid, for what becomes of the moral if your comfort springs from a breach of promise? For I ought not to have mentioned the subject."
"You need not distress yourself. Lady Catherine's unjustifiable attempts to separate us were the means of removing all my doubts. I am not indebted for my present happiness to your eager desire of expressing your gratitude. I was not in a humour to wait for any opening of yours. My aunt's intelligence had given me hope, and I was determined at once to know everything."
"But tell me, what did you come down to Netherfield for? Was it merely to ride to Longbourn and be embarrassed? Or had you intended any more serious consequence?"
"My real purpose was to see you, and to judge, if I could, whether I might ever hope to make you love me, and to see whether your sister were still in love with Bingley, and if she were, to make the confession to him which I have since made."
Elizabeth had never yet answered Mrs. Gardiner's long letter, but now she was almost ashamed to find that her uncle and aunt had already lost 3 days of happiness, and immediately wrote as follows. "I would have thanked you before, my dear aunt, as I ought to have done, for your long, kind letter. I thank you again and again for not going to the lakes. How could I be so silly as to wish it? I am the happiest creature in the world. Perhaps other people have said so before, but not one with such justice. I am happier even than Jane. She only smiles. I laugh. Mr. Darcy sends you all the love in the world that he can spare from me. You are all to come to Pemberley at Christmas. Yours, etc." Mr. Darcy's letter to Lady Catherine was in a different style, and still different from either was what Mr. Bennet sent to Mr. Collins in reply to his last. "Dear Sir, I must trouble you once more for congratulations. Elizabeth will soon be the wife of Mr. Darcy. Console Lady Catherine as well as you can. But, if I were you, I would stand by the nephew. He has more to give. Yours sincerely, etc. Miss Bingley's congratulations to her brother on his approaching marriage were all that was affectionate and insincere. She wrote even to Jane on the occasion to express her delight and repeat all her former professions of regard. Jane was not deceived, but she was affected. The joy in which Miss Darcy expressed on receiving similar information was as sincere as her brother's in sending it. 4 sides of paper were insufficient to contain all her delight, and all her earnest desire of being loved by her sister. Elizabeth looked forward with delight to the time when they should be removed from society so little pleasing to either, to all the comfort and elegance of their family party at Pemberley. Chapter 61. Happy for all her maternal feelings was the day on which Mrs. Bennet got rid of her 2 most deserving daughters. With what delighted pride she afterwards visited Mrs. Bingley and talked of Mrs. Darcy may be guessed. I wish I could say, for the sake of her family, that the accomplishment of her earnest desire in the establishment of so many of her children produced so happy an effect as to make her a sensible, amiable, well-informed woman for the rest of her life. Mr. Bennet missed his second daughter exceedingly. His affection for her drew him oftener from home than anything else could do. He delighted in going to Pemberley, especially when he was least expected. Mr. Bingley and Jane remained at Netherfield only for 12 months. To live so near to her mother and Meryton relations was not desirable even to his easy temper or her affectionate heart. He bought an estate in a neighbouring county to Derbyshire, and Jane and Elizabeth, in addition to every other source of happiness, were within 30 miles of each other. Kitty spent most of her time with her 2 elder sisters, and became, by proper attention and management, less irritable and less ignorant. Mary was the only daughter who remained at home. Mary was obliged to mix more with the world, but she could still moralize over every morning visit. As for Wickham and Lydia, their characters suffered no revolution from the marriage of her sisters. They cherished hope that Darcy might yet help them to make fortune. The congratulatory letter which Elizabeth received from Lydia on her marriage was to this effect: "My dear Lizzie, I wish you joy. If you love Mr. Darcy half as well as I do my dear Wickham, you must be very happy. It is a great comfort to have you so rich, and when you have nothing else to do, I hope you will think of us. I am sure Wickham would like a place at court very much, and I do not think we shall have quite money enough to live upon without some help. Any place would do, of about 300 or 400 a year, but however, do not speak to Mr. Darcy about it, if you had rather not. Yours, etc." As it happened that Elizabeth had much rather not, she tried in her answer to put an end to every expectation of the kind. Such help, however, as it was in her power to afford, by the practice of what might be called economy in her own private expenses, she frequently sent them. Their manner of living was unsettled in the extreme. They were always moving from place to place in quest of a cheap situation, and always spending more than they ought. His affection for her soon changed into indifference. Hers lasted a little longer. Though Darcy could never receive him at Pemberley, yet, for Elizabeth's sake, he assisted him further in his profession. Lydia was occasionally a visitor there, when her husband was gone to enjoy himself in London or Bath, and the Bingleys they both visited so frequently that even Bingley's good humour couldn't stand it. Pemberley was now Georgiana's home, and the attachment of the sisters was exactly what Darcy had hoped to see. They were able to love each other even as well as they intended. Georgiana had the highest opinion in the world of Elizabeth. By Elizabeth's instructions she began to comprehend that a woman may take liberties with her husband which a brother will not always allow in a sister more than 10 years younger than himself. Lady Catherine was extremely indignant on the marriage of her nephew, and as she gave way to all the genuine frankness of her character, she used language so very abusive, especially of Elizabeth, that for some time all intercourse was at an end. But at length, by Elizabeth's persuasion, he tried to seek a reconciliation, and after a little resistance on the part of his aunt, her resentment gave way either to her affection for him or her curiosity to see how his wife conducted herself, and she condescended to visit them at Pemberley. With the Gardiners they were always on the most intimate terms. Darcy, as well as Elizabeth, really loved them, and they were both ever sensible of the warmest gratitude toward the persons who, by bringing her into Derbyshire, had been the means of uniting them.